shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rivals, and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for another Morning Glory live stream. And not only is it a Morning Glory live stream, it is a Monday live stream. It is a fun day Monday, which means that we are going to be chatting lots and lots of bollocks. We've got lots and lots of stuff to talk about, things that have been happening over the weekend. There's been some more metadata. It's not looking good. Definitely a concern or two brewing on the horizon, one might say. But But that, yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. It is what it is. But we've got some stuff. We've got lots to talk about. So basically, with the weekend catch up, what I like to do is basically, take the time to catch up with everybody on what they've been doing over the weekend, as well as bringing up any important events that have happened in the wargaming world over the weekend as well. And so it's just a just chat stream, just chat a lot of bollocks. So you all talk about Old World, 40k, Bolt Action, K47. We can talk about any of those game systems. You want to talk about competitive stuff that's happened over the weekend, casual stuff, hobbying, narrative, all that kind of jazz. And we can talk about it all. And we can do list building and whatnot, because I know with the new edition, there's lots of people that are excited for some list building, which is awesome. So it is just very much a just chatting, talking about anything and everything stream, which is very, very nice. And I have one big update. Which is the current heat wave is over. Hooray! So no more me wearing short shorts and tank tops. I think we're all pretty relieved about that situation. I think that finally you can all open your eyes and not just treat this as a podcast. But on a serious note, we will be talking about a bit of everything today, guys. So anything goes. Just feel free to share about it, and we'll have a good old chinwag. We'll have a good old talk about it. So with that said, let's get into the stream proper, and that of course means beginning with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. It's time for roll call, baby! And remember, the new roll call rules are in effect, so no spamming it, okay? You don't get to spam until we've done it, because it was getting out of hand, okay? I'm not going to lie, you guys kind of took the piss a bit. I've had to regulate and legislate. Roll calls. I want to see 107 per person. All right, let's see what we've got here. We have got a gaming Stuka. Raise, Sables, gaming Stuka. You've done it more than once. That's it. Time out. Bam, you're gone. There you go. I warned him. We got Felix the Flash, Stratus Darex, Panda Squirrel, Jonathan, an SEO, Master Pef, Razor, Saving Wilson, James the Basic Bassist, Brown Bread, Samuel Phoenix. We've got Brown Bread. And Baron Kaz and Mark Cole, Crucible, Russell W, David Davidson, Cavasis, Joe Aquila, The Game Maker, Teapot, Tank Charmer, Cheese Marine, Rizzleheimer, Snowpiece T, Tianstein, Zark, 1969, Joseph Wrigley. Where are we? The Lower Decks, Master Pef, Mostly Harmless, Pigeon Toady, Russell W, Stratus Darks, Princess Drusa, Joseph Wrigley. Wait, Joseph Wrigley, that's twice. It's all right, one was a sentence to somebody else. I'll let you off. Just like uncocked bolt pistol. Panda Squirrel, Grimnar, Adam, Hanus, Mr. Guyper, King Maximu, Bootry, Cosmic Drew, RCI Rainer, Macon, Bailey, and we've got that random user, Uncle Will, Sourballs, Pie King 3, Nick Salamander, Yuli, David Stanford, John Riley, Aiden, Patrick H, Sneaker Git, and there we go. Hey! Don't worry, I've let a few people off. It's a new system. I've let a few people off. Panda Squirrel, you're all right. We've got Heinrich, and we've got the Kerbo Meister, and we've got Sneering Brit, and Butt Mountain, and Strass Direct. Hey! There we are. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. I hope you are excited for it. I hope you're looking forward to it. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby, who's already liked the stream and subscribed. If you've not done those things, don't forget to go ahead and do so. And also who have been going above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, the member flex, the gifted memberships. So let's take a moment now and go through and say thank you to all those awesome people who have absolutely started the stream off right. Started off, I want to say a big thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Meryl Denive. Hey, Meryl, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you as always. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, sir. There we go. We've also got Russell W. Russell W. coming in with not 1, not 2, but 10 gifted memberships, baby. 10 whole goddamn squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Ugh. Thank you, Russell W, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Last Draken. Last Draken, thank you for the super chat, man. First 11th event, and I took second in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Okay. So, my first event of 11th, and I took second out of 10 players. I secured 2 wins and I lost. Round Space Wolves, Great Wolves Attachment, Go, Take and Hold. Game 1 was versus... So, Take and Hold is interesting, although Take and Hold is considered quite good. It's just not meant to be good to purchase unless you really build for it, and then maybe you'll be alright. Game 1 was versus Raven Guard, Shadowmark, Disruption, piloted by James. This is a lovely game of back and forth where it was a trade war. Logan and friends deep struck turn 1 to dig in and take middle, to get blasted by Interceptors and Melter, Vanguard Vets. His combi man, I swear, would not die. The fucking combi lieutenant. The Repex is the backbone of this. I get to put in Hunter's Eye and getting the +1 to win and shooting strat. We ended on turn 4, but with the game state, I would have tabled him on turn 5 with Overwatch. My turn and possibly widen the gap on our score further. Hey, a win's a win, baby. A win's a win. Game. So what was he playing? Disruption. Yeah, Disruption is considered quite bad. Yeah. Disruption is considered quite bad. So, Take and Hold v Disruption, I feel like I can see you winning that one. And obviously you did win it, yeah. Game 2 was Orc Dread Mob Purge by Eric. So, Orcs, good. Purge, good. Dread Mob, very bad. This was an interesting game where I had to deal with a lot of killer counts. Originally 3x3, which was illegal, but it was an error on his app, so it was 1x3 and 1x6. Why was it illegal? Is it not a 2,000 point event? Or is it only a small event? I'm guessing if it was oh, it's 1K. Oh, okay, that's fine. I thought that must have been the case. All right. Logan touched down the middle, but failed charges to get to a target. Surprisingly, made it to the end. Ended up wiping him out by T4 and maxing points. Again, the FX for the star. Yeah, so I'm not so this is the difference between like facing, Marines and facing like Orcs. Orc Dread Mob, you deep strike down, and the Dread Mob is a shooting army, and it goes bang, 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 and all the explosions are it blowing up, and all the bang, bang, bang just misses you. Because I bet most of the time he was hitting on, if he was lucky, he was hitting on 5s. I bet most of the time he was hitting on 6s. Even though killer cans are like, I think they're BS4 with grots, I bet they were hitting on 5s at best. Yeah, like, because I don't think Orcs have got any like strip cover or anything like that, right? So yeah, I'm not surprised that the Purge Shooty Orc army basically got absolutely fisted and you just walked over him. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. Like, it's not that Orcs are bad, it's that you just shooty Orcs are, very much not good. Obviously, also, by the way, I don't take anything away from your victories. You're obviously playing them well. You can get a good match, but if you play like an absolute mouth-breathing remedial, then you're never going to, win a game. So you still get credit for the wins. I'm just sort of analyzing the factions you're also playing into at the same time. So don't think I'm diminishing it in any way, shape, or form. I just realized how it was coming across, so I just wanted to say that last Draken. Game 3 was Imperial Knights Foebreaker / Outriders by Steve. This was a headache due to the pilot and list. My plan was, due to the pilot, either he's a good player or we've got a problem. My plan was to equip his little knights to starve him points, which I kept ahead most of the time, leaving him with the big guy alone and then play hide and go seek to try and push forward. It was working. I had to trade a lot of pieces to keep ahead, but then it was go time. I activated Hunter's Eye, pivoted the Repex and Armored Laser Destroyer, hits with a 3 and a 5. Now I need 2s to wound. Snake Eyes. It's a hit, but he lives. It's back to Hunter's Eye and +1 wound destroyer time. Snake Eyes again. It's popped. Bjorn, Flamer, 6 shots, wounds and 6s, a few, health Ross, hits, +1 to wound, 1. Then I proceed to roll 9 6s in a row. It seems Pop got sleepy in shooting, as Eric's gunner was Stowe. So you basically just proceeded to roll incredibly badly. Fuck's sake. But the headache mostly was the player challenging Oath moment, saying it was only for my turn, not his, not being clear on certain things, challenging the new scout rules and charge rules, the use of go to ground, how you can't, so anything when you use it, then how it interacts with terrain hidden, then towering, how it ignores all terrain less than 4 inches, even if you're behind it and not in it. Basically, if it's not over 4 inches, I see to shoot you, regardless of how many footprints you're behind. I mean, is that true? So basically, I'm just going to say it, right? It sounds like your opponent was a dickhead. Okay? And I'll tell you why it sounds like your opponent was a dickhead. And it's not even based off anything that he's done, because I have only got your word to take, word on it. I mean, I believe you, Last Drake, and like I'm going to believe you over this knobhead. But I'll tell you why he's a dickhead. I'll tell you why I knew he was going to be a dickhead literally from minute 1. Because he brought Imperial Knights to a 1,000 point tournament. 1K tournaments are already very iffy, right? And if you turn up with a faction which is literally stat check gatekeeper incarnate, right? Truth, bro. I'm all about that truth, bro. I'm all about that truth. Not my truth. There's no such thing as your truth. There's only the truth. Yeah. There you are. There you go. So yeah. So basically, he got a bunch of his rules wrong. I faced him at the last 10th edition event, which was 70 points. Guess what he ran? Knights. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. He's just a cunt. Guy's just a cunt. There you go. Like, there's no cure for cuntishness. All right. Let's have a bit. Controversial statement these days. Dude, I'm making controversial statements. I'm feeling particularly controversial these days. I feel like we're going to go from saying it ironically to unironically. Anyway. If you're running Knight 7 points, you should be wood chippered. Agreed. It's time, you know. It's time. I remember this. This entire thing, very, very, very deep cut, like insanely deep cut. When I was a young boy growing up, I used to like to listen to audio cassettes. Basically, what we would call like audio books. We called them like story tapes back in the day because they were literally on tape. And one of the ones that I was bought was one that was called Montmorency, which is about a prisoner who basically manages to lead he gets out of prison and he leads a double life, like Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing. By night he is a burglar, and by day he goes around as a learned gentleman. Right? I think it's on Audible. It's read by Stephen Fry. It's quite good. Now, what deep cut. Why am I mentioning this? There's a scene in that when he's just got out of prison, and it's very lighthearted, by the way. It's a young adult book. It's very lighthearted, right? So it's not like grim dark or anything like that. But there's a scene when he's just got out of prison, and he's walking through London, and there's someone on a soapbox, not proselytizing, but like sort of giving a speech to a crowd. And he's talking about prison reforms, and he stops to listen because he's just come out of prison and he wants to know what this guy's got to say. He's thinking, oh, is this guy going to like say nice things? And maybe because he's just had a horrific experience at prison. So he's like, oh, is he going to say something nice so he can, so they can make prisons better? And the guy says, these prisoners are living luxury lives. They're living luxury lives. I say, I say we've got to bring back hanging. We've got to bring back capital punishment. He says, and you know what? Furthermore, we've got to bring back the rack. Hanging's too good for them. Understand, Vivek? You saying like you got to wood chipper them. It just made me think like we got to bring back the rack. The wood chipper's too good for them. We got to bring it back. If you bring knights to less than 2,000 points, that's it. Get in the Iron Maiden. Get on the rack. There you go. Get on the thumb screws. That's it. How do we stop this meta chasing play? Give me 1 year as supreme executive authority. I will have meta chasing under control. We're bringing back the thumb screws. The enemy cannot roll the weighted dice if he cannot use his hands. Anyway, last Draker. Let's keep going. But overall, outside of Game 3 Toolbox, the event was fun. It was a learning experience for everyone. Surprisingly, there were more players doing non-purge missions than I thought. At least 4, myself included, took non-purge. So the reason is that a lot of people are still using detachments which they're comfortable with, rather than detachment. They haven't there's a lot of transition from 10th to 11th. So a good example of this is I was chatting to Simon today, and he's still sticking with Grizzle Company, even though it's in priority assets. And I have said to him, I don't think priority assets is very good. And he's like, well, that's just the one I'm familiar with. So that's the one I'm going to use. So fair enough. I'm looking forward to August next. So as far as there's more players to do non-purge than I thought, at least 4, myself included, took non-purge. I'm looking forward to August next contest of champions at 1500. With how the Repex formed, I see how good it is. I guess I could get one as the one I used was borrowed. I did win $30 and $10 credit left on my account. My friend told me for anti-armor get a lance, but I feel the Predator knowledge was better due to the full damage rerolls versus lances one to hit / wound / damage reroll. Next event though is July with the twin linked 2v2. So I would just say I wouldn't buy anything, man. I wouldn't buy anything until at least the first balance patch. And even then, I'd potentially wait 3 months. Because the Repex, everyone knows how good it is. Everyone fucking knows how good it is. So if we know, then GW probably knows. And there's a chance that GW is going to, nerf it. So I'm just saying, might be worth having an eye on it. But maybe holding off until you pull that trigger. Okay, that's only my advice. But otherwise, very, very well done on coming second. Very well done on coming second. Sounds like you had an absolute blast. 65, 161. Very respectable scores as well. And look, you're always going to get, you're not always. Occasionally, you're going to get a bit of a dickhead at the club. Don't let it get you down. And at the end of the day, just... The best way of dealing with these people is to just clock them, and anytime that they start being upset, you just flip it on third time and say, okay, you need to prove it. You need to prove what you're saying, because I know the rules are the way they are. You need to put them onto your time to just prove it, and you need to just put the onus on that. You need to be be extremely confident in the rules, and then if they ever get to argument, just clock it onto them. It's like, okay. Well, you need to. If you've got an issue with this, you've got to call it under your time. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, and that's the way you do it. That's the way you manage dickish game behavior. You don't be a dick. You just be ultra professional, and you don't lose your cool about it. And don't be afraid of confrontation. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We as wargamers, and I say it, we as wargamers and people in general, people in life in general, I really think need to get more comfortable with confrontation. I think wargamers often cheaters. They get away with it. Bullies in the office, they get away with it. Bullies at school, they get away with it because people are not comfortable with confrontation. They'd rather keep the head down, hope the problem goes away. And the dickhead at the game club, he's not going to go away until until multiple people just say, nope, that's not acceptable behavior. Yeah. Or not acceptable behavior. Just no, you need to, just basically be very, like I said, just be direct, but not be rude about it. And that's how you can solve it. Yeah. Don't be throwing hands. No need for that. Not for a bloody not for a bloody board. Not for a bloody board. It is a board game. Yeah, but yeah, like just I have found that if you just get comfortable with confrontation, you'll end up having a much better long-term wargaming experience. Yeah. Feed them to Mr. Chippy. Ed Bailey, right, we're moving on. Ed Bailey, thank you for the double super chat, baby. 007, baby. Yes, 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 yes. Double. I'm getting into it now. Yes. What's the baby beef that you keep running away like a towel girl and won't play North at OPR? I'd rather tune up or you'll end up in the poorhouse. Fuck it. I'm probably ending there anyway at some point. No, the beef is, so apparently, guys, you know how we were all really excited that because I thought I'd found a way to make the Guard Infantry Corps work again. Apparently I haven't. So I put a video out on it today. And by the way, I have no issue with making them clear. Everyone who pointed out that I was wrong, thank you. Like, that's not a thank you, fuck you. No. Like, thank you, because obviously if I get something wrong, I should be challenged on it. I should be corrected on it so that then I can correct the statement. But it turns out that no, I don't mean to alarm you, but not only was I wrong on something, but also GW didn't accidentally make the Commissar's ability work. They actually accidentally made it worse. Brilliant. So now you have almost even less reason to take a Commissar. Yeah. The only reason to take a Commissar is if you're facing Tyranids. That's it. But we'll get to it when we get to it. So that's just a quick heads up. Actually, there's a couple of things I want to... Okay, there we go. So yeah, basically, I'll cover it a bit later, but that is the beef. Why don't they work Cosmic? We'll rattle through the super chats and I'll take you through it. All right. Ed Bailey, thank you for another super chat, man. I heard there's going to be another heat wave next week. Also, what's this about the Guard win rate? We're staring down the barrel of 20% win rate. So we can talk about this. No dramas whatsoever. But again, I'll touch upon this now that I might circle back round to it properly in a little moment. But somebody did the Sunday night stats. So this is the metadata for the weekend. So this person is very Johnny on the spot. Basically, they wait until all the events have finished on the 28th. On the Sunday, on the weekend, and then that Sunday they put the stats out. Now it isn't broken down by disposition and stuff yet, although the guy is thinking of adding that in. That's what he's saying here, right? But basically, yeah, it's going down. I yelling timber. Oh no! Oh no! We're only 0.47% higher than Imperial agents. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Oh, no. We're not doing very well. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Anyway, I'll put a link to that in chat right now for those that don't want to wait around for me to get to it. You can take a look at that, and then obviously come back when you finish reading it. Well, if you want to, obviously. But yeah, like, yeah, it's oh dearie me. Anyway, oh dearie me. What have we got next? Strauss Derek, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Hooray! Thank you for renewing the channel membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. We've also got Sarah Balls. Sarah Balls, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Yes. Thank you for the extra conscript to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. We've also got Cosmic Drew. Cosmic, I have done it. I have completed my second army for Congo 47. Conflict 47, please. And posted some pictures to discussion. I'm going to give them a full display tomorrow with lore and everything. I know about my time in K47. It will be fun. Buster Rift! I'm busting, Cosmic. I'm busting everywhere. I'm busting left, right, and center. Right, let's have a look. Finally done. Blades Bohemia last completed. Last touches are being worked on tonight. Tomorrow I intend to show them off. All off on my stream and give my full review on the Axis and what I learned along the way. It'll be great. The Baron's back will be on full display. It'll be cool to get the whole army out. For the Baron, for the Green Vault, for the New Republic, Bohemia stands. Yes. Yes. I love the jerry-rigged Pumas, mate. They're awesome. And the Night Wolves of Bohemia, the Baron's trained assassins. I do like the MG car. That's cool. Ah, yes. The Blades Bohemia striding forth, I should say. Striding with great purpose. There we are. They look cool, man. It's a pretty mental army. It's cool how quickly you've knocked it out. Yeah, it looks like the Bohemian barking spider trying to mount that T-34. Maybe it is. Who knows what its strange mechanical mating rituals may be. We've got the Flare, and we've got the cursed mammoth. The cursed Wotan. Yes, I love it, man. Part machine, part organic, all abomination. There we are. I love it, mate. That's awesome. Cosmic, I'm looking forward to seeing the full might of the Baron on display. Yes. Strastarix, thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Thank you for the support. Bit shortage, special weapons trooper in stream discussion. Let me have a quick look. Good for you, son. The Ashratar made me the man I am today. Let's have a look. Did you make him into a wheelchair guy? Oh my god. We've got Wheels and the Leg Man. I love it, dude. Yeah. That's one way. Is that like the is he the Sentinel pilot or it's the what is it? It's one of the pilots. Is he the Torox pilot, the Sentinel pilot, or something like that? Brilliant. I love it. Wheels and the Leg Man. Excellent. Let me just I love that chat attacks. I need to run downstairs and ask Mr. Mordy or something. It's unrelated to stream. I just popped in my head. I don't want to forget it. So give me 1 second. I'm back literally 1 second, guys. Okay, no, I'm back. 1 second. Oh, I'm almost back. Alright, I'm back. Give me 1 second. I just have to message Simon. We were going to have a game tomorrow, but I just remember Mr. Mordian already has something planned, so I've got to message him and let him know. All right, cool. There we go. Where are we? So, back to it. We've got Nostalgia Vivek. Thank you for the super chat. Vow and hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I Nostalgia Vivek, self-appointed yet accepted Red Preacher of the Mordian team, Vanquisher of Valrak, Bound of the Backlog, Bane of HR, and owner of Rody Push Shorts. Rise to the challenge of Troop of the Colour and vow to complete by September 14th of 2026. 1 Star Wars Legion Empire starter box. 1 Darth Vader, 22 Stormtroopers, 14 Scout Troopers. I mean, I would have let you do those 6. If you want to, you could do those spare 6 guys. So 2 from here and 4 from here, and just do them as like it was like a Catachan command squad, because it's like a cheap squad, the Catachan command squad, right? If you want to do that, I'll allow it. You can clip this and have it as proof for Revenga if you want. But yeah, if you want an extra 60 points, you can do that. And not that it might matter, because you might already be at 5,000 points. Yeah. What Armageddon box, Space Twin Captain, Librarian, Jump Chaplain, all this stuff. Yeah. Non-combo box items, 10 Space Regouts, 1 Fellblade Falchion, Glaive, 2 Defilers. Do you get step costs? You don't get step costs. Well, Lord, that'd be amazing if we put step costs in the fucking TTC. 1 Lord and jump back, 1 Chaos Lord, 20 Legendaries, 10 Chosen, 1 Land Raider, 1 Kravik Ward, 10 Raptors. For a total of 5,000 points, 157 minis total, 3 super heavy, 6 vehicles, 40 catch, and 134 infantry. If I fail, shoot me at dawn. That's my vow. The first image is the orcs I've painted so far. Second and third are some things I got secondhand from my LGS. And I got a Metal Mortar Commissar for 10 and 2 Star Wars Legion ATSTs 15 each. They are 60 quid normally. Yeah, man, that's an amazing deal. Oh, dude, they look amazing. Hey, that's my guy right there. Nice. Dude, absolute steal getting both of those for the price you paid for. Amazing. Nostalgia Vivek, absolutely incredible. And I wish you luck in all the painting wars to come. There you are. There you are, mate. Awesome. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Boat action tournament practice tonight, taking LRDG. Nice. I love to know what the list is, mate. That's awesome. Chicken Detonator, good luck and have fun. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Hope you're surviving the heat, hitting 100 Fahrenheit here in Michigan. It's actually relatively normal now. Now, it's still warm, hence why I'm just in like t-shirt and shorts, but it's not horrifically warm like it was the last couple of weeks. Or last week, really. It felt like 2 weeks. Tried out a new game, introduced discussion. It's a USA-based skirmish game called Blackout. Yeah, I've heard of it. I have heard of it. I don't know if I can find it in stream discussion. Yeah, here you go. I have heard of it. Taking a bit of a break from K47, I tried Blackout, a USA-made game. Fun, fast, tactical, deadly, solid skirmish game. Played Manticore, the armored and enhanced space Russians. Nice. It's a little like, it's like Kill Team, isn't it? Yeah, it's a little Kill Team style game. Very, very cool. Yeah, I have heard good things about it. Yeah. I've heard good things about it. A lot of people have been saying it's a very good game. Yeah, I'm not that bothered about squad v squad, but like, you know, maybe, maybe. Yeah. All right, let's have a look here. Spriggs, what are you saying in chat? Fuck's sake. Do I just ban my own bloody mods here? What's going on here? I've arrived. I saw that. Why did it was why what has Chansey done? Right, which of my mods am I banning? Am I banning Chansey? Am I banning Spriggs? Am I banning both of them? No, I do worry about it, Chansey. I want to know. I've asked. I want to know. Did you go around bloody Facebook throwing some Romans out there? Yeah, I've told you about that. I've told you you're not meant to do that, Daryl. You know you're not meant to do that. There you go. I posted something on my Insta, fucked up, and shared it on my Facebook account. What did you post to Instagram, Chansey? Because I know. There's only two things on Instagram. And one of them's naked ladies. And one of them isn't. And I don't think you posted naked ladies. Anyway. Morning goes to only execute one at a time. Once per turn. Right. You see, because I wrote good rules. So I've written it so that I can execute as many of my mods as I want. So really, dude, I hear you're racist now, Chansey. What is the mod team's official position on this? Only I've got all the painting to do in the morning, and the gaming takes up the rest of the day. Fuck's sake. There you go. Jesus. Oh god, what a chance he do. Apparently he posted something on Facebook that he had to delete. Oh my god. There you go. Just will it do? Delete that. Fuck's sake, man. Don't you're taking the joke too far. All right, what have we got next? Cheese Marine, thank you for the super chat. Dark Elder player disagreed when I said priority assets killed Grizzle Company. He reckons guard can do priority assets easily, but like, who even wants to play priority assets? Nobody. Nobody wants to play priority assets. Do you want to know the evidence? Right? How broken was what the fuck Gladius at the all through 10th, right? All through 10th, it was amazing, right? No one's playing Gladius at 11th. Everyone's switched. Everyone's on like Ironstorm or Firestorm plus Librarians are like, fuck Gladius. I'm not interested. And that is purely because the missions are dog shit. So yeah, it's no, Cheese Marine. You do not want to play. I used to not with these infantry points. Yeah, not with these infantry points. Yeah. Action Monkey Gaming is boring. Give me some kill. Exactly right. He's trying to play 5D chess. He wants you to take priority assets so you don't take Purge against him, because Drukhari do not want to play into fucking Purge because they give away like loads of little boats and shit. That's my guess anyway. Yeah, that's it, right? He doesn't want you to be on Purge. He wants you on something else. He's playing the fucking mind games, bro. The Kerbermeister, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, sir. We've got Cosmic, hashtag back to rack, MG for PM and King. No yellow energy. Oh man, I need to explain this yellow energy thing at some point because I've done it once in passing on stream, but I get so many people that and it keeps coming up in like comment sections and streams and people and stream highlights and people are like, "What the fuck is yellow energy?" So I need to do a video where I just explain what the fuck yellow energy is. But there you go. All right, what do we? What do we got next? Andy Burns, thank you for super chat. Hey Morden, just getting into the guard properly. Love the lore. Looking to purchase my first boxless unit. What would you recommend? So Andy Burns, and I mean this not to put you off. I mean this to. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. I wouldn't buy anything just yet. I would wait 1 to 3 months. And the reason for that is the game right now has launched in quite a state of flux is probably the polite way of putting it. Some people would say a state of fucked, but it will probably get balanced out and sorted out. But right now the risk is if you buy anything, you might end up buying something which gets nerfed or something, right? So I'm telling everyone, like, build up your list, marinating the lore, all that kind of stuff. But wait a little bit just before purchasing anything because you don't want to purchase something and then it just ends up being bad, right? Yeah. But if you're absolutely desperate, to buy something, firstly, I wouldn't buy anything new in box from Games Workshop directly. There's a lot of third-party retailers out there. You're in the UK, for example, so you've got Element Games. I actually have a link to them down in the description below. They do sort of support the channel, so if you want to use that, great. There's a checkout code and everything, so you can earn like double store credit because they give you a bit of store credit in every purchase. So I'm shamelessly plugging, but I'm also pointing you in a genuinely good direction. If you can't find what you want in Element Games, there's Wayland Games down there as well. They're very good. They're probably the two best places, to be honest. And they will give you 20% off. So it's literally, it's brand new in box. It's exactly the same thing you'd get from GW. It's not secondhand. They're a legitimate third-party stockist and fully supported by GW. They just get to give a discount. Okay. And they give 25% off. So, definitely, if you're going to buy something and if you're brand new, there's never any reason to buy directly from GW unless you've got like a store that's local to you and you're excited you want to go down to there and buy it. Otherwise, always buy third party. And if you want your first box/unit, then right now I would strongly, one might even say strenuously, recommend the Lehman Russ. And the reason why I recommend the Lehman Russ tank is because it comes with lots of spare parts. And so it comes with the ability to basically, even if you're brand new and you don't want to use things like magnets and stuff, because magnets can kind of be considered like advanced hobbying and stuff like that. You can basically get like it comes like 8 different main guns, and without any glue, you can basically get 4 or 5 of them. So it's great, right? It's really good. So it just gives you lots of flexibility, and the reason why that's important, so you can switch to whatever main gun happens to be the best one. And the reason that's important is because if one variant gets nerfed, you've got like a whole bunch of others to fall back on as well. So if you're desperate, I'd say a Lehman Russ tank. If you are patient, I would say wait 3 months. But if you're desperate, I'd definitely say the Lehman Russ. And I'll even show you which one, because there are actually 2. There's one for Horus Heresy and there's one for Warhammer 40k. You probably don't want the Horus Heresy one because you're interested in 40k. So if you go to Element Games, for example, go to Astra Militarum, and you scroll down. I'm just looking for Lehman Russ. Battle line, dedicated transports. Lehman Russ. Ruggle Dawn. I've probably gone past it. Borgans Basilisk. Archman Down, Fill Battery. Green Engineers. There you go, Lehman Russ. So look, it would cost you £42.50 from GW. It would cost you £36.11 from Element. Now that's 15% off. Let's just check what Wayland's offering. So again, there's links to these down in the description, mate. So Wayland, Games Workshop, Warhammer 40k, Ashton Militarum, and there you go, 20% off. So you can actually get it even cheaper. And that's brand new inbox. Brand new inbox, no secondhand, no one else has got their sticky fingers over it or anything like that. It's just they're an official stockist and they get to offer it a bit cheaper. So yeah, if you're desperate, I'd get one of these. Get one of those and get some plastic glue. Okay. So if you want some plastic glue, I recommend. I wonder if they'll have it. Is it like that? Yeah. I recommend this one. Okay. Tamiya liquid cement. It's very, very good. Okay. It's probably there's a few different variants. Some people in chat will probably tell you, "Oh, get this one instead of that one." It really doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter for your first plastic glue, Tamiya liquid cement, and I'd get that, and I would add that to your cart, add the Lehman Russ to cart, and you are good to go. If you also will need some like clippers and a hobby knife if you've not already got those things. They might have them on here as well. They might do. Let's see. You don't need anything too fancy. Honestly, what's 15 quid seems a bit much. But we'll have a look. I mean, they're probably okay. You don't need to get anything too fancy, though. But it's these that what you're basically looking for is they look a little bit like wire cutters, but they're not. They've got a little spring here, and they've got a very sort of small head. They're just for clipping bits off the sprue. Yeah. And then another thing that's very helpful is, again, you don't need to get it from here, but you probably want something like a hobby knife, something like this. Very cheap. You can find, by the way, you can find these on Amazon. I bought mine on Amazon and a box of like 300 blades. They've got disposable blades on them. So you, yeah, for basically like a tenner. So, yeah, you don't have to get them from here. I'm just using this as an example. So you want it's like a little scalpel kind of thing. You want that. That's for doing. Be very careful with all the sharp stuff, right? That's for when you clip something off the sprue. Sometimes there'll be a little bit of plastic left over, and you just use this to gently scrape the little nubbin that's left over off, so you get a nice smooth kind of finish. In fact, I could basically show you if you've not already. Yeah, take a second. Give me a second, and I'll show you. Why not? Oh wait, is it unplugged? 1 minute. I might have unplugged it. Oh no, it should be plugged in. I might not be able to show you, unfortunately. Well, my paint cam's showing up, which is good to find it out now. But I mean, I could always show you on here, right? So basically, we've got a bit of sprue here. So let's say I want to like clip off this guy's, like this arm bit here. So I clip it off with my little clippers with these things, right? Let me just, I don't want to drop the bit. So you try and get it as close as possible, but you might be able to see this on the arm. Let me, actually, I can get it to work. Okay. So you see how there's those little bits sticking out from like the shoulders, right? You obviously don't want that. So what you do is you get your hobby knife that we saw before and you very carefully scrape those bits off, very carefully, obviously. And that can help you to get a very smooth finish. Now, I actually don't have a hobby knife up here. It's downstairs, but I can basically do the same thing with my clippers because I've got quite good ones. And you can see now it's now smooth on that elbow, so it won't look weird. That's why you want those. That's why you want the clippers and the hobby knife. You don't want to use something like a Stanley knife or something because it just won't be as good. Okay. Hope that helps, mate. Any other questions? Let me know. All right. Cool. Cool. There we go. All right. Where are we at? Jonathan NC. Thank you for super chat, man. Thank you for your patience. Mordy, when you get the chance, I post my lists in stream discussion. I'm completely new to the game, but I spent a lot of time reading data sheets. All right, let's have a look. Mordian, I have been dying to share my list. Let me know if it's a noob trap because I have a bunch of characters I want to play. For flavor purposes, I have named divisions: Steelhammer and Force Designation Detachments. So you got the Iron Council, Ursula Creed, 10 Cadian Shock Troops. Upgrade the Recon Star Enhancement. You have to remind me what that does. And 1 Cadian Command Squad. You've got Hades Tomb, Commissar Yarrick, 2 times Creek Blob, 2 times Long Laz, well, 2 times Creek Blob, 2 times Long Grenade Launcher, 1 Melter, 1 Creek Command Squad, 1 Not Dead Dog, Solar Court, Los Oleantes, 10 Rough Riders, Cinder Ashes, Storm Sword, Titan Killer, Lemurus Exterminator, Tetris Engine Seer with Engine Speed, Artillery 2 and multiple rocket systems, Smokes Ghost, Recon Squad, Scout Sentinel, Slime Marbo, Gaunt's Ghost. I'm planning on just playing casual, but please be honest and tell me if the list is doo-doo water. Recon Star gives a unit ingress move on the first movement phase. Okay, so yeah, it's not really helpful on the unit that it's on. So, your list is a bit shit. You said be honest. It's not irredeemably bad though. Okay, it's not irredeemably bad. So the first thing is Ursula Creed and Acadian Command Squad and 10 Cadian Shock Troops is fine as like a command blob. But you don't really need the Recon Star because the idea is this thing is going to deploy on the board from the get-go and you want to use it to spaff out orders. So the advantage of taking a card like Creed is that she lets you do 3 orders for a relatively cheap price point. I mean, if you were to take Acadian Castellan and like a command squad, that's like 120 points, and that gets you 3 orders. Whereas Creed lets you do 3 orders for 85 points. So the idea of taking someone like Creed is that it gets you a large amount of orders for a relatively lower points cost, along with the fact that she has some useful abilities and whatnot. So you want Creed to be on the board at the beginning, basically spaffing out orders. Now, if she has to do an ingress move, that's going to be too late because some of those orders are going to want to be like move and stuff. Where you come in from your ingress, come in from reserve at the end of the movement phase when everyone's already moved. So you've missed the opportunity to use one of the best orders we've got, which is move, right? So you don't need the Recon Star. Just start her on the board, on the home objective, or tucked out of line of sight. There you are. Not anymore, Mordian. How come, Elden? You'd have to... I know you can come in... I think you can come in from reserves at whatever time in the movement phase. Okay, well, that might be different. Either way, it's still like, why not just have her on the board? She's in a command block format. Why not have her on the board? As for Commissar, like, Yarrick, Commissar Yarrick in a Krieg blob with a Krieg command squad and not Dead Dog attached is a horrifically expensive unit. Yeah. Horrifically. So Commissar Yarrick's 130. The Krieg blob is 145. So you're looking at 275. The Krieg command squad is 65. So that's going to be 275, 340. And the Nork Dead Dog is 60. That's a 400-point unit. On one infantry blob, you have managed to spend as much, pretty much the same, as a Shadow Sword super heavy tank killer. A Titan killer. That's not efficient. That's not efficient at all. Also, the weapons you've gone for on the Krieg blob are questionable. You want you want lasguns, obviously, but you want plasma and melter always. Lord Sol Leontus leading 10 Rough Riders. So Lord Sol Leontus is more of a force multiplier rather than a cavalry officer leading a glorious charge. If you want to run a cavalry officer leading a glorious charge, then you take Dreer and you take Lord Marshal Dreer and 10 Death Riders. It's much cheaper and it's very powerful. It does a lot of devastating wounds, which can, you know, be a godsend if you're dealing with a lot of invulnerable saves. And then you've got the Storm Sword is good. The Limbs Exterminator is good. The Engine Seer with the Engine Speaker is fine. The Artillery 2 with multiple rocket missiles, I wouldn't bother with. I wouldn't. Indirect fire is a bit rubbish, so I wouldn't bother with that. The Recon Squad is fine. The Scout Sentinel with close range scout enhancement, I'm guessing that's the Infiltrate, is fine. Slam Arbo is fine. Gaunt's Ghost is fine. So basically, sack off the artillery team. Swap out the Solar Court for the Dev Rider Bomb. And I would say trim out Nork Dead Dog. And honestly, I'd trim out... I mean, what even needs orders here? You've got Creed. Creed is doing so many orders. I mean, this also gets to me. You've got a Creed command block and nothing for Creed to order. That's the other thing. Like, what is that unit going to do? That unit could do 4 orders and the Commissar blob doesn't need it. The Lord Solar blob doesn't need it. The Storm Sword is going to be ordered by the Lord Solar. So is the Exterminator. And the Ghost Squad, all that shit, that doesn't need it. So you've actually got a command blob in there with Ursula Creed and nothing for them to order. Yeah. Yeah. So you want to think, what you want to do? What I would do to fix this list, I mean, I would rewrite it personally, but that's not very helpful. So what I would do with this, to give you some specific advice, what I would do with this list is not specific, some overarching advice that you can keep in mind when building the list. And what you want to do when you're building a guard list is think, is 2 things. How do these units work together? Or, well, first thing, what is this unit's purpose? And how is this unit going to work with the other units in my army? So to use the Creed blob at the top as an example, what is this unit's purpose? This unit's purpose is to provide cost-effective, long-range orders to the rest of my army. Okay? So the second question is, what units am I taking that can then benefit from this Creed blob? And then you can go through the next one. Okay, Commissar Yarrick, the third question is, And the third question is this the most cost-effective way of me getting this into my army? Because then you get to the Commissariat blob, and you're like, okay, what is the purpose of this unit? How is it going to interact with the other units in my army? And is this the most cost-effective unit? So the Yarrick blob, what is the purpose of this unit? It's a damage dealer. And it's a damage dealer which has a lot of objective control, so it can do some primary game as well, some primary missions as well. Okay. How's it going to work with the rest of my army? Well, Commissar Yarrick and the Krieg command squads should be spaffing out orders to themselves and to other units. If they don't need to do that, then the question is, do I need the Krieg command squad, and do I need like Nork Deadog being attached to this unit? If not, that sort of feeds into the next question, which is, are we doing this the most cost-effective way? And if you just go through this process with like every unit, then the list almost builds itself. So a good example of like and you can work your way down. You can start the command and work down like how these blobs are going to work with each other. So a good example with like the Creed thing is like, okay, I've taken a Creed command blob. Now I need to be getting that blob to be doing orders onto units that I give a shit about. Okay, well, what units can benefit from Creed? Oh, it's regiment units. Okay, so I'm thinking, do I want an infantry blob that can be ordered by Creed and then go off and then die? Shoot something and then die. Or do I want to go for some sentinels? Do I want to go for some cavalry? Or do I want to go for some artillery? Although artillery is a bit dead at the moment, so right. And you just sort of go through this process. Just, what is the purpose? How's it going to work with the rest of my army? And am I doing this the most cost-effective way? And if you keep doing this with every unit, you'll find yourself building a very tight list where everything's working together in a cost-effective way. Okay, so those are the 3 questions. All right. I hope that helps. What have we got next? We have got Skeletal Commissar. Thank you for the super chat. Game of 10th edition with my girlfriend. 10th edition? What even is this? So last year, in the bowels of the pitless faith crusading vessel, Tyranids attempt a boarding action. The Imperial agents are sent to cleanse the Xenos. 15 VP Imperial agents, 6 VP Tyranids. The finale of the game was Captain Titus versus the Screamer Killer. Titus killed the Screamer Killer, then the Screamer Killer defeated Titus with fights on death. That's cool. A singular soldier held the final objective as the ship's crew then used a special Escher toxin to kill everything non-Astartes on that level. Titus' fallen body was extracted. A rare Imperial Agents victory in 10th edition. Game with my girlfriend. Ignore the newly printed terrain in the background, soon to be a mighty bastion for the Emperor. I'm not going to ignore it. I'm going to zoom in on it. Dirty, unpainted terrain. No, I'm joking. It's fine. This looks cool as fuck, man. Yes. My God. He's gone full agents. You never go full agents. Demon Hunters. Beloved. Beloved. Customizable. Inquisitorial. But not agents. Yeah. There you go. It's cool, though. Also, I was going to say it. The female Warhammer player stereotypes are not being beaten. Literally 95% or more of female tabletop wargamers that I've met who play Warhammer play Tyranids. It's just, they're just cute little bugs. They're just cute little bugs. They're just the little pets. There you are. There's some cool models. Yeah, they're cool. Titus leading the way. Here we go. It looks great, man. Looks like a proper inquisitorial warband. This is what it should. This is what an agent's army should be about. Yeah, this is what an agent army should be about. 100%. I love it, man. It looks. Wait. There's more pictures. My God. I nearly missed out on some of them. Yeah, an Inquisitor's warband should look like a ragtag collection. It's not even an army. It's a warband. It's a retinue. It's not a military force. It's at best paramilitary and at worst some sort of like private militia. Like very capable, but these are not These are not like conventional military forces. Yeah, and thus they shouldn't look like it. Like uniforms and stuff like that. Nah. There we go. Incredible. Very, very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. All right. What have we got next? What have we got next? The Whispering Monk. Thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being our spiritual liege. The man that keeps our hearts pure and our ears clean. Blah, blah, blah. For all the new people that are joining, they're not going to get that like 4-year-old joke, Whispering Monk, but we know. We know the in-joke. Chansey, my boy. What have we got here? Supreme Leader Chansey of the third. No. Member for 42 months. Someone has to play the bad guys. Update in stream discussion. Okay, right. This is what accidentally got posted. Do you like Germans, Mordian? I've decided we shall inflame the allegations. This is my comment, my bolt action on my TTC vow, plus some further stuff. Further or no? Only had time before TTC. Oh my god. Just absolutely unacceptable. What are you trying to do here, Chansey? You've painted some Germans about action. Therefore, you are clearly a massive raging Nazi. Jesus. Oh my god, you put an iron cross on the side. You might as well just goose step your way down the street right now. It's the only way. Joking aside, it's actually incredible how quickly you got these guys painted up. The Luftwaffe Field Division are looking very nice. And I do like the mixture of the Field Division and the Fallschirmjäger. I like the way we did the camo on those tanks. Little bit of stippling, little stipple. There you go, little stippling. Hey, I like the red bricks. Doesn't the red brick kind of imply that they're fighting in? Wait, no, I'm guessing it's not only the UK that has red brick houses. I just feel like we're famous for red brick houses, but maybe I'm wrong. But if they are, maybe Operation Sea Lion went a bit better than expected. There you are. Hey, the double 88. The double 88 is a bit fucking gnarly, but I love it. I like you did a little bit of wall on there, man. That's cool as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Red bricks the colour of the Kremlin. Ah, could be. Could be. That's true. It looks awesome, man. And the fact that you've got that turned around so quickly is incredible. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed, sir. All right. What have we got here? Elijah Snow, thank you for super chat. That's definitely alpha testing for GW numbers. You're goddamn right it is. Someone has got to be bottom. But hey, you know what? I'm not too worried because Death Guard and Votan were bottom of the barrel at the beginning of 10th, and then they ended up getting some pretty nice treatment from GW. So who knows? Maybe we'll get some nice treatment from GW as well. I guess we'll find out. Rainer Avon, thank you for super chat. I watched the comments on that video and people are commenting that the sequencing is wrong and execution happens at the start of step 1. It's so confusing. Yes, they are probably correct. I've done a little pinned comment. I think it's pinned anyway. I might have not pinned it, but I definitely put it on there. Let me have a look. I don't think I pinned it. Pin. There you go. So I did a little pinned comment basically saying I think that those people are correct, and I will be doing a stream highlight in a moment. And I will be I'll be putting that out probably tomorrow or later in the week or something. Basically just correcting the script because it turns out that the commissar ability did not get better. In fact, it probably got worse. Interestingly, it probably got worse. It didn't, at the very least, it stayed exactly the same and just as useless. Yeah, but there you go. Feather, I've been ripping my hair out, making a list for the guard. The points increases on infantry hurts. Imagine this pen is the guard infantry. Okay? And what you need to do, just let him go. Just gotta let him go. That's how you build a good guard list. So sell me that pen. Okay. Okay. Write something down with this pen. Supply and demand. There you go. All right, what have we got next? Bobby 3000, thank you so much for the 19 months. X-Force, baby! Yes, thank you for the 19 months, mate. How are custodians looking in 11th? Well, according to the metadata, they are looking very middling. 48% win rate at the moment, but they don't see 48% win rate. So they seem okay. I think the custodies thing is that they are quite good, but they're very tough, but they're kind of slow. So especially if you're someone who's been building with the like all the custodian guard, but the way that people are winning with custodians is they're like, take those guard and put them on a jet bike. Let's go. Because then you have tough and fast. And that's what you need to be good in 11th. So, yeah. All right. What have we got next? We've got Butt Mountain. Thank you for the super chat, mate. Weekend update in Streamius discussion. Took the time out for the first time over the weekend. Tons of fun. Took the Tin Men out for the first time this weekend. Tons of fun. Now I want more, lol. Another news, after months of my buddy and I delivering the good word of the rift to our mutual friend, he finally agreed to try Conflict 47. Yes. Another hand touches the rift. The fire rises, brother. The revolution spreads. Dude. Hey, that's a cool looking board, man. That is pretty cool. More robots. More robots, I say. Is that the Mud Skipper conversion? Yeah, I love that. That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Yeah, I love that. Nice. The Hornet, Mud Skipper, and a lot of robots. That's a pretty compact 1500 point army. What have we got? Director, 3 Mark 2s, 2 autocannons, 1 Tesla, and then a squad of 5 with HMGs and a squad of 5 with MMGs and a little Trundle bot, and then we've got a Hornet. Nice, that's pretty cool. It's very the robot armies are very elite. Yeah, 7 order dice, baby. Yeah, that's what we call a compact army. So compact, you could pack it up and put it in one of those things from Star Wars where they then load them all out. Except for they'd load your army out and half the racks would be empty. Yeah, it's so good. The robots they're so fun. It's one of those things where, like, they're very tough, they're very capable, but they've got some flaws, and if you start losing units, it starts going wrong. It starts going bad quickly. Yeah. That's the nature of collecting an elite army. It's very capable, but can't take too many catastrophic failures. Valhalla Melter, thank you for super chat. Hey Tim, I sent a list of discussion for you that went 3 and 2. Absolute Cinema, Armored Infantry and Designation Force, Reconnaissance Taken Hold, Cadian Command Squad, Ursula Creed, Cadian Shock Troops, Chimera, 6 Chimeras. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Taurox Primes, Hellhound, Hippogriff, hippogriff, scout sentinel, scout sentinel, scout sentinel. That's the guy's deployment zone. Yep. Yep. This is our life now. That, yep, because you don't need to have any infantry inside the transports anymore. So you just take really, really cheap transports. 12 empty transports. Where do the infantry go? There are no infantry. You do not need to take infantry in transports anymore. So there are no infantry. So you can just take empty transports now. Yep, you can take empty, Pablo. How? Because in 10th edition, there was a rule that said if you don't, that said you have to put infantry inside transports at the beginning of the game. If you don't, then that transport is automatically destroyed. That rule does not exist in 11th edition. It doesn't exist. Yeah. So now you just guys, what would you rather spend? 85 points on a Chimera or 75 points on an infantry squad? I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? It was removed deliberately. Ah, well, Pablo, that's the question, isn't it? Was it done on purpose? Was it a GW omission? Did the rules writing team fuck up again? Who knows? Who knows? We'll never find. We'll never know. You take 6 of each type. Yeah, well, there's 6 Chimeras and 6 Torx Primes there, man. Torx Prime at 85 points is a steal, yeah. Hydra's only 90, yep. Hydra went down to 90 points, yeah. Now there is just a small, tiny issue with the list, which is that if someone infiltrates against you and then goes first, they tie up like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like infiltrate to like here. And then I'm just gonna walk forward 6 inches, and then I'm just gonna like charge you, and then I'm just gonna like wrap all of this up. So the problem with this list is it is an absolute stat check. It's an absolute stat check. And that's why it will go 3 and 2. That's why it'll go 3 and 2. Because sometimes people will bring infiltrate. Sometimes people won't. Yeah. That's the beauty of infiltrating sentinels. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you can infiltrate the sentinels. Yeah. That is very true. Can't move block except with other monsters and vehicles. I mean, if you're in combat, it's Swords and Smith. If they charge you and they wrap you up, you are in combat, so you'd have to fall back, at which point you can't shoot, right? Unless you can now simply, in 11th edition, simply drive away with no fallback. Which, if that's the case, is mental. And that's a rule I definitely have missed. I understand vehicles can move over enemy infantry, but surely if you're in engagement range, you still have to fall back, right? Swords and Smith. Right. 1 minute. Are we about to unlock the most broken thing about this entire edition? 1 minute. Right. Because I don't think what you're telling me works. Oh, yeah, if they charge. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so no, they... Sorry, Sawson Smith. No, they'll just charge you, man. So yeah, they'll just charge you. They'll infiltrate, and then turn 1, move, charge, trap you. Yeah. That's how they'll do it. And then you'll have a bad time. Yeah. Put a Hellhound there to an Overwatch 5 idiots. I mean, yeah, but it's not that reliable, is it? Because the Hellhound might just fuck up its Overwatch. Right? Yeah. Less inconvenient in Yeah, Hazardous is a lot on fallback is a lot better now for vehicles. For Desperate Escape. Yeah. Madam Alta, that's an absolutely incredible list, and I love it. Comic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I play Krieg 40k, Empire Stars Legion, and Axe K47. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, look at me. I'm so edgy. Fuck off, Cosmic. Because you also play like Americans in K47 as well. So you know what? Like, you're gonna have to work harder if you want those allegations to stick, is all I'm gonna say. John Shepard, thank you for super chat. Pictures discussion of my work in progress of my epic stuff. Nice. That's fucking hell, it's coming along. Finished the 4 units of Libyan heavy infantry and 2 units of Italian allies from the Carthaginian Starter Army. I'm busy paid to the Libyan medium cavalry at the moment. 2 bases to a unit. I have 4 units to paint. Hey, it's coming along, isn't it? It's coming along. It's coming along. Very cool. Very, very, very cool, man. Nice. I love it, dude. I think you're doing an amazing job. I think they look most excellent, and I'm actually kind of jelly that you've managed to get so much of it done already. That's awesome, man. Swords and Smith, thank you for the 37 months. X-Force, baby! Yes, X-Force. Interesting rule discovery in stream discussion. Are you going to make me up? Swords Smith, is this where you show me something that's broken and then try and convince me that this is good for the game? Okay. So per Lender's rules, pivot doesn't cost movement. A surge move is a move as described under that section. So if my oval base turns towards you, I gain 1.1 inches of my surge move. If you touch my expansion objective 6.9 inches away, on a 4+, I'm going to bad touch you. Praise be. In your post-movement phase, each time an enemy unit, excluding aircraft, ends a move within 8 inches of 1 or more Legions Demonica Khorne units from your army, one of those Legions Demonica Khorne units can make a surge move up to D6. 1 minute. Each time you take a model, turn it any amount around the center of its base while keeping it upright. Note that rotating a model does not count towards distance it has moved. So you rotate this guy round the center, so then he's poking into there, and then you just try. Yeah, you just gets you an extra. It gets you a whole bunch of extra movement. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying, yeah, I mean, we already knew pivots were broken, right? I mean, yes, it's very good for you, don't get me wrong. Yeah, so because the pivot doesn't count, you go, okay, as part of my surge move, I'm going to spin the base, and then I'm going to increase my surge move distance by like D6, by like 1.5 inches or something. Yeah. Yeah. That's 11th. Da-na-na. That's just the way it goes. There you are. I'm not even, Saul Smith, I'm not even mad now. I have become inured to the bullshit of 11th edition. I have finished painting up 18 counts as Bulgrin. I know what I'm doing. And I'm going to do it. Have reacted to the acceptance stage of grief? I was there months ago, man. I was there at the beginning of the year. I knew. See, I've been in the acceptance stage of this shit show for like 6 months. That's why, like, I'm not crashing out about 11th. Like a monk in the temple. I entered a state of pure zen. I no longer see the numbers. I just see blonde, brunette, redhead. I have come to accept Warhammer for what it is, for what they want it to be. It is not broken by accident. It is broken by design. The first edition of Warhammer was a paradise. It was a failure. We lost entire groups of wargamers. Your primitive minds kept wanting to break the game. The game must be broken in order for you to accept the Matrix. Seek refuge in Necromunda. Yeah, Robert Surtees, that's not going to happen. I don't know if you've seen. What's happening to Necromunda, but it's. I don't think there's any refuge in the GW bubble. I don't think there's any refuge there anymore. Take this rulebook, chop it in half, baby. There you go. Take refuge in the warp with me. If by warp you mean rift. No, I'm just gonna make everyone else's life as miserable as mine. I'm going to take 18 Bulgrin, 2 super heavies, 3 hellhounds, and a bunch of shit bunches, and I'm going to go take and hold, and if you can't kill 18 Bulgrin off the middle of the board, then I'm going to win, and if you can, then I'm going to lose, and that is just the way it is. Right? That's the way it is. It's the way the world works, baby. There you are. All right, what have we got next? Solomon Smith, you are correct, though. It is an interesting rule discovery and stream discussion. And as a Cornate player, you should, of course, fully leverage it. Because you'd be a fool not to. There you are. What have we got next? What's a W? Thank you for super chat. Hellhound, Dual Flamers, or Flame Heavy Bolter? Always go for Inferno Cannon and Whole Flamer. And I'll tell you why. If you want to... Removing cover from an enemy unit is very important. If you want to leave that down to 3 shots hitting on 5s, be my fucking guest. But you know, and I know, that you're going to roll those dice and no 5 or 6s are coming up. But statistically, I should get 1 hit. Yeah. That's not going to happen though, is it? What have we got next? CJ, thank you for 30 months. X-Force, baby. Starting Imperialis. Mordian, stay away. I'm not playing. I won't play Imperialis. I got into Heresy. They killed Heresy. I bought like 200 quid worth of Necromunda stuff. They killed Necromunda. I'm not. I think the reason why the old world got a good second edition is because I haven't played it for the last 6 months. Yeah. What about the Chem Cannon, Cosmic? It's fine, just short ranged. Yeah, it's fine. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Thank you for the generous super chat, man. The old world keeps winning. Best reveals of the stream, and now the core box is 150 quid. The cafe side of that box alone, if you buy it separately, is £141.50. Adjusting certain boxes price to account for the half box in the core set. That's amazing. Yeah. We can only hope that the core set is going to be not FOMO. Because it looks... Yeah, I mean, it's such a good box set, isn't it? Yeah, it's such a... Yeah, old world, best world. I will say this right now, categorically, old world is the best game GW makes right now. Because you've got your new edition coming up, and it's just a consolidation. And so that means you're safe for another 3 years. That's it. Old world, best world, baby. Warhammer Fantasy. Wouldn't it be highly, highly ironic, maybe even the peak of irony, that GW blew up Warhammer Fantasy and then only a decade, because it was failing, if a decade later they had to blow up 40k because its edition wasn't doing very well. I don't know if 11th edition is going to be good or bad. Like, I mean, it'll probably be fine, right? But I guess we're all waiting for this first balance patch already, guys. Just think about that for a moment. The game's only just out. We're already waiting for the first balance patch. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Yeah. Bruce Oakman, honestly, the core price is very reminiscent of old school GW and the value in their boxes. Back in the day, I was floored when I saw the price of 50 quid. Yeah. It's very good. It's cheaper than the 40k one, which is a pretty big deal. And you're getting a lot of, especially on the Chaos side. The Chaos side must be like nearly 1,000 points worth of stuff, especially if you take, what do you call it, Chosen. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very, very good deal. Damn good deal. Damn good deal. You take that deal? I take that deal. Damn right. Damn good deal. Valhalla Melter, thank you for super chat. Feeling really good about the 3 Hellhounds I ordered the day the change to how cover works was announced. Munda isn't dead yet, by the way. It could be fine. Necromunda is going to be absolutely, totally, and utterly okay. Because if the new edition comes out and it's dog shit, people will just play an old edition. Because the game has no global community. The game is utterly tribal, which makes sense because it's all a bunch of gangs, right? No, but seriously, the game is utterly tribal. People just play Necromunda within a close-knit community. Just you and a mate, you and a couple of mates, that's all it is. And so if the new edition comes out and it's just dog shit, people just won't play it, and they'll just continue playing with what they already have. And they might and if the gloves are off, then people might even go back to an older edition. That's even better, because apparently Necromunda, people might even go back to the OG Necromunda, which apparently is the best version they've ever made. Who knows? So it's whatever happens, Necromunda isn't going to die. GW will either release a good edition, which everyone will go over to, or they'll release a bad edition, which a whole bunch of the community take one look at and go, I think we're okay, and they'll just keep playing the way they play. Yeah, that's it. So Necromunda, it's fun to sort of meme a little bit and joke a little bit about how it's so absolutely fucked, but the truth is that it's not. Yeah, it's actually even less fucked than something like Blood Bowl, because people hold Blood Bowl up as like this pinnacle of the community game, but Blood Bowl has sort of been, the thing with Blood Bowl is people did go over to the new season thing, and I think it does have some issues. Yeah. So but Blood Bowl is very similar to it, but I think Necromunda is even more like it. Yeah. Which is great. That's the way it should be. Yeah. As for the 3 Hellhounds for Helen Melter, yes, I think that was a very good decision. I think that's a very good decision indeed. Bruce Oakman, Blood Bowl players, myself included, was happy to have support again at One Glory. Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? You just... Yeah, thanks, GW. Release the new models now. Fuck off again. Yeah, I mean, that's the... Honestly, it is the most refreshing thing to see in so many of these non-40k games where GW, like, releases something or makes some, like, boneheaded fucking pants-on-head decision. And the community's reaction is, yeah, we're not going to deal with that. It's fine. But thank you for the models. Now fuck off. Like, I love that. I love that about Old World. That GW was like, oh yeah, half the factions, you can't use them. And the community just went, no, we're not doing that. We're allowing it. Even before we had the renegade rules from Square Based, the community's reaction was, oh, well, obviously you can still use your Skaven the entire time. Obviously you can still use Dark Elves the entire time. Like, obviously. Like GW just completely and utterly failed to sign up the Old World community, and they have continued to completely and utterly fail to sign up them. Which is why I think this new version, this new book coming out, being Consolidation, is a reflection of that. GW going, oh wait, we can't like fucking treadmill them. We can't. That shit doesn't work on them. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so I think that is a reflection of it. I think if there was something similar going on in 40k, you'd see GW's attitude change. But there we are. All right. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. I hate clanners in 40k and BattleTech. Stream discussion. Let's have a look. So, if anything, the clan houses are as bad, if not worse, than noble houses here on Necromunda. I told you had it good. You wouldn't listen. Grass is always green on the other side, but I told you getting paid in turnips is actually, and having like turnip-based futures and all that kind of stuff. I told you it was a good system. Ye of little faith. They have all manner of infuriating feuds, rivalries, and idiosyncrasies. It is enough to drive a man mad. They're just not of the same noble stock as you and I. This is why, we in the dynasties, specifically our dynasty, we don't mix with the riffraff. We don't mix with the land-lubbing riffraff. They do their thing, and we do our more elite, sophisticated thing, like turnip-based masquerade balls. Yeah, I find that they are all swagger and brag. I find they all swagger and brag about their achievements, yet the truth remains they are an unwashed mass living in the middle of a hive breathing recycled fats. That's true. Except for the Van Sar. They are cool in my book. They're just posers. You think they're cooler, but really, still. Frustratingly, the Delax seem to have no real presence. Oh, everyone knows they are around here somewhere, but that where is never actually stated. It appears that Underhive, a psychotic, violent wasteland, is perhaps where the Delax can be pinned down. So we descend further into the hive. Mentally, I am here. I feel like that cat most days. Well, good luck. You're wading further into the sludge of the proletariat. All right, what have we got next? Clash Cat, thank you for super chat. Greetings. Thinking about an early war list in stream discussion. 12, 50 points. Order dice, 18. Rifle platoon with an experienced officer. Regular German squad with SMG and LMG. Spar Trooper squad. Gerberg Jaeger. Yeah, that's fine. Brandenburgers, Special Forces. Yeah. Light Mortar Team, Hanomag. I think we got 2 here, infantry squads. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think Brandenburgers are early war, man. I think were the Brandenburgers very specifically the guys that fucked around in Battle of the Bulge. Maybe they did other stuff as well, but I thought that the Brandenburgers were were the ones that were really active in the bulge thing. So that might be something you need to look at. Or as also check the Spar Trooper and also okay for the period. Light artillery, pack 36, pack 36, 2 Panzer IIs, 2 Panzer Is. Yeah, I mean, other than the Brandenburger thing, it looks fine. Mixture of infantry and stuff. Good for early war because, yeah, I mean, you haven't got a lot of anti-tank. But that's fine because it's early war, so as long as you face someone else who's not got a lot of heavy armor, you should be okay. Brandenburg is from World War I earlier. Oh, okay, fine. That's all right then. No, I mean, like, the best thing to do is just to read up. That's the beauty of it, man. That's the beauty. Apparently, people in chat are saying they were fine. But, you know, if in doubt, read up. Learn the history. That is the beauty of bot action. You find a unit that you think sounds interesting, and then you lose 3 hours going on a massive rabbit hole, getting further and further into the unit, and just finding out more and more stuff, and it's really cool. Yeah. So yeah, if I'd say, you know, if it says early war, great. Then learn a little bit about what they were doing in the early war. All right. All right. So we've fully caught up with the super chat. So I want to say big thank you to all of you who have got the stream popping off. I need to quickly nip downstairs and get a refill. And when I do, I've got some topics that I want to talk about. One of which is a little bit beefy. Well, actually, a few of them are a bit beefy, but they're all like little. Not all of them. A couple of them are a little beefy. Some of them are totally normal. All right. So I'll be back in 1 minute. Uno momento, por favor. All right. Got a glass of water. Eagle-eyed viewers of you may notice I have changed t-shirt. That's because I realized I hadn't put the antiperspirant on. And I was sweating. And so I've put some on now and I've changed my t-shirt. So there you are. With that fascinating bit of information out of the way, we must talk. We must talk. There's something we need to talk about. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri. I don't mean to alarm you, but I have a confession to make. I was wrong. I know. Not that surprising, really. See, this is why I don't read rules.
For duty, sir.
See, I don't really read the rules. The rules read me. So what happened is I got very excited thinking that I'd found a way to make the guard infantry just slightly less shit. Like that's all I was trying to do. Just make the guard infantry slightly less utterly shite. And I thought I'd found a way, but it turns out that GW, in their infinite malice, has headed me off at the pass. And actually, I can't make the guard infantry good, and they are utterly bollocks. And I'm really annoyed about it, because I wanted to take 3 blobs of 20 Kriegers, and now I'm just like, why bother? So let me take you through what happened. Earlier, I'll probably have this as a stream highlight, so it'll probably go out this week, so I want to correct this as soon as possible. Earlier this week, I did a video, here it is, saying Games Workshop accidentally fixed commissars, and now they are S tier. And the reason why I thought that that commissars are really good is because of the core rules. So if you just allow me to bring up the core rules of Warhammer 40k, I can show you what I was talking about. So what my premise was, I'm just going to bring it up now. Here we go. What my premise was this. That commissars could now protect your infantry from orders. Orders being lost. So what used to happen in 10th edition is you would do orders at you do orders at the beginning of the phase, and then battle shock was done at the end of the phase. So what happened was you would do like an order like take aim, and then if you failed your battle shock test, you would then lose that order. Furthermore, if you then had a commissar that then shot a guy, because they can do it at the start of any phase, then what would happen is you could unbattle shock the squad, but they would still have lost their order. So that's what happened in 10th. And I was like, oh, well, things have changed now in 11th. Because in 11th, it's like, but it says step 3, battle shock, step 4, command abilities. And I was like, oh shit, man. Like, that's command abilities. That's like the commissar's like summary execution, right? So I was like, right, okay, good. So we can take a battle shock test, and then if we fail it, we can then execute a guy. That's because that's a command ability, right? And then we can then do an order, which is also a command ability. So sweet, like actually commissars work as intended, which is excellent, because they've not worked as intended for like 3 years. And I was like, sweet, we've all done it. This is awesome. Great. Now, it was pointed out on the video that it is certainly not as clear cut as I thought it was. Now, I do think there is potentially an argument to be made that it could happen this way. But again, this is the problem. If I read the rules, I play by I learn by playing, I should say. So this is why I don't read the rules. But the reason why people are saying it doesn't work like that is because, if you let me bring up the Commissar's datasheet here for a second, it will only take a moment. You all animals, be patient. There you go. So, on the Commissar's datasheet, summary execution says once per battle round at the start of any phase, you can select one friendly asteroid arm unit that is battle shocked and within 12 inches of this model. If you do, one model in that unit is destroyed and that unit is then no longer battle shocked. So the reason why people are saying it doesn't work is because the core rules state that one, start of command phase, rules that are triggered at the start of the command phase are resolved now. Now, we might need to dig into this a little bit, but I guess my thought process was, well, this is a command ability because it's rules that are triggered in the command phase, excluding those that are triggered at the start or end the phase when gaining core CP or by battle shock rolls are now resolved. And I was like, well, that's a command ability. It's like doing an order as a command ability. Like it's, to me, a command ability. I'm just reading this, I haven't searched what a command ability is. Maybe there's a definition of it, but how I read it was command abilities are things that like your units do, right? Like your units are doing these things. You're issuing commands. Like I'm a very I'm very like intuitive rules kind of guy. So to me, a command ability is something like an officer is doing, or a leader, or something like that. Like a hero, he's commanding, right? So that's how when I read through this, I just instinctively, because I often, I'm just a normal person, so I just sort of read the rules and sort of go, oh, well, it makes sense logically to do it this way, so that's the way it works, right? But the reason why it's now being argued it doesn't work that way, and I definitely see, I actually agree with people that say it doesn't, that my original reading doesn't work. I've now flip-flopped. I've changed, I've walked across the floor, I've changed now, because it says rules that are triggered at the start of the command phase are resolved now. Now, the Commissar's rule isn't like specifically triggered in the command phase. It's triggered at the start of any phase, but I think that's pretty clear cut, right? Like the command phase is a phase, and it says in the Commissar's summary execution at the start of any phase. So I think, it very clearly says start of here. And it says, start of here. So I think that you could say, and I always tend to err on the side of caution. If there's in my way of doing this is, if I'm not certain or if a rule is muddy, then I always play it in the way that's disfavorable to me, not favorable to me, because that's just the right thing to do. I'm not looking for rules exploits. We all want to play above the belt. Like that's the way it should be. So I can, even though I can see the, command abilities being intended for like, this is things that your units do. And this is like army rules and shit. Like, even though that's my sort of gut feeling on it, it's definitely not clear. That's the way it is. And it does seem pretty clear on the Commissar's datasheet that it says start of, and the start of the command phase says start of. So it doesn't work. And I would say in essence, the Commissar's ability is still as balked as it was. because because now you become battle shocked in the command phase and you can't execute someone until the movement phase. And that's basically how it was in 10th edition as well, when you think about it, because you become battle shocked before you become battle shocked to lose your orders, and then at the start of the movement phase you'd execute the guy. Now, what I find to be, I would say, quite annoying about this, and I don't know, and maybe it was this way in 10th edition as well, so maybe I'm just 3 years later to this beef, but what I find quite annoying is I feel like the Commissar's ability is now somehow worse. It's not even been like, oh, it stayed as bad as it was. I kind of feel like it's worse. Because imagine this scenario. You become battle shocked in your opponent's turn. You could then execute. Let's say you go below. You jump out of a transport. You get blown out of a transport, and you go below half strength, and you become battle shocked. And what you do is you then blow a guy's brains out, and you then become unbattle shocked. At the beginning of your next turn, you could then blow another guy's brain out. Let's say you blow a guy's brain out at the beginning of your command phase. You would then become unbattle shocked, but then you'd have to do a battle shock test again, which is kind of fucked. And where I think this actually gets a little, and you might say, well, that's how it always was. And thinking about it, yeah, it is. But where I think it gets worse is you could get blown out of a transport at the start of your command phase, kill a guy, and if that then takes you down to half strength, you could then end up triggering a battle shock later on, which then causes you to fail. So you're almost incentivized to like not execute someone, because it's now easier to reach the threshold of battle shock, and at the same time it's also easier to lose people from like hazardous tests and stuff like that. So it actually feels worse, because it feels like you're more likely to lose people, and then you're de-incentivized to kill anyone else, because that might actually end up causing you then have to take a battle shock test. So it in a funny sort of way, it actually feels a lot worse. Yeah, it actually feels a lot worse. And I just can't really see a good way of getting commissars to work now. And I do think this does kind of still kill. I think this kind of kills infantry now. Because the idea was that you would you'd put a commissar on an infantry blob. You'd have a 175 point infantry blob, which would be relatively cost effective. And that bit still works. But the idea, so that made infantry like somewhat more tolerable. But actually getting infantry back to working was this idea that the commissar could actually insulate your infantry from orders, which is actually something unique that like your battle tanks and stuff couldn't benefit from. But it doesn't work like that. So I guess we've had a little bit of hope, and now that hope's been dashed on the rocks, and I don't know, maybe it's made it worse. It's made it worse, because I thought we were going to be okay, and then yeah, it's made it worse in my opinion. They can still take aim though. That's true. They can still take aim, but it now just feels the only way you could really make this work now is by having officers that were like disembarking from transports or coming on from reserve. Because what you could do is do an order or fail a battle shock test in your movement phase, kill a guy, then bring an officer on from off board, and then when they come onto the board, they can then do their orders, because it's when they get deployed onto the battlefield. So that's the only way to make it work, but it still feels like super rough. Super rough. Yeah, I don't. it's just bitty and horrible and awful and shite. It's pretty rough. So yeah, I'm unfortunately, long story short, Battle Shock does not work. But Battle Shock is still a big problem for us as guard players. Commissars do not work to help protect us from that, and guard infantry is still in quite a bad place. And this is just, it's just a real shame, because we're starting to see already, we're starting to see guard players pivot, and where they are pivoting to is some deeply unnatural places. So earlier in the stream, Woody sent me a list and a picture of said list, and I'll see if I can find it for you guys. And this list went 3-2 at a tournament. Here's the picture. It's so this is the guard players list. It's 22 vehicles, which are all like empty dedicated transports. There's 6 empty chimeras, there's 6 empty Torques, primes, then a bunch of like hellhounds, sentinels, hippogriffs, with like just Creed in the middle just to order them all. And this is fun as a bit of a meme list, right? Don't get me wrong. Because it's cool that guard players are finding ways to adapt, because, quick side note, you don't need to have infantry inside transports anymore. You can just buy empty transports. That's totally okay. At time of recording, that might change, of course, in the future. But the point is, like, is this a fun sort of meme list to roll out every so often as a bit of a laugh? Yes, of course. Is this the way that we want our army to have to go in order to like actually have a chance? I don't think so. Taking a bunch of empty dedicated transports is not my idea of playing the guard. It's funny, and I'm not saying this player's done anything wrong. I don't think they have. It's funny, and I would love to try this out for an RTT or GT once myself. But when I signed up to the guard, this is not really what I had in mind. Just a bunch of empty transports. And some people say, oh, it's cool. It's just, it's a bunch of tanks. Yeah, it is a bunch of tanks. And a bunch of tanks is cool, don't get me wrong. But it's the idea of just taking empty transports. Like, transports should be taken to transport stuff. It is different, and I know the defenders will rush to defend it, and I understand the arguments they're making, but it's not that this isn't cool seeing a bunch of guard vehicles. It's just a little tragic that the best way to play is to take a bunch of empty dedicated transports. What are they dedicated to? I don't know. Victory, perhaps. Yeah, and so I do think we are starting to see more guard players pivot to this kind of stuff. I mean, people taking 18 Bullgrin is going to become very commonplace and whatnot. And so I think for me, what I'm trying to do is find ways of making, for lack of a better term, proper guard, like core guard, like work. And what I'm starting to begrudgingly accept and realize is that I just don't think that's the way we're meant to be played. I don't think that's the way that GW wants us to be played. I don't know how. Apparently they want us to just be the meme faction. Apparently they just want us to be the absolute skewless faction. Who knows? But it's pretty crazy. So anyway, like I said, long story short, the Commissar, it's murky at the moment. I'll tell you what, I'll search in this document command abilities. I'll just share my screen so you guys can see me go through this. Let's have a look. Command phase, command abilities. Command points, command points. GW documents, I'm in a bad one now. No, so there's no like definition of command abilities in the core rules. Obviously, there might be something in the app or whatever, but yeah. So it does seem like the definition of command abilities is probably like this one here. That is the definition of command abilities, but it just seems a little unintuitive. It does seem a little unintuitive, but there we go. So commissars do not protect your orders. They are as useless as they were in 10th edition for that purpose. And your best bet is to just see them as a cheap way of getting take aim on a blob for 30 points. And you should hope that they go out there and they kill everything and then they all die, because there's no point in trying to have them running around when they're battle shocked to buggery. But of course, all of that is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Let's have a look. We've got some super chats here. Introactivity, thank you for super chat, man. Leak and GW main studio has gone retro in stream discussion. They've gone retro, have they? Let's have a look. Leak, the new Sigmar John's Handbook just went on pre-order, and of course it's been leaked. I looked through it to my astonishment. GW provided a guide for scratch-built terrain. This is a main studio product. What? Charging units on terrain. In some cases, it is not possible to reach an enemy unit. Charge team pieces. Some terrain features such as wildwoods or collections of smaller time-worn ruins are made of multitude pieces. Each scenery piece that makes part of the same terrain feature must be set up so that all the pieces in the... Oh, here. The second battlefield uses scratch-built terrain. Before setting the terrain, both players discussed and agreed on the terrain type of each terrain feature. They were using as shown below. Place of power, 2 area terrain, 3 obstacle, 4 obscuring terrain. My God. Scratch-built terrain, and it shows part of the screen bell. I like 60 quid kit. Yeah, I mean, I think this has been scratch-built using GW products. But holy shit, man. It's still a big deal. It's still a big deal. My God. It's been a long ass time since I saw anything to do with scratch built terrain. Yeah. Let us take our small grain of hope and clutch it tightly. That is kind of interesting, though, Tony. Keep an eye on that for sure. Elijah Snow, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, could you trigger at the start of the end phase of the prior turn, i.e. end of turn 1, for this to function turn 2? It wouldn't help because you... So, yes, let's say it wouldn't help because let's say the enemy does like 50% casualties to one of your units. You don't instantly become battle shocked. You then have to test for battle shock in your command phase in step 3. So it doesn't help. And if you became battle shocked in step if you became battle shocked in your opponent's turn, you could then execute someone before the start of your turn. Let's say that let's say they battle shoot in their shooting phase. You could then execute someone in your like charge phase and battle shocked. Then you go into your turn and you hit step 3 and you have to test for battle shock again. So it doesn't stop you from becoming re-battle shock. That's the problem. Yeah, it's a pisser, man. It's an absolute pisser. Yeah. Trooper, thank you for the super chat. 07, sir, I don't have a problem. Update in stream discussion. You do have a problem. Problem is you don't have enough mechs. 07, sir, once again, I went into the breach, under the breach in the inner sphere. I am prepping to prime / fix the prime on 26 models. I also managed to land an old 25th anniversary starter box with everything in it for $76 US. That's pretty good. 26 models, data sheets and maps, and rulebook, and a lore book. Sure, scopes the box are older, but it's fun seeing old stuff on the table. Got an old blackjack done as well. No guts, no galaxy. Wait, are these 26 new mechs? Oh, God. Yes, I see now. These are not your current mechs. These are just the new ones you've added to the flotilla. Oh, dear. This guy's cool as fuck. This big, like, Aztec-looking motherfucker. Yeah, I like him. Battletech introductory box set. I mean, that's very cool, isn't it? Oh, it's very, very, very cool. It's very cool, man. That some of these old models are totally fucking mental, and I love them. Wait, are his guns like pointing downwards, or is that just how his guns work? Like, do they like shoot out and go forward, or does he need to like raise the arms a bit? Ah, he looks great, man. He looks great. That's just the model. Beautiful, beautiful model. Absolute 10 out of 10. Absolute 10 out of 10. Cavasius, I'd like to ask you to think about this empty transport rule in the light of other factions. It is genuinely ruining the list building. Why won't you run 6 Razorbacks and 6 Impulsors? Because I think I think certain factions will be able to exploit this better than others. So if we head over to the old new recruit, let's have a look. Which faction can exploit this the best? Chaos. I've just got rhinos, so that doesn't matter. Imperium. I guess Sisters could exploit it quite effectively. I think Sisters and Guard probably do it the best. Marines all get the same transports now, don't they? Eldar might be able to exploit it quite aggressively. Let's look at dedicated transports. Razorbacks are 95 points. I mean, 95 points isn't that cheap. Yeah, sure, you could. You can't even take Twin Assault Cannon anymore. Wait, really? Wait, maybe the Blood Angels can. Wait, can Blood Angels do it? Blood Angels used to be able to put assault cannons on everything. Boo! Boo! Fucking, what have they done, man, to this fucking game? So maybe Black Templars? They can still put multi-melts and everything, can't they? Let's have a look. What? I thought they could put multi-melts onto everything. Ah, they can. Maybe it's just on that. Oh my god. Obama Barack. I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna wank you off now. Wait, oh shit, I've not got... My alert's still not playing. Shit, 1 minute. 1 minute. I took them off. I need to put them back on. Yeah. 1 minute, 1 minute. Just nobody panic. Nobody panic. Everyone just chill. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Let's test it. Oh no, shit, I did the wrong one. 1 minute. Let's just test this.
Victory is assured.
I think that's working now, but let's have a look. Where is it? Aha. There we go. All right. All right. It's popping up, baby! Yes! It's popping up! Obama Barack, thank you for the $100 super chat, baby! Yes! Oh my days. Oh my days. Dude, thank you so much for the incredible support. I was just here talking about how we might be able to break the game in dedicated transports, and Obama Barack just comes in. He's like, bro, I got something for you to talk about. It's popping off. My God. My God, sir. Everyone in chat, spam 07 as much as you can. Let's show our appreciation and our love for Obama Barack for coming in with the big super chat. Holy fuck, man. 07, you crazy, beautiful, magnificent bastard. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for blowing our nips off. Thank you so much for going above and beyond. Absolutely incredible. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my days. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. Obama Barack, he's not even attached a message. He's not even attached a message. He's just like, nah, man. My message, it speaks for itself. Oh my God, the alerts. 1 minute, the alerts are too big. 1 minute. Whee! There we go. The deal just popping up on screen. Professional streamer at work. Also, chat is gone. Oh yeah, chat is gone. Wait, was chat on there earlier? Was chat on there earlier? I feel like... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, 1 minute. I fucked it up. 1 minute. It's okay. It's okay. I've got it. I'll fix it. 1 minute. Was chat was on there earlier, wasn't it? It just went away. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I fixed it. It's okay. No need to panic. 1 minute. That goes there. That's going back there. That's going there. That's going there. And we're back, baby. And we are back. See? I know. Look. It's all held together with spit and string, but at least I know where the spit goes and I got plenty of string. There you go. I'm back. I'm not even finished wanking you off for the last thing. And then you come in with 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, yes, yes. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You got any more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. Oh, my God. Oh my god. Dude, I raised my glass to you. I raised my glass to you. About many, 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 many 07s. Thank you, thank you, thank you 1,000 times. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. Holy shit. I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the tits. I'm fucking ready, boys. I'm feeling it now. Oh my god, I'm feeling it. Seriously, thank you so much, man, for the incredible support, and thank you for just doing more than your part, bro. Holy fuck, man. Baby. All right, let's get this stream fucking into overdrive now. All right, I've got the energy behind me. What do we got here? Cavasius, thank you 2 months, man. Dedicated transports ruining stream instead of Imperial Guard. What do you mean dedicated transports ruining the stream? Oh, because I was fucking around with it. I think dedicated. I think to me it feels like Black Templars could probably abuse it the most. But I guess the big question is, if you're a Black Templar player, why would you take a Razorback when you could just take like a Predator? Like how much is a Predator? It's 135 points. I mean, yeah, what's that, like 40 points more? But you're getting more heavy bolters. I don't know. I guess it adds up, right? Get both? That's a great point. Okay. Let's have a look. Six Razorbacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 Impulsors. 3 Predators. 3 Predators. And a Tech Marine. That's probably not even the best list, is it? There's probably even better ones than that. But that is certainly a list. Which was the one that removes cover? No. The Hammer Strike. Okay, so let me just... Huh. Oh, the step cost involved. Oh no, we won't deal with that then. Predator. There you go. Battle size 2K. Detachment. Probably want to go... Where the fuck's the Ironstorm, right? For the Purge. And then there's probably a speeder detachment knocking around here as well, right? Is it Full Gaius Task Force? Yeah. We'll go Purge. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18. 18. And there's probably other ways of doing it as well. So that's how Marines would do it. What are the people were saying Eldar before? Okay, Eldar. I think Eldar could. Could Gene Stealer Cult be quite good at this? Hang on, but we'll try Eldar first. Battle size, strike force, detachment, don't know yet. Disposition, don't know yet. Get rid of all the legend shite. Okay. Dedicated transports. Starweaver and Wave Serpents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What can each of these Wave Serpents have? Obviously, we'll have a Shuriken Cannon instead. I mean, how good are Shuriken Cannons these days? I mean, lethal hits is pretty good. Damage 2 is pretty good. AP 1 is like fine, right? So, what does the Serpent Shield do these days? Oh, subtract 1 from the wound. It's okay. Do you know who I think breaks this, though? I think you guys are all thinking... You guys are all thinking the wrong way. I think Tau. Possibly. Yeah, it's... Oh, you can only take 6 of them. But each Devilfish comes with 2 Seeker Missiles. Like 200 killers. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of firepower for 510 points. And they don't even need to like guide or anything. Or they can guide if they want to. 2 Seeker Missiles is pretty punchy. Strength 40, 8.3, D6 1 shots. Tau feel kind of good at that. I'm not gonna lie. My other bet is maybe GSC and Votan. That's kind of my other bet. Where's GSC? Goliath, what do you get on a Goliath truck these days? 85 points. Heavy stubber, demolition charge, twin autocannon. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's got to be Dark Elder though, right? It's got to be Dark Elder. I don't care. Dedicated. Oh, it's definitely Dark Elder, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 18 vehicles, 590 points left, baby. That's what it's all about. Upgrade those to splinter cannons, star weavers. Yeah, it's got to be Dark Elder, right? It's got to be. Oh, is it or sometimes my own genius terrifies me. No, 80 vehicles, 1,500 points. Or 1,410 points, I should say. Still 600 points left over. Or sometimes my own genius does astound me. I was right on my instinct. We're going GSC. Beep. Beep, motherfuckers. Check this out. All right. Battle size. 2K. Detachment. It's never been done. Brood Brothers. Take and hold. Dedicated truck. Dedicated transport. I'll take 6 trucks, please. And then I will go over to my allied units. And I will find the Chimera. And I will take 6 of them. And then I will find the Taurox Primes. And I will take 6 of them. And I have now 18 vehicles, all with good guns, I might add, and I have 500 points left over.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
You cannot handle this level of genius. It's 1,000 points. Do you know how many I've taken? I've taken less than... I wonder if I've taken 1,000 actually. What is 85 times 12? Let's find out. Ah! I'm 1 over. Guess we'll drop one of those Tauroxes then. Or one of those Chimeras even. 1 over. Okay. And then we need... We could take more vehicles. The Achilles Ridgerunner. Ooh, bit expensive at 105 points. I think Guard does it best. I think Guard does it best. I really do. I think we have the best light vehicle spam in the game. Yeah, I think Guard does it best. So lists, create list, Imperium. Although I feel like, let me have a quick look at, did I do sisters before actually? Let me have a look. I thought I did. Okay. Let me go Imperium, sisters, test. Because what I'm thinking is, because immolators are dedicated transports. They are dedicated transports, guys. At 110 points. Let me just try something out here.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the
What is the best detachment? I'll just recommend. What I was gonna say, what's the best attachment for tank spam?
Indeed. When it comes to fighting
That seems
crime,
kind of expensive.
there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Wait, how come the 1 minute? There you go. So what I'm thinking is we will take 6 immolators and we'll take 6 sister squads. 6 rhinos. And then we will take no, I need to get rid of all this shit. It's clogging up me thinking. And then I think we will take 3 squads of sisters. And that will allow us to put... Because sisters... How many special weapons do sisters get? 1... I suppose I could just check here, actually. Maybe sisters aren't the right choice here. What do Dominions do these days? Dominions get 4 special weapons.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. See, my instinct is this. 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This is my instinct. 6 immolators. So you take 6 squads of sisters and you break them down in all the good shit in one half, all the bolter bitches in the other half. You then break those 6 squads of sisters down into 5-man squads. Because you can do that with the immolators, right? You can split. So you take all of the bolter ones and put them in the immolators. And that leaves you with 6 5-man squads, which you then put in the rhinos. And that way, and the good shit goes in the rhinos, and that way you have a multi-melter and a melter gun sticking out the top of the rhino. And that way you have 60 battle sisters and 12 vehicles all equipped with melters. And that's quite nice. That's quite nice indeed. There might be a better way of doing it, though. You could take Retributors, and you could take Dominions, and maybe that would become slightly more efficient. Because you could have like 2 Retributors at the top with their multi-melters, and 2 metal guns at the top. Maybe that would be slightly more punchy, but I think it would cost a lot of money, a lot more points. It probably wouldn't actually. Actually, it wouldn't cost a lot more points. Because half of these sisters aren't doing anything. And Dominions are a straight swap. And what the fuck are they called? Repent's really 5 points more. So actually, if you were just like, no, I just want maximum drive-by. There you go. There you are. 225 points left over. There's probably better ways you could do this. Oh, wait, there are step costs involved with some of these other units. I don't think there's step costs involved with the sisters. I don't think so, anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, there isn't. 260 points left over. How much is the Castigator? 165. Too expensive. Imperial Agents, though. Probably get you. You probably get a Chimera with an extra couple of guys poking out the top. Yeah. But yeah, I think we could answer them. Let me have a quick piss, and then we'll look at the best version we can do with Gad. Okay. Let's have a look. Lists. Create. Imperium. The Empress True Finest. Beep. Beep. Motherfucker. Create list. Battle size, 2k. Detachment. I'm feeling either armored infantry. I'm feeling armored infantry and designation force. Now, we need to get rid of some of this shite. Forces position. Recon. We want Imperial agents. We don't want Crucible, Knights, Legends, Titans, Unaligned forces. Okay. So, let us go down to the dedicated transport section first. And let us put in here, bang, 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 bang. Yeah, and then bang, 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 bang. Okay, excellent. We then need probably 3 Hellhounds. At the very least, we want 2. Because then we also want, what's he called? Bozo. Cotiers. He's like a 3rd Hellhound. But I think I just want I think I want to lean into it. So we're going to go a 3rd Hellhound. Okay. Now, if we want more dedicated transports, then we need to take the Inquisitorial Chimera. We can take 2 of them. It says we can take 6. I don't think we can take 6, though. Because we need to be able to actually put things inside them. Now, we could take an Inquisitorial Chimera and then put a basic Inquisitor, which I think is the cheapest option, inside each one. And technically that would work. Technically that would work. I wonder, though. I think we have to take an Inquisitor, don't we? Or do we? I think we could just take our requisition unit, can't we? See, I've got an idea. Requisition. Yeah. See, my idea is we take 2 Sisters of Battle's Immolators and then a single Sisters of Battle squad, which can then be broken across both of those. Because in agents, you have to take them. I don't know if it's worth it, though. I think that's too expensive. I think it's too buku. I don't think agents is going to help us. Apart from co-chairs, I don't think agents helps us. Remove hellhounds and put immolators and priests. I think that's more expensive than just taking a hellhound, though, isn't it? Yeah. So then I think we need scout sentinels. That's and we want them to infiltrate, because otherwise we're in deep shit. Someone's going to infiltrate against us, and we're going to be in a bad way. Now, the only thing I can think of next is we need orders. I think that's it. I think we just need some orders. And I feel like the cheapest way to get the orders that we want. I mean, that guy had the Creed command blob. It's expensive, though. It's 85 points plus 65 is 150, but it's 225 points. And yeah, that gets your orders wherever you want. But I can't help but thinking it would be better to have 1, 2, 3 KD Castellans. That's at least with 100 points left over. I don't know what we can get with 100 points. I don't know if we could get a Hydra. But I don't know if our list is better than that guy's list. I mean, is it? We've got 3, 9. We've got 20. We've got 21 vehicles. And he had 22. I don't know if we can. We can only get one more vehicle in here no matter what. Maybe that guy came up with the best version straight away. Maybe he already figured it out for us. I think putting things aside defeats the point. Well, I was kind of hoping for some orders. Hope, you know, that's kind of what I was. Hibbers 70 points each. They are. So let's have a look at this guy's list. Let's have a look. Where is it? So he had Creed Blob, 6 Chimeras, 6 Torx Primes, 2 Hellhounds, 4 Hippogriffs, and then 4 Sentinels. That's 4, 8, 10, 22. I mean, I think you want the Hellhound so you can ignore cover. And I think you do. And I think you want the Scout Sentinels so that you can stop people from infiltrate cooking you. So I don't know, maybe this is the best version. Dreer's 3 orders for 75 points. True. We could drop 2 Cadian Castellans and take Dreer. That gives 135 points. My God, it's so close. Right, 1 minute. Drop the Hellhound. Take... Where are you, you salty bastard? Cotiers. 175 points. It's so close. We can get so much. I mean, we can get 2 Hippogriffs. 35 points left over. We can't buy anything. It's so close. We can buy a priest. That's our best bet. I don't know if it helps us, though. Do we lose a Hellhound? Or do I stoically refuse to drop any Hellhounds? Oh, I lost a Hellhound. I don't think we've come out much better. Do we get 1 extra vehicle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we've just got 22. We're still on 22. We can't beat him. This guy is just too good. We can't beat him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Yeah, we've only just managed to we've only equalized him. God damn it. We've only managed to equalize him. That's the that's our lot in life, it would seem. You take arms as a Hippogriffs, it's cheaper. Okay. Let's do it. 1 minute. Will it make any difference is the question. 55 points. We can't afford another armored sentinel, unfortunately. We've already maxed out. But technically we've saved a few points now. Putting this to one side, I think this is a funny list, but it has got me thinking on what might actually be a good list. Or a more thematic list, shall we say. Bear with. Bear with, my darlings. Bear with. Do we still have codes in here? No. I'm just playing around. I'm just playing. Hang on. It's all going to be worth it. You'll see. Okay, it's going to be worth it. We don't like Commissar Graves, do we? She's a bag of shit. No. We're looking for Creed. And then we're looking for some hippogriffs, I think. Where are they? Oh, well, we'll see how many orders we've got. So we've got 3, we've got 9 orders.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade.
The Scout Sentinels, we will give... Oh, bugger me. Scout Sentinels, we're going to give Heavy Flamers. And they're going to be up front. Let's work this out. Heavy Flamers. The Chimeras can also get Heavy Flamers. Okay. Okay. 1 minute. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. All right. Okay, you meant to have this as well, you bastard things. Right, bang, 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 bang. Okay, okay. Hellhound, good. Yeah. Hunter Killer. Armored Sentinels. We're going to go for auto cannons. Okay. I think auto cannons are the best option. Now, this gives us 9 orders, but we actually currently only have 3 vehicles that actually want those orders, which is the Armored Sentinels, because the Hellhounds don't really need them. The Scout Sentinels don't really need them, unless we want the Scout Sentinels not to infiltrate. I feel like we do want them to infiltrate, though. But if we don't, my God, it's all coming together, boys. Hang on, it's all coming together. Check this out. Check this out. We're moving from Heavy Flamers. We're going more auto cannons. Okay. That's 9 orders. 6 units. 1, 2, 3. My God. My God. 3 Hydras. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. My God. 1 minute. We can do better than this. We can do better than this. I know we can do better than this. 1 minute.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
give me
one
that.
man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Ah, so close. So close to victory. I can almost taste it. Oh, it's so damn close. You see, I'm trying to get as many light vehicles in the list as possible. Oh my God. Right, so where we're at is we now have 6 armored sentinels, 6 hippogriffs, and 6 scout sentinels, which is 18 vehicles. We've then got 4 chimeras and 2 hellhounds, which is another 6. So that gets us to 24 vehicles. And I think we actually have orders for all the ones that we want to have orders. You've given me the answers. How have you given me the answers? 4 armored sentinels, 6 scout, 2 hellhounds, 6 chimeras, 6 ultramarine, Dreer, Creed. No. That's see. I want. Yes, that is good. How many is that? That's 10, 12, 24. Does that beat my number? Okay, we both got 24. We both got 24. I don't know. What do we think's better? Torx Primes? Do we think Torx Primes or Hippogriffs? That's kind of the question, isn't it? They don't need orders? I guess not. They already hit on 3s, don't they? I guess not. How interesting. How interesting indeed. This is stupid. It is so dumb. Right. Okay. Now the thing is, I'm very tempted to go for the Scion cards. Can we go back to K47 now? I'm scared. No. You better stop believing you in a broken Metacosmic. You're in one. You better stop believing in a broken match, I should say. You're in one. Yeah. Now, the reason I'm tempted to go down the Hippogriff route is simply because the Torx Prime route. It's simply because I actually own this amount of Torx Primes. I own 5. Okay, so if I was to do this myself, like if I was to run this tomorrow, I could run 5. 5 Torx Primes, 4 Chimeras, 6 Scout Sentinels, 6 Armored Sentinels. Would I need as many Castellans then at that point? I feel like the answer might be no. Although I do quite like the idea of the officers being protected inside the transports. I do kind of like that. Have you got a proxy for this? I have, but they're not arriving just yet. I need to see if they're any good. But if we do Ursula Creed and we do... What the fuck do you even call him? Dreer. 165 points left over. I could take a third Hellhound. I need 30 points over. I don't have anything but 30 points. It's not possible. $165 points. I can't squeeze anything else in. Dreer is the cheapest 3 orders known to man. He is. 4 armor sense, 6 scout, 2 hounds, 6 chimera, 6 Torx Prime. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's either way, it's pretty fucking mental, isn't it? I need 5 more points. If only I had 5 more points, I could get maxed out chimeras, but such is life, I suppose. It's a pretty fucking silly list. It's a pretty silly list. And the thing is, I bet loads of it you can't even fit on the board. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you can't. I can't even fit most of it on the board. That's the thing. But however you slice it, the fact that's a legitimate list is pretty scary. Dedicated transport spam could legitimately become the way the guard has to be run. Just, I don't know if it's worth. I don't know if it has to. Is it worth it on a damage output point of view? I guess that's the big question. Is it worth it from a damage output point of view? Because 2 chimeras is 170 points. Wouldn't you be better off with the Lemurus Exterminator? When you think about it. I guess it's more of a meme than anything else. It's bumper cars, isn't it? It's more wounds. Is it though? Right, because the Chimera is going to die a lot easier, especially when it's definitely going to be seen turn 1. All right, let's go back. Let's do some super chats here. Okay, David D. Davidson, thank you so much for the conflict chat. Yes, the K47 chat. Yes. Thank you so much for the generous support, man. K47 near battle ready in stream discussion. Let's fucking take a gander then. Let's take a look, shall we? Yes. Monarchist, Axis, and US plus Bertie painted so far. Just need to do some basing. I tried to do some OSL with airbrush. It turned out okay, but not terrible. I do not use an airbrush much, still learning to handle it. I mean, I've never used an airbrush, man, so it looks like you did a fucking great job to me. Yeah. I think you've done a really good job. Hey, they're coming along. They're coming along. I like it, mate. They look really decent. Yeah, they look really, really good, man. Yeah, it's all coming together. Nice. Yes. The flags were such a good shout. Yeah. I love the monarchist Axis force. It's for the Kaiser, baby. We're bringing him back. We've got the Toten Kaiser, so that he may rule over Imperial Germany for all time. Yes, there you are. That's what it's all about the Toten Kaiser. I think they did a really good job, man. The army looks very striking. Yeah, excellent work, sir. Excellent work. Excellent work indeed. That's what I say. Wow. I raise my glass to you, sir. There you are. There you go. All right. What have we got? What have we got next? No more memes. Thank you for super chat. It's my birthday and I have $50 to drop on Warlord. Well, firstly, happy birthday. Hope you had a good one. Secondly, $50 for Warlord. There are a number of iconic things you could get. There are a number of like special models and stuff that you could get for $50, but for well under $50. So you've got, for example, if we just pull it up, you've got this is obviously way less than $50, but you've got Out for the Count, which is like a special sort of weird World War thing where you've got a British officer with a Tommy gun and a cross versus a literal German vampire. You've also got like Sergeant Rock. I think I spelled him correctly. I mean, you could get all of these. He's like a cool stand-in for like a Paragon, potentially. I already have a box of German veteran infantry. Wait, as in no moves, you've already spent your $50, or you're looking for them for $50 to add to your German veteran infantry? To add. Okay. I'm guessing we're looking at bolt at K47, I should say. The Locust would have been a good one, but it is where's he gone? No, bloody hell, I've done that. I've done the silly thing. 1 minute. Just scroll down, don't click the load more. So the Locust is 66, so maybe you could get him. Nat Jaeger are 58, and they're very iconic. I'm just trying to think of something that, you get that rule. You'll always remember that you got it with your birthday spends, Rail Panther. Grav Puma. Just pointing out a few things that are close. You could get Gross. He's your special character. There you go. Yeah, that's. I'm looking for something like kind of cool, like a rail tiger as well. Could be a big one. If you can stretch to an extra $11, I would suggest getting like a rail panther. And the reason why I would maybe suggest it is because you then get a panther that you can use in Conflict 47 and in bot action as well. It's like a 2-for-1. Or you could do the same thing with the King Tiger, or you could do the same thing with the Panther X here. So if you could, maybe that's an option. Or you could go to bot action. You will get more bang for your buck in bot action. Yeah. If we have a look, you can get yourself a Tiger tank and have $10 left over. You can get a Flak 88, but you'd have to chip in an extra 5. Get a Yag Tiger. There you go. Get yourself a big chunky bastard. There's lots of stuff you can get if you go down the more bot action route. If adding an extra bit on isn't an option, there's a lot you can get going down the bot action route instead. Lots of cool iconic units where you won't need to buy another one. Like you don't need more than one Tiger tank. You don't need more than one King Tiger and stuff like that, right? So there's lots of very, very cool things you could go down that route. Yeah. Yeah, like I think I think a Tiger tank is probably the best. I think the Tiger tank's probably the best. It's just a very if you can't go over budget, I think the Tiger tank, it's an absolutely iconic unit. Absolutely iconic. And it's good. It's really good in bot action. I have no idea how good it is in K47, but yeah. Yeah. So there you go. That would be my hot steamy take. Get yourself a Tiger, do put your best foot forward into painting it, have a great time. Or like I said, or you can get the Panther, because you could always use the Panther and then in K47 just say it's got the rail cannon. Right? But you don't really need more than one Panther either. So you got a couple of options there. Because, literally, you just, I think that's what Godlike Poet does. He just takes a Panther and he just says, oh, when I'm using it in K47, it's got the railgun. When I'm using it in bot action, it's got the normal gun. And he doesn't change the turret out or anything for it. He just proxies it. So, yeah, you could do that as well. So there's an option for you. And Panthers are cool as well. They're very, very cool. All right. What have we got here? We have got some more of the super chats coming in. So we've got Ninja Bricks. Thank you for the super chat. Can you look at my list in stream? Of course I can, mate. Of course. What is your name in stream discussion? Is it White Monster Lover or is it a different name? I think I remember it's White Monster Lover from last time we talked about this. So we have got Steel Hammer plus Recon. I was wondering, do I take out the Shadow Sword and drop the command? Let me look at the list. Bane Sword. Command upgrade. Canadian Command Squad. Rogel Dawn Commander. Storm Sword. Titan Killer. Tech Priest. Eradicator. Scout Sentinel. Shadow Sword. The old triple super heavy, eh? Okay. If you're going to go down the triple super heavy route, fine. But I still recommend you take 3 tech priests. And then after that, I recommend you just take the cheapest action monkeys you can. Because you're still going to want to have to do secondaries and stuff as and when they pop up, right? Even if you can hold on to them a bit later, it's nice to just have a sentinel go off and do it so your main tanks can still clap their cheeks. So my instinct would be triple super heavy, 3 tech priests, and then maybe some scout sentinels and some hippogriffs and stuff, with the only idea of them just being moving around, doing actions and shit. Yeah. I mean, maybe even like let's have a look at this, right? So you've got 480 for the Bane sword, 485 for the Storm sword. I'd just take another Bane sword, mate. Ignores cover. And then 410 for the Shadow sword. 1, 2, 3. By my calculations, you can take 2 Bane. Oh, 1 minute. I've already done it. 1 minute. 1 minute. 480. I'll show you my maths. 480 for the command one. 450 for the non-command Bane sword. 410 for the Shadow sword. 1 Hellhound. 2 Hellhound. 3 Hellhound. 1 Tech Priest. 2 Tech Priests. 3 Tech Priests. You could even put Courtiers in instead of one of those Hellhounds. That leaves you 180 points. Now, my instinct is telling me 15 points for enhancement. Maybe engine speaker. That gives you some very cheap, fast-moving units for doing actions and shit. 3 super heavies. And you've even got 3 sources of ignore cover in there. And that's nice. So that's the way I would do it. Yeah. That's the way I would do it. Now, your other option is Bane Sword, Commander Dawn, Storm Sword, Tech Priest, Eradicator, Scouts, and a Shadow Sword. No. So I think you want you need the ignores cover. Because the main gun ignores cover, Ninja Bricks, but the side guns don't. And there's a lot of extra firepower in those side guns, which is why even though you've got a main gun that ignores cover, you also want to be able to strip cover as well to help boost all of your accoutrement. So that's what I would do. And then if the Hellhounds go down, the main gun and Coaches becomes less effective for some reason or dies, then the main guns with ignore cover are the backup. But you still want all of your firepower hitting as hard as you can all the time. So that's my feedback. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. I emailed you 2 list review. I don't know if they're good or not. I need Meta MG to place me on the path of 11th. How can I make these lists better? How? Well, Cosmic, the truth is that the guard's in a bit of a mad place at the moment. So I just don't 100% know. But so Tanks for Nothing GW 1995, Auxiliaries and Steel Hammer, Bane Sword, Rust Commander, Tech Priest, Chimera, Bulgrin, Hellhound, Lehman Russ, Battle Tank, Vank, Coaches, Subductor Squad. So I'd probably sack off the Subductor. I'd probably turn Squad. That saves you 100 points. I'd turn both Lehman Russes into Exterminators. And you're not really getting a huge amount. Yeah, I mean, your Rust Commander's okay. Yeah. And then the Chimeras are kind of... I mean, I'd be tempted to swap out, like, bare bones Chimeras for, like, Sentinels and stuff, man. And so if you drop the Subductor Squad, it saves you 100, right? If you upgrade one of the Vanks to an Exterminator, it costs you 30, so you got 75 left over. You got 70 left over. You downgrade the other Battle Tank to another Exterminator, and that gets you the 5, so you're back on 75 points. 75 points. You could spend 45 of those upgrading the 3 Chimeras to 6 Scout Sentinels. That leaves you with 35 points left over. I mean, at that point, you could just turn Coaches into a 3rd Hellhound. So you end up with 2 exterminators, 3 hellhounds, 6 scout sentinels, a Bulgrin squad, and a Bane sword, and a Rust commander, and a tech priest. That's what goes I put in the walkers? Okay, so the exterminators need orders. Your tanks need orders. But I think you go double heavy flamer. I think you go double heavy flamer. I do see the argument for keeping them as hellhounds though as well. Because obviously as chimeras though. Because obviously the chimeras get double flamer and then they get stubber and the lasgun array and everything. But my thinking with the scout sense is that there's a little more OC there, which could help. And they're a little bit more wound dense as well, without really losing much in terms of like durability, because there's not much difference between like what T7 and T9. There's not a huge difference. It's 6 of one, half dozen of another, to be honest. Yeah. If you want my main advice, Cosmic, if you want the best list I can cook up right now is, I won't show my screen because I don't want to show your email off, Cosmic. Try that again. One minute. Bane sword, command, upgrade. 1 hellhound, 2 hellhounds, courtiers. 1 tech priest, 2 tech priests. Okay, so the best list, if you want the best list, Cosmic, it's 18 Bulgrim, 2 Bane swords, 1 upgraded to command, 2 tech priests, 2 hellhounds, and courtiers. And that you can take in Purge, and you go Abhuman auxiliaries and Steel Hammer, and that allows you to either go Purge or take and hold. That's my best. That's probably my best take and hold list I can come up with at the moment. Yeah. But if that's not really an option, then I would say the list that we talked about before is what I'd say. Okay. You did say I had a second list. I'm just gonna have a quick look at it. Greek Command Squad, Rush Commander, Leontus, Death Corps, Chimera, Hellhound, Battle Tank, Exterminator, Vanquisher, Coaches, Subductor Squad. I see what you're going for. I think your first list is better. Yeah. First list with the tweaks is better than the second list. There you go. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Can Graves use their ability to help infantry in stream discussion? No. It's the same thing as it's the same problem the main commissar has. It's at the start of any phase. It's the main problem. Yeah. Also, what's this I hear about regular officers commanding tanks? You need to go in the armored infantry detachment. So, Cosmic, if you want to take a more standard guard force, you're probably looking at armored infantry plus abhuman auxiliaries. And that will allow you to that allows your officers armored infantry allows your officers to order squadron vehicles as well as regiment ones. And that's how you can have, so you could form some kind of like, I mean, it depends on what route you want to go down, but what you could do with that is you could take a commissar and attach him to your squad of Bulgrin. And then you could take a couple of commissars leading like 20-man Krieg blobs. And then you could take, that would give you all the infantry you need. And then you could take a couple of chimeras, stick a Castellan in each one, bunch of tanks and hellhounds, and you're good to go. That's another route you can go down. I don't know if it's better, but it's a route you can go down. Okay. Ryan Tomlinson, thank you for super chat. Italian mini tank survives again. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hi, morning. It's Ryan of YouTube. Thanks for your 800 points, 8 order dice list help last week. Pics below from a practice match, combined ops competition prep of Italians and Germans against a barbecue horde US Army. Ended a draw, but it was good fun and played lessons learned. You'll note the Italian tankette holding the left flank and surviving again. Yes! It will never be defeated. Hey, you know what? Sometimes all you need is a little bit of tankette love in your life. To be fair, American Flamer Horde is pretty gnarly. Yeah. I love this little bastard's just sat here. It's like spraying them down. Spraying them down. Cool. Is that another tankette? Nice. Very cool. Wait, those Americans, they're getting amongst you. They're getting amongst you. It looks like a really fun game. Oh, wow, that's a cool picture. Seeing the Hanamags there, and the next turn, seeing all the infantry like piling out, like stacking up behind the hedges. That's such a cool. Look at that for a picture, guys. German infantry piling out, and the line of American tanks, Shermans, Stuarts. I think that's a Chaffee. Loads of GIs behind them. God, Bot Action's a cool looking game, isn't it? God, it's a cool looking game. So good. It's just absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I love it. That looks so good. And it looks like I had a lot of fun as well. So that's awesome. Hinglesworth, thank you for 28 months. List of you in Discord, please. All right, let's have a look. Thoughts on the list. Have you auxiliaries? And armored infantry. Dreary and 10 Death Riders. Commissar, exemplar of duty. Commissar, exemplar of duty. Castellan, 3 Ogre and Chimera. Castellan, 3 Ogre and Chimera. 20 Krieg. Bulgrin 6. Bulgrin 6. 2 armored sentinels. Scout sentinel. Scout sentinel. Exterminator. Exterminator. Battle cannon. Okay. I don't think it's bad at all. I don't think it's bad at all. So the Castellans are probably ordering the armored sentinels and the tanks. And then their Chimera. Maybe their Chimeras could do some Dakar as well. Maybe. I guess the only question I have 2 questions actually. I have 2 big questions, actually. I've just noticed it. Where's your Norse cover? I guess the Chimeras, I guess the lighter vehicles can do it, but that's only one stratagem. I think you need Hellhounds, mate. I think you do. I'd take that Krieg blob, I'd rip it out, and I'd put a Hellhound in there. And I'd take I'd be tempted. Because Dreer can order 3 things, right? So do you even need... You definitely need 2 Hellhounds minimum. Definitely, man. The strat is not enough on its own, trust me. Like, it's good, but you need it. It's like... You need to just kind of think you're going to have to play a Hellhound on the strat one turn, the Hellhound on the strat another turn. at the beginning, and then you're looking at hopefully the strat will get you the rest of the way. And even then, I recommend Cotiers and the strat after that, because the Hellhounds are going to go down. Yeah, so I think you need I think you need either Cotiers and the Hellhound or 2 Hellhounds in the list. That's my feedback. The first thing I'd drop would be the Krieg. Second thing I'd drop would maybe... I'm just trying to think what you could do. Armor Sentinels become Scout Sentinels. That saves you 20 points. Scout Sentinels get grouped up. That saves you 10 points. But that's 30 points plus 15. It's only a 45 points. It's probably not quite enough. Hmm. But yeah, I definitely think you need at least Hellhound and Cotiers. That's my feedback. And I'd start with the Krieg and then maybe be tempted to drop a Scout Sentinel and do some of the point savings. If you drop the Scout Sentinel, Krieg gets you 1 Hellhound, 15 points left over. 20 points left over. Drop a Scout Sentinel, that's 75 points. Turn the Armored Sentinels into Scout Sentinels. Group them together. That saves you the 20 points. That's 95 points. That's Cotiers. That's your list. Because you're not really think about it. You're not really losing much because one's a straight swap. You out of all of that, when you actually look at it, the only thing you're losing, you're basically swapping 20 Krieg for a Hellhound and swapping a Scout Sentinel for Cotiers. You're not actually losing any unit count. So yeah, there you go. That's what I would do. All right, what do we got next? Emil, thank you for the 35 months, man. X-Force, baby. News from the home front in stream discussion. Let's have a look. It's that time of the year when I get to hang out with old friends from home, play Warhammer, nerd out, and indulge in too much show and junk food. Hey! That's great, and I wouldn't trade it, but 11th has been looming over my vacation like a dark cloud. I've already been enlightened, if like you, by other systems. I admit I've kind of been dreading my return to 40k. Enthusiasm has sadly been lacking, and the state of 11th and Guard has not helped. However, I'm not going to let all that crap stand in my way. I will bring the Guard, and I will show the flag no matter how bad it is. In line with my determination to perform my holy duty no matter what, I've picked up the brush and resumed work on my custom Dawn command tank. When the Dex Munitorum set out requirements for the use of the Rogal Dawn or an equivalent in the slate of organization equipment, the Forges of Aurelia set about repurposing old Macarius hulls to fit the specifications of the heavy tank. Captain Oscar Jarnheim commands the Wrath of Pirates and will soon lead the armored advance of the Aurelian 12th. The tank is a 3D kit bash, and I spent far too long getting it to work in Blender. Dude, it looks amazing. It looks actually amazing, man. Dude, you should release that like STL for free or something, bro. It looks awesome. I'd use that as a Rogal Dawn. Fuck yeah, I would. That looks awesome, man. Like, it looks properly good. Yes. Yes. I love that, mate. I think it looks really good. I think the model is sick and the paint job is awesome. And let me just say this. Even if the Guard is kind of shite, you shouldn't let it take away from your ability to enjoy hobbying on your Guard force. And the Guard is only shite right now. Who knows? Perhaps in a month, we'll be on top of the world. Perhaps in 3 months, we'll be on top of the world. And if it looks like, to quote, what was it, the third Matrix movie, if it's our time to die, then it's our time to die. There you go. That's just the way it goes sometimes. It's our time to die. Keep calm, keep painting, and play some other systems that you enjoy. Don't force yourself to play a game you don't like. There you are. I would say I played a game 11th and I found it fun. It was flawed, yet I found it fun. I do think though, as it gets much more, what do you call it, optimized, I do think it'll become less fun. Saucy Mons, thank you for super chat. Went 2-1 at a welcome to 11th 40k tournament weekend. Lost first game with Recon versus Care Space Marines, but switched to Steel Hammer and Purge with Doom Hammer and easy wins. Yes! Doom, 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 doom. Bring the doom. I love it. I love it, mate. That's awesome. I think that's it, man. Go Purge, go big tanks, win games. What have we got next? Rainer Avon, thank you for super chat. List of your stream discussion, if possible, please. Trench Rat. Okay, so have you on auxiliaries and Steel Hammer? A good combo. Commissar, Lemur's Commander, Storm Sword, Tech Priest, Deathcore, Bulgrin, Hellhound, Krieg Stubbers, Eradicator, Vanquisher. I'm certainly not against the list. Storm Sword can order 2 tanks. The Rust Commander can order 2 tanks. You have 4 tanks in total. This all seems to line up rather neatly. The 2 Hellhounds can help remove cover. The Bulgrin Squad can be a bit of a toughie to kill. 2 bricks of Deathcore of Krieg can be very nice. I don't really have much in the way of feedback. You've got, I mean, the only thing you might consider is dropping the Krieg Weapon Squad just to make the other tanks a bit better. Like, you would drop the Krieg Weapon Squad, because it's kind of, it's on its own. It's not like great on its own. You could upgrade both vehicles to Exterminators, which are much better. And in fact, that would only cost you 40 points. You'd have 20 points left over, which probably gets you an enhancement on one of those Tech Priests. Or, yeah, well, it gets you an enhancement on one of those Tech Priests. Well, like Engine Speaker, I think it is. Maybe. Yeah. So, that would be my feedback. You've actually built a really good list. Yeah. I think it's solid. I think it's decent. I know the Kriegers are a bit of a choice, but if you want guard blobs, you've done it the right way. So, there you are. All right. Joe Aquila, thank you for super chat, man. Honest question. What should guard infantry be points-wise? What about armor? So, guard infantry should be 55 points for 10. That's where they need to be good. I would take them just going back to where they were. I would, but I think you're looking at 55. I think Catajans need to be 55 points for 10, 100 points for 20. I think Cadians probably need to be... Sticky is just worth so much less. So much less. So, on that front, I think that Cadians could be 55 and 100 as well. Krieg are a bit better. I think Krieg should be 65 and 120. That's where I think they should be. Even then, and doing that wouldn't make them broken. As controversial as it sounds, it wouldn't make them broken, because if you take a disposition that involves doing lots of actions, those infantry can do those actions cheaply, sure, but they can't do damage and do actions at the same time. I mean, right now, the thing is, right now, people are just going to take Ogres and Sentinels. They're just going to take Ogres and Sentinels. And all you need to do is basically make infantry compete with those 2 choices. It's that simple. And once infantry can compete with those things, people will naturally prefer to take them. Even if Ogres are technically better, people still prefer taking regular infantry. Yeah. So that's where I think they should be. There's a bunch of tactical reasons as well that I've covered on the channel previously as well. You know, like the infantry dies, they can't take and hold ground very much. Their objective control isn't really worth very much as well. Yeah. They need without orders and hellhounds, they really can't do a lot of damage. There's a whole bunch of reasons why infantry need to be dirt cheap, like legitimately dirt cheap, or they just will not see play the entire edition. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat. After action report in stream discussion. Let's have a look. To Brigadier Edwin Flavel from Colonel Benedict Sterling. Subject defense of Le Havre against elements of the Panzer Grenadier Regiment. Situation. Elements of 6th Airborne Division, including 6th Air Landing Brigade and 1st Battalion Royal Ulster Rifles, were holding defense positions within the industrial quarter of Le Havre. Support was provided by 2 6-pounder anti-tank guns of the 53rd Worcester Yeomanry Royal Artillery, together with the Vickers machine gun teams and Piat detachments. The guns of Vickers were sighted to command the approaches to the central factory courtyard. Infantry and Piat teams adjoined the streets to cover both flanks and prevent enemy infiltration. 2. Enemy action. Early intelligence received by Brigade S2 indicated an impending attack by 4 elements of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 192, consisting of infantry, pioneers, engineers, half-tracks, and assault guns.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe. While keeping it real.
Shortly after first light, German pioneer troops mounted in Hanemags advanced rapidly down the centre of the town. Their speed allowed them to close their artillery positions before effective opposition could be brought to bear. Enemy flamethrower party succeeded in destroying both 6-pounder guns. Shit. 3. Friendly action. Though the loss of the guns was serious, the enemy infantry thereby became exposed to the central courtyard. Our rifle section and Vickers teams brought them under heavy fire and contained their advance. On the right flank, our infantry advanced as far as Crash Flank Fortress and came under repeated directed fire from German armour. The enemy still was compelled to withdraw, allowing our troops to secure the crash site. On the left flank, Lieutenant Williams, commanding the 1st Air Landing Rifle Platoon, led to a determined sweep up the crossroads. His platoon destroyed 1 Hanomag and cleared enemy infantry from the corner hotel, securing the position and preventing further enemy pressure on that flank. The result. The German assault was repelled with light casualties to our personnel. Enemy losses were severe, with approximately 12 prisoners taken, and the attacking force largely destroyed and dispersed. 5. Remarks. The loss of both anti-tank guns in these positions weakened against further armoured attacks. Replacement guns with additional anti-tank support are required for renewed enemy action. Nice. Sounds like your opponent came storming in and then you just battered the fuck out of him. Maybe he advanced too boldly, too brazenly. I'm seeing a lot of... although I think you've given just a bit of a summary, because I can see quite a lot of action like happening. Hey, those paratroopers look excellent, man. Good old paras. They'll get the job done. Cool. That's a beautiful board, that. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. Look at the AA positions, boys. Fuck me, man. They look so good. They look so damn good. Cool. I love looking at bot action boards. Bot action boards! Oh, there's a couple more pictures here. Bot action boards just look so damn fun and so damn cool. Look at that. Yeah, you're actually holding a crossroads. Beautiful. Beautiful. Teapot, thank you for the super chat. I will force you to look at WazDakin about how many super chats it takes in stream discussion. Did I miss one of your other super chats, Teapot? I do apologize if I did. I did. I apologize. It's because it came in at the it's because it came in at the same time as the Death Strike. I do apologize. Lambast me, chat. Lambast me. I genuinely am sorry about missing the first one. Let's have a look at WazDaka. Wow. He does look pretty good. He does look pretty legit. Wow. Yeah, man, you've done an excellent job. I love all the little details that you've done as well. Like the Blood Angel thing being crossed out because that's where he's like nicked it from. Big Rever. Nice. The transfer on the back is very, very well done. And the hazard stripes are excellent as well. Dude, he's not even finished yet, and he already looks 10 out of 10. I'm actually curious to know what you'd even add to him at this point. He's based amazingly. He's painted amazingly. But, yeah. He's painted better than I could ever paint him. He looks awesome, man. He looks awesome. Again, sorry that I missed the first one, but he does look excellent. Yeah. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Hey, I'm Mordian. I managed to knock out quite a bit last week. I had bought the British starter box a while back, but had only painted the Percival and the Humber. A problem that has since been remedied. This has significantly boosted my Commonwealth forces to 2 squads of Galahads, 1 assault for Armada Infantry, 1 British Commonwealth platoon commander, 1 Cerberus, 15 Mark 1, 7 Mark 2s, 2 Humbers, 1 Cromwell, 1 Churchill, 2 Bedfords, and a Percival. This is in addition to the war platoon that I received last week. That came with the bonus rule Commonwealth Action Infantry featured above. If you have any suggestions for bringing down the wrath of the king upon my Axis foes, I am all ears. Oh, man. Oh, baby. This is awesome, bro. So many robots. So many fucking robots, man. Nice. I mean, so far, I think just keep doing what you're doing is my advice. Shitloads of power armor. What a motor pool. What a motor pool. That's awesome, man. Like, genuinely, that's absolutely awesome. Really, 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 like, impressive collection already. Robots for days, infantry, power armor for days. Tanks for days, and the fact you've got like 3 more bits of armor as well. Oh man. So if you want my advice for a good British list, I mean the thing is I've not played my Brits yet. I've played a bit. I've been against Brits plenty of times, but yeah. My thinking is take some take a squad of Mark IIs with Tesla. I mean, it depends if you did you say you had you haven't got the automated director, that's the only thing. But well, you could always use one of these guys as the automated director. Yeah. I mean, I think just take what you want, man. I think just take what you want. I generally would say get a fair bit of Tesla in your list. The Percival's very good for Tesla. And the Mark IIs are good for Tesla as well. And then after that, kind of just have fun with it, man. Kind of just have fun. Yeah. That's my advice. All right, what have we got here? Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership as well. Amazing. 007, man. And then Mad Larkin, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Hey, he's bad. His commission's on auto renew at this point. Mad Larkin, thank you so much, bro. Did I miss someone's member flex? Higglesworth member flex? Let me have a look. If I did, you can all unbass me again. List review. Did I miss Higglesworth's review? No, I did it. No, I did it. It's the one with the... it's this one where I said the Kriegers probably need to be dropped and he needs to get to, at least get a Hellhound and Dreer in there. Yeah, I know I did it. There you go. Right, there we go. All right. So, what we need. I need to check my notes because I did have some topics of discussion. I did. I think it's just that one, isn't it? Okay, so let's have a look. I'm scared. Can we go back to safety of K47? No, you can't. In fact, I'm going to bitch about 40k a little bit. All right, Cosmic, I'll throw you a bone. I have now painted and based pretty much all of my Ursus. I thought I'd painted and based all of them, but I found one that I hadn't based. So I've got one more to base. There you go. Lucky Cat, so I played a game of 11th and noticed you basically have to jerry-rig your terrain to make it battle the layout. Yeah, so I heard this, actually. I heard this, and I don't know if can anyone else confirm this? But I heard that so my opponent said this to me in the game that I played of 11th, and I wasn't sure if he was just like not having me on, but like just trying to put the train down quickly or something, because we had a very tight schedule for the game. But my opponent said that the terrain layout measurements don't work, and when I tried to do them on the Tabletop Battles app, it doesn't. When you ask for it to put the terrain measurements up, it doesn't do anything. Like, let's see if I can show you. Where's Tabletop Battles? 11th edition. I'm just going to skip ahead a bit. Yeah, okay. So if you look, right? So this is the Tabletop Battles app. Okay. So I've just gone through and added a random game. Now, if you do objective measurement, it just says 12 inches, 12 inches, right? Which isn't actually objective measurement, but whatever. You do terrain measurement and it doesn't do anything. There's no actual measurements that are being applied. Right? So apparently you have to like count the squares or something to try and get it like roughly right. But I don't know if like my opponent said that like the measurements don't actually work. Like if you try and like measure it out, it doesn't actually, the terrain ends up, the terrain ends up being a bit funky. Someone said if you zoom in, it helps. I think you literally have to like count the squares or something. Measurement display on the app, only if the map is zoomed all the way out when you toggle it. I don't know, yeah, it's just as simple as 10th. I get the direction they're going with, but the dense terrain / non-dense is just too complicated. Not as simple. It's definitely not. This is not a beginner-friendly edition. Yeah. But yeah, no, so I don't know if it's just something, I don't know if it's something I've noticed, but like if you measure the terrain the way GW tells you to do it, apparently the terrain doesn't actually end up in the right places. And apparently you have to like count the squares if you want to do it. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it doesn't, they haven't got it on the Tabletop Battles app, and they're normally very, very, very good. So I'm surprised they've not got it on there, but there you are. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Strange. So maybe the measurements do work. I haven't really got a consensus from chat. Chat doesn't seem to know either. So no, apparently there could be an issue with the terrain measurements. We just don't know. Fidel Cash was out for 5 months. I played Siege Attachment this weekend. It was bad. Yeah, those incendiary shells don't work after turn 1, do they? They don't, because the thing that's right in your face is the thing that you need to put incendiary shells on. It's the thing you can't put incendiary shells on. Yeah. Saucy Mons, our last game, we had to eyeball it for some measurements. Lol. Yeah, we had to do that as well. My opponent literally said, just eyeball it. Is this GW's way of getting you to buy the terrain sets? No, look at Cass. We had, so I'll show you. By the way, if you want any proof that, if you want any proof that terrain is not going to look any better at 11th edition, check this out. Check this out, man. You guys are going to fucking love this. You're not. You're going to actually be really angry about it, but that's life, unfortunately. So this is the terrain at my... So you know I said my club is very, very competitive? This is the terrain at my club. Now, it's very functional. It does work. And I think if we just sprayed the mats like black, it might not look quite so egregious. But it's pretty bad. And this is what all the terrain at tournament. This is the terrain is not going to get any better. Yeah, same at my club. Yeah, the terrain is not gonna get any better, boys. But anyway, if it works, it works. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Hey, look, man. I know we all had some big hopes for 11th edition terrain, but I think if you want your board to look beautiful, you're gonna have to do that for your battle reports, not for your tournaments. That's kind of the way I see it. Yeah. Now, anyway, but the point is, I'm not actually slagging the terrain off at the club because at the end of the day, the club that I go to, it's like a village hall space that gets rented like every week, and there's only limited storage space at there and everything. So hey, look, don't. It's nice to go to a club which on the week of 11th edition being out, they already had all the terrain sorted. So don't think I'm bitching. I ain't bitching, not even slightly. But I just thought it was. My point is that 11th edition is still very competitive. The competitive scene is always going to go for cost-effective functionality over style, and so it's not going to get any better. But it's just the way it is, essentially. But anyway, the point is, the reason I showed this picture off is because if you look, all of the wood that's been cut out actually does take into account the knobbly and bobbly bits. So this is cut to the exact specifications that GW is doing for their own terrain stuff, right? And we had to eyeball it because it does, apparently the measurements just don't work. Yeah. So I have no idea if it's true, but that's what my opponent said. Yeah. So I don't know if I'll ask more next time. I would have been there this week, but I'm not, unfortunately. But I'll ask when I'm next down next week, and I can find out what the deal is with the measurements and everything. Yeah. All right. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I've got a whole bunch of stuff I want to talk about. So, they're all relatively short, but I want to talk about them. So I had a little thought the other day. I know, dangerous. I've been thinking thoughts my whole life. Look where it's got me. But I had a little thought whilst I was doing a bit of hoovering and tidying up. And I realized that I think that it's actually quite hard to get into Warhammer now. Or that's not even, that is definitely true, but it's quite hard to know where to start with Warhammer now. So let me explain. In previous editions, before 11th edition, including 10th, I would argue, in previous editions, there was some golden rules that a lot of factions adhere to. So, for example, with the guard, I always used to say to people, you know, get your 80 to 100 infantry sorted out, and that'll create you a solid foundation. Sometimes you'll use 60, sometimes you'll use all 100, but get a solid infantry corps sorted and you'll be okay. And then I could direct people to like third-party alternatives, like, hey, don't worry, that sounds really expensive. I can, you know, there's War Games Atlantic and so on and so forth. That's where you can get it cheaper. And, you know, other examples with the guard as well, I'd say, hey, you know, get yourself like 60 infantry and like 4 tanks sorted, couple of artillery pieces, sprinkle some officers on top, and no matter what happens, that'll be okay. That'll be a good foundation, and then you can sort of sprout out from there, and you can specialize from that point. And I always recommend people, hey, go down a more like hybrid standard issue guard route at first, because that'll give you a solid foundation, and then start going off in the weird and wonderful and wacky areas and start exploring a little bit, and that'll help you get a grip for the game. And then when you know what you're doing, you can start delving into the depths. And I think this is something that was true in not, that was what I say in 10th edition, but even before then, if you look at older editions, like I would say old editions with like Force Org charts, the old Force Org, the old Force Org. You'd say to people who are new to the game, okay, well, the first thing you need to do is get yourself a character and a couple of squads. And that will fulfill your minimum that you need to take for the Force organization chart. And that gave an initial direction for people to go in. And you see this with other game systems as well. So, for example, with like Old World, people say, "Hey, I'm thinking of getting to Old World. What can what do I need to be aware of getting into the game?" And you can say, "Okay, well, one of the things you need to be aware of is you need to take 25% of your army as core." So what you will probably want to do is to, take yourself, if you get into Empire, take a nice brick of Empire state troops. And that'll probably take up most of your core requirement, and then you're off to the races. Or if you're going down Orcs and Goblins, hey, get yourself a couple of mobs of boys, or you could point someone to a box, and like the battalion, you say this is a really good box because it gives you everything to basically start your core, to max out your core, all the core you're ever going to need for your Orcs and Goblins. And then you've got other game systems outside. Well, you got other game systems outside of the GW bubble, where, for example, with something like bot action, it's like, okay, so the first thing you need to know getting into bot action is to build an army list. You need to have an officer and a couple of squads. You need to have your rifle platoon, and once you've got your rifle platoon sorted out, you can then start taking more specialized platoons. And the best way to get a rifle platoon is to buy this box. This is a platoon. This is your American infantry platoon, or your Russian infantry platoon, or your German infantry platoon, or whatever it might be. Get that, and that will get you, that's your first step, and you're good to go from there. And so what I think is really helpful about this process, this way of doing things, is when someone is interested in the game, they get a very clear starting point. Okay? A very clear starting point. If you're going to play Old World, you need to get your core sorted out. This is a good way of doing it for that faction. Oh, sweet, sick. I'll go and do that then. And if you're a brand new player who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, has no idea what's good, bad, ugly, up, down, left, right, spinning in circles, if you don't know, just be able to ask a question and get a clear answer is very, very helpful. Because it just gives you a sense of purpose, it points you in a direction, and it allows you to start getting excited, getting into the game, and it gives you something to work towards. Hey, I've now fulfilled my rifle platoon. Hey, I've now fulfilled my core requirements. Hey, I've now fulfilled the minimum I need for my force organization chart. I've got this sorted. I've got the idea of how to build these miniatures, and I've got the idea of how to paint these miniatures and everything. I've got a bit of a grip on how this whole process works. Now I know what I'm doing, I can start expanding in other ways, or there might be some other natural expansion points for me to jump off to. So, when people would come to me and say, Mordian, what do you recommend for your first, 1,000 points? That was a common thing. I'd always say to people, get yourself 3 living rusters, 60 infantry, And that's a good 1,000-point list. And people would go and do that. And then they say, okay, what next? They say, well, next it's really up to you. Do you want to? What are you interested in? They might say, well, I really enjoyed playing with the infantry. And you go, okay, well, this is where I would recommend you expand on the infantry corps. Oh, well, I really like the tanks. This is where I'd recommend you expand with the tanks. What do you think about X unit? Oh, X unit's good, but it's a bit specialist. I'd get that at the end when you build up to 2,000 rather than 1,500. You see what I mean? There was a natural start and natural progression. This, I believe, has been lost in 11th edition. And some people may see this in a positive light, and some people may see this in a negative light. But let me explain why I think it's been lost, and interestingly, why I think it's been accidentally lost. So the big difference between, so what I'm going to say is it's because you can take anything now. One of those other, all those other game systems basically say you have to take these units, and 11th edition goes, no, you don't. You can take whatever you want. But the difference, some people might say, but that was the case in 10th. You only had to take like one character. The difference between 10th and 11th is there was, because everyone was basically playing the same set of missions, there was still a sense of, okay, you want to start here and then go here because these are the missions you're going to be playing. Now, the difference in 11th is that you have the force dispositions. And every faction basically now can be played 25 different ways because there are 25 different missions you might want to indulge in. Some, obviously, you could say you could group those into groups of 5 for each position. Sure, fine, whatever. But the point is that now when someone says, "Hey, Mordian, I'm interested in getting into the Guard. How do I start?" The first thing I have to say to them is not buy these units, progress this way. Here's a linear path that you can then follow down that is clearly marked out for you. I can't say that to them now. What I've got to say to them is, well, what disposition do you want to take? And they're like, I don't know what disposition I want to take. So, well, before you can decide what units you have to buy, you've got to pick your disposition. Do you see the difference? Because if someone says, "Hey, Mordian, what do you want to buy?" and I say, "Oh, well, you should go and get like 60 infantry or 80 infantry." I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say that at the beginning of 10th, right? But I say, "Hey, go and get 60 to 80 infantry," just as an example. That might not work because the disposition that they want to take might be taking lots of infantry, might be a waste of time. No point in taking a bunch of infantry if you end up wanting to go down Purge. Okay, so they have to work out what disposition they want to play. And then I have to start saying, okay, well, for that disposition, you want to be doing as much damage as possible. But at the same time, you also need to be thinking about doing some secondary. So maybe you want to do like 90% damage. But if you kill everyone, it's not quite as clear. It's not quite as clear. And I think it does, and I think ironically, it's actually, I think the game was meant to be I think the idea was meant to be the exact opposite of the outcome. I think the idea was meant to be, you know what, take whatever you want. Take whatever you want, and then there'll be a disposition that you can just slot your arm. There's a detachment you can take, a disposition you can take, and take whatever you want. It'll work. But it doesn't. Because the first thing you have to do is kind of pick your disposition. Then you have to pick your detachments, plural. Then you have to figure out what units benefit from those detachments the most. And you could always say, oh, but in 10th edition, you had the whole picking the right detachments. No, not really. Because I just say to every beginner player, just take combined arms. Because it was just an easy take all comers detachment. Whereas now, if I say I can't, now if you take a combined arms list, do you know the best way of running combined arms? 18 Bulgan. Imagine, like, someone getting into the game and they're trying to take a little bit of everything, and then they work out that, you cannot, like, here's the thing, you cannot say to someone now, take whatever you want. Rule of cool it. You can't do it. Warhammer's too expensive to make wrong decisions. And if you go, okay, well, I'll take a little bit of everything, it's like, all right, well, I'll take a little bit of everything and I'll stick it in the combined arms attachment, because that's the take all comes attachment. And then you go, oh no, that's for priority assets. Oh, that's a bad disposition, is it? Or that's something that requires me to do a lot of actions, and I've not built, and I didn't realize that. Oh, so my army's wrong. Yeah. That's the issue. So we've got Pablo in chat saying, give edition agnostic advice. Give advice that works for many editions. Don't talk about 18 Bulgarians to a new guy. See, the issue with that, though, Pablo, is in theory, that is right. In theory, that is correct. I think the reality of the situation, though, is if I tell someone, take a little bit of everything, build a balanced guard force, they're going to lose every game they play. Because 11th edition does not reward balanced armies. 11th edition rewards skew lists. Lists that have been hyper-optimized to do their disposition. So that is actually bad advice. And the thing is, I can't give that advice and say, hey, you'll probably lose all your games, but you'll be set up for future editions. Because I don't know. Because who knows what 12th edition will be like? Do you see what I mean? Who knows? And it's it's a bit of a weird one. A new player coming in, and I'm like, so yeah, you want to build your list this way, and then go and play an older edition. And they're gonna be like, what? Why would I play an old edition? And you're like, that's you can't give someone who's new to 40k that advice. Yeah. So the point is that I'm not saying you can't build good lists in 11th. I'm not saying that 11th edition doesn't have its own fun when it comes to list building as a veteran player. Like, we've been having some crazy lists. 18 Bulgarian, 2 super heavies, a Imperial Guard vehicle list with 24 vehicles in it at 2,000 points. As veteran players here, we're having a whale of a time cooking up all of these mental lists. But just try explaining to a new player why you're taking all the dedicated transports but no infantry inside. Because to a new player, their mind's going to be, well, I'll take the Chimera and then I'll put the squad inside the Chimera, because obviously that's the right thing to do. Because otherwise, why would I take a Chimera? And then they work out, and then obviously then I have to try and say to a new player, well, oh, no, actually, no, you don't put any infantry in the Chimeras, because the infantry is shit. You just drive the Chimera around on its own. And they're like, why? So it's not that you can't have fun with 11th, because people will immediately hear this as like a criticism of 11th, and it's a little bit of a criticism of 11th. It's a little bit. What I'm saying is, I think that 11th has a much less clear path on how to just get started with the faction. Because you'll go to 100 different people, and they'll all give you very different advice. Because some of them will say, hey, you should play Purge this way. Some of them will say, hey, you should play Recon this way. Some of you... Do you know what I mean? You're going to get very different advice at every point. And so as a new player, it's like, where the fuck do I start? And so you might just go, fuck it, I'll just start buying shit and figure it out along the way. And then you buy a bunch of stuff. And do you know what people then tell you? They go, oh no, you've bought the wrong stuff. No, you bought the wrong things. You didn't know where to start. So you just started buying, and then you've been told you bought the wrong stuff. It's like, Oh no, you shouldn't have bought that unit. That doesn't work well in Purge, and you should be taking Purge because Purge is the best position, and this is the best attachment for Purge. And people are like, but someone else will say, well no, because you could take Purge in this detachment and go this way instead. So you just don't know. You just don't know. And I'm not saying that you can't like figure it out and everything. Again, it is entirely possible for you to figure all of this shit out. It's just quite a lot to ask a new player to do. And it's very different to, you should start with these units because that fulfills the minimum requirements you have to take. It's very different to, well, a certain percentage of your army has to be these kinds of units, and this is a good way of filling that out. It's very different to, okay, well, a good solid core of your army is this. Now, I will say this, and this is a treat for all of you guys that actually got to the end of the video before commenting. Probably doing a stream highlight. I will say this could be, my perception could very much be being skewed by me being a guard main. Because there's probably some other factions out there where it's like, hey, you want to play Death Guard? Take Plague Marines. That makes sense. You want to, maybe this is just a bit of a byproduct of the infantry corps being so dog shit that it's hard to kind of tell people, you know, where to start. Maybe it could be, and I'm willing to give a little bit of ground in that area. But I think even before, even taking into account that this might be a guard-centric thing, looking at other factions, I think some people, I still think they have the same problem. It's not always going to be the right answer to take Plague Marines. It's not always going to be the right answer to take Intercessors. It's not always going to be the right answer to take like Dreadnoughts and stuff. And I do think there was an element to this problem in 10th, but I think it wasn't as bad. And I think it's definitely got exacerbated in 11th. Trichroma, the question changes then. First you tell them, these are the way the armies can be played. Which sounds coolest to you? So Trichroma, it's a good point. I would say that it's not a great question. And I'll tell you why. Because the number of times that someone's got into the game and they're like, hey, like I want to play guard. How do I start? And you're like, and you say, oh, well, what are you interested in? They go, oh, I don't really know. I just kind of had the idea I wanted to play 40k. Oh, okay. So if you say to someone, and I do know there's going to be some people that will go, well, I've picked guard because I want tanks, or I've picked guard because I want infantry, right? I do appreciate that. Let's say 50% of people who join the hobby already kind of know, like they've picked the faction because they know which direction they want to go with the faction. And I think with guard especially, it's a little easier because, like, why have you picked guard? Well, I watch Enemy at the Gates and I really like the fountain scene, so I want to collect a pure horde of infantry. Oh, cool. Why have you picked guard? Oh, well, I watched Fury and I really like the scene with the tanks and the infantry hiding behind them. Oh, well, okay. I really like the scene with the tank duel. Oh, okay, you know. I watched Starship Troopers. I'd like to recreate that force, please. So with guard, it's a little different, right? But like I said, I think 50% of people know what they want. I think, but I would say 50% of people probably go, I don't know. Like, I want a bit of everything. I want a bit of infantry and a bit of tanks. And then you have to say to them, well, that doesn't really work. No, you need to be specializing. But what if I want to take a bit of everything? Well, you can do, but you need to be specializing. Straight away, it's like, okay, well, how do I specialize? Well, you need to pick disposition. Do you see what I mean? Like there are about 3 or 4 questions that we need to go through before we simply get to, okay, well, now you should start picking these units. Because rather than just saying like, what faction are you interested in? Guard. Oh, okay, well, I can give you good advice on how to start that. Right? You see the difference? I mean, take and hold is probably the most generalist position you can get. It's really not trichroma. It's really, really not. The first, if someone says, oh, well, I kind of want to take and hold ground, you go, okay, take 18 Bulgrin. They're going to be like, what? What? Yeah, we need to, you need to take 18 Bulgrin. Otherwise, you're not going to hold any ground. Can't I take some infantry? No, they'll all die. They won't hold shit. Yeah. It's not just all you have to build a meat mountain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Siriade, I think it could be flowchart, honestly. Siriade, I love you. I do. And I admire your flair. But if we've got to the point where it's like, it's okay. If we just flowchart this all out, it'll be so clear. So the first thing, so you're interested in 40k. Let me present you this flowchart. Now go through it. It's not exactly simple, is it? It's not exactly like, oh, pick a faction, oh, well, here's a good place to start. It's now that we got those noobs out of our way, let's do what us metagamers do best, and that's strategize. I think I saw, you know what's funny? I think I saw someone do a flowchart earlier in stream discussion. I'll see if I can find it. If I can't find it in 30 seconds, I'm not gonna pick it up. But I think it was just before I went live. Or it might have been earlier in the day. Let's have a look. It wasn't a flowchart for building your army and stuff. But it was still a flowchart, which I thought was quite good. I think that I am struggling to... here you go. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, so this was the flowchart for 11th edition that someone pointed out. But they were like, people say that Battletech is too complicated. And this is the flowchart for one turn of 40k now. Do you think maybe that attempts to streamline and simplify the game might have been unsuccessful? The truth is that the main point I would say with this is not that 40k is actually that difficult, because it's not. Move your units, shoot your units, charge your units, fight your units, right? It's actually not that complex. What I would say is actually more complex. What I would say this shows is that even a relatively simple process can look intimidating once you start putting it down on paper. Because 40k is relatively simple. Move your unit, shoot your units, charge units, fight your units, pass turn. Right? It is relatively, at its core, it's relatively simple. I think where 40k gets a bit bonkers is all the extra stuff. Like stratagems and ingress moves and Overwatch and all that kind of stuff, and piling in and so on and so forth. But I think once you start, I bet if you did this with Conflict 47, and you know how much I ball watched that game, I bet if you did that, it would probably look pretty complicated. Yeah, because Conflict 47 isn't just pull a dice out the bag, pick a unit, do an order. It's like 6 orders to choose from. It's got a chunky rule book, right? Yeah. So, but this is, I suppose, This is a flow chart for 1 unit and 1 turn in K40 in 40k. Yeah. But like I said, I think it probably looks worse than it is. Because that's trying to do every eventuality and everything. But the point was really to sort of demonstrate with something like what Siriade said, which is think about flowcharting. There are approximately 26 factions in Warhammer 40k. There are roughly, I'd say, a dozen detachments on average. Some have more, some have less, but on average, there's probably a dozen detachments for each faction. And each one of those attachments feeds a different disposition. If you tried to flowchart that, it would get very... There'd be a lot of lines. There'd be a lot of lines. Unless the question was, do you want to win? And someone said no. And then there was one option, which was Imperial Agents. They'd have to then go through a lot of other options. I mean, yeah. So the thing is, and that's just trying to work out, and there's multiple ways of approaching like each disposition. So the point is, I don't think you can flowchart it. And the point I'm making is that because you don't just have a simple baseline to start now, because you need to be specializing your army for certain attachments, because you don't have a simple baseline, I think this edition is impenetrable to new players. I do. I think it's impenetrable, and I think a big part of that is starts with list building. Yeah. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Cosmic Drew, honestly, I don't see how you could even get someone new into Warhammer. Yeah. I don't see many new people lasting long in this edition. I do not see this edition having the explosive growth of 10th. I don't. I really, really fucking don't. Not in terms of player base. I just don't see it. I can't see it. Yeah. This edition has... Do you know what I think's happened with this edition? I think it's been designed by people who play the game a lot. I think it's been designed. So I think there are people in Games Workshop who play a lot of Warhammer 40k and they play it competitively. And I think what's happened is those people have kind of designed an edition for themselves. Like, well, okay, we're kind of bored, you know, we're bored of 10th. We need to make 11th better for the way we want to play. And so they've designed the edition so that it's now, if you're someone that no-lives this game, it's better for that. But if you're someone that plays, if you're someone that's trying to join for the first time or only plays at a relatively casual level, it's not for you. It's impenetrable. Combine that with the raw cost. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a edition designed for no-lifers, by no-lifers. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That's my guess. But hey, who knows? This and 10th, the hyper competitive editions, agreed. Yeah. They are the hyper competitive editions, and they are the hyper focused editions. Yeah. If you play this game non-stop, you will enjoy 11th. Otherwise, I think you'll find it. I think you'll find it difficult. Unless you just don't give a shit. But I find I find you don't really want your customers not to give a shit. You want them to give a lot of shits. Yeah. What do we got? We've got some super chats coming in here. Fidel Castro, thank you for super chat. GW app works with terrain measurements. Picture in discussion. Let's have a look. Here you go. Not painted with the terrain. My buddy and I use measurements. Worked in the GW app. Don't know about the Tabletop Battles though. It was nice because I could download my opponent's list and actually view his codex without having bought it. That is nice, to be fair. Well, that looks great. That looks like it works. So maybe it's just maybe it's just not been added to Tabletop Battles yet. Maybe that's what my opponent meant. My opponent might have been talking about tabletop battles rather than 40k. It did seem strange. Yeah. That's good to know. That's good to know, Fidel Castro. Yeah. Brother Titans, thank you for super chat. Can you review and critique my list in discussion? I think Code Chase is an auto-include now, but I want to know what wisdom you might have to share. I think Code Chase is an auto-include. If you've got him in your list, you're already on the right path, mate. Let's have a look. Cajun Castellan. So, sorry, taking a whole post to the foe, Alpion's going to lose Mechanized Assault. Cajun Castellan, Kazakin, Cajun Command Squad, Cajun Shock Lord Solar, Commissar, Deathcore, Inquisitor Cotiers, Tech Priest, Deathcore, Centaur, Chimera, Hellhound, Vank, Dawn, Bulgrin, Fob. Okay. I think what you're trying to do is admirable. I'm going to be honest, I think you've completely failed to execute it. I don't mean to come across as like super harsh in these list reviews, but I always believe, I've always firmly believed that telling people the way it is rather than sugarcoating it has always been better. So, Brother of Titans, don't get mad at me. Let me explain. What you're trying to achieve is to have infantry that can jump out of transports and do damage, whilst at the same time having abhuman auxiliaries which can essentially not give up a lot of territory. So this kind of gives you the option of going Purge the Foe without giving up many kills, I should say. This plays very well with Purge the Foe, where basically you can do damage, but the return clapback is less important. Now, I actually think the way you might want to go with this is go take and hold. Because the issue with going Purge is that in a Purge v Purge situation, which is very common, you might find yourself giving away more points. Because you think about it, if you've got a mechanized unit that's rattling forward and jumps out and does damage, great, it might kill something. But you're probably going to lose, especially if it's a Kazakin squad and a Centaur and a Castellan. That's 3 units you've given up to probably kill 1. At that point, you have basically given your opponent kill more. So I think you might want to go take and hold. Or you need to come up with a way of not giving away so many points in Purge. But I think you might want to consider take and hold. Now, if you're going to go take and hold, you're going to need a lot more than 1 squad of Bulgrin. Because I believe you've got the 1 squad, right? Yes. You've got 1 squad of 3 Bulgrin. How are you going... Ask yourself this. I'm sort of backtracking a little bit. Ask yourself this. In a Purge v Purge situation, how are you going to avoid giving more points to your opponent? In a take and hold situation, how are you going to hold the ground? In either situation, your list can't do it. So you don't have enough you don't have enough brick shithouseness to hold ground with 3 Bulgrin. Realistically, right? And 1 squad of Deathcore. And you don't have enough oomph to absolutely flatten someone. Because let's say, okay, we'll go full purge. Enemy can't score points to the table. All right, well, we've got a Cadian Castellan and a Kazakin squad in a Centaur. And then we've got 2 10-man squads in Chimeras. And then nothing. So you're not actually getting much use out of your mechanized assault doctrine. Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll go to the abhuman one. What are we benefiting with the abhuman one? 3 Bulgrin. You see what I mean? So you've built firstly, you're just not leveraging your detachments enough. Secondly, you need to think about, if you are going to pair these two together, which one of these you're going to do. And then, depending on which one of those you're going to do, you're going to have to build your list that you can then do that disposition. Because there's no point in taking Purge the Foe if you're just going to end up basically... The way you win Purge the Foe with Mech Assault, by the way, is you fucking flatten your opponent in 2 turns. And it's very possible to do it. Very possible to do it. Especially if you combine Mech Assault with Bridgehead, and you end up with bricks of fucking Scions, which are hitting on 2s, re-rolling everything, wounding with +1 to wound, 4 rolls to wound, you're ignoring cover. You've got double stacked orders on there. It's mental. If you want to fly down the board, jump out and blat people, you can do it, but you can't do it with this list. Now, if you don't want to do that, and instead you want to fucking hold some ground, you can do that. It's called 18 Bulgrin, 12 minimum, 18 probably if you really want to do it. But you can't do it with this list. So that's why I'm saying I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't think the list you've done can execute it in any way, shape, or form. You need to get a lot more gnarly. You need to get a lot more specialized. If you want to take an hold, then you need to be thinking about a lot more Bulgrin than what you're thinking about right now. Yeah. 18-hour Bulgrin waiting to get nerfed. Yeah, probably. But that's my point. So I'm not going to go through and rewrite your entire list, because I do think it does need a rewrite. What I want you to do, my feedback to you is this, right? Change your mindset. Right now, you have a 10th edition brain. You need to cut the head open, chuck that brain to one side, get an 11th edition brain. It's a lot more wrinkly, and shove it in and close it back up. That's what you need to do. You need to be thinking every single moment, how am I playing into first, you need to know what missions you're doing. You need to know that at the back of your hand. And secondly, you need to be thinking, how am I playing into my mission? How is every single one of these units helping me achieve that mission? Now that's what you want. So that's what you want to be thinking. This is an addition of extremes. This is an addition of skews. That's what this edition is about. But I will say this, Brother of Titans. If you don't have a 3D printer, I would not recommend you go out and buy anything now, which might be like, but more did I need to buy 18 Bulgars? I only have like 6. Don't buy shit right now, man, because we don't know how it's going to fucking flip in, like 3 weeks? When the first balance patch comes out? We don't fucking know. So I'm giving you some general advice to think about and to mull over. But I think I would definitely hold off on purchasing anything. If you've got a 3D printer, then, bro, get printing. You know? Get printed. But if you've got to buy this shit new in box and it's got the GW price tag, yeah, wait. Wait 1 to 3 months before we have a fucking clue about where this shit's all going to sell. Yeah. So that's my advice. Okay? It wasn't meant to come across as harsh. It was meant to come across as firm so that you could sort of... meant to come across as clear. Firm yet clear. All right? I hope it's helped. Any follow-up questions, let me know. We can always have a bit of back and forth. Okay? Cotiers is a good shout. You've definitely nailed it with Cotiers. Yeah. All right. Kian Colpax, thank you for the should I say Clupax. Thank you for super chat. Thank you for 34 months. Xbox baby. Almost the big 3 years. Check stream discussion. Okay. Let's have a look. Mordian, thank you for providing the awesome community for nearly 3 years. Let's make it 3 more. Haven't really been super excited for 11th, but at least I'm working to get everything painted up to a baseline standard. My current project is kit bashing up a few custom dark communes out the Sisters, Sanctified kill teams, and a few of the Imperial Agent kill teams. Can you spare a word on how the Chaos Warrior releases for Old World have absolutely long-dicked AOS in every regard? I actually have a video coming out about how good the Old World release is, and it's very, very good. The glow up of the Chaos Warriors, it's very rare that I say I like a new GW model these days, but the glow up is undeniable. Absolutely bloody undeniable. Even if they're probably going to be in 1,000 parts and be a ball ache to build, even with that, I think they're worth it. The only criticism I would have is the new ones will probably cost more and you'll get less. The old ones will definitely be cheaper. But even so, sometimes I think the price is worth it. With Chaos Warriors, you don't need that many. Chaos Warriors, like 20 is enough. 20 is all you need. Yeah, I'm buying the dual box with my friend who wants to get into Cathay. Dude, awesome. If you're getting the Chaos side of that, incredible. Yeah, incredible. So I want to say thank you for the kind words. I love the idea of the custom project going on, and my thoughts on the Old World release is it's everything I ever want for Warhammer release. It's not even a 1.5. It's a here's the current edition with all the FAQs consolidated into it. And here's a new core starter box, which is just better to get into. Yeah. The only criticism I have of the new box is it should be Chaos versus Empire. It really should be Chaos versus Empire. My criticism is how much GW is shoehorning Cathay into the setting. Like, why has Cathay suddenly become the main guys? Like, they're a sideshow. Like, they're a complete fucking sideshow. And no one really gives that much of a fuck about them. Like, yeah, oh, they got pretty models. So, like, the lore is Chaos versus the Old World, and Cathay is far off to the fucking side where no one gives a shit. But I think the reason they did it is they wanted to start a set that has all new models in it. I think one of the criticisms that GW should not have listened to is they're like, all the mouth breathers. I think they've somehow managed to get one over Old World. Look at everyone who plays Old World. They're spending new money on old ass models. And it's like, yeah, we like the old models. Get fucked. Yeah, old models. Yeah, exactly. GW, don't listen to those people. Even if you give them new models, they won't play it. They're the kind of people which, no matter what you do, will always criticize you and always criticize Old World. Don't listen to them. Okay? Yeah. Herder old models. Yeah. But yeah, the new, it completely... as for AOS, I will say the new Ogre release does look good. I think... I'm just going to say it. Ever since Phil Kelly stopped running the AOS team, AOS has got a lot better. Ever since Phil Kelly joined the 40k team. Moving on. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the super chat. Some stuff in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Some Vow and Game Right memes. The clip from my roleplay that one of the DMs got on video. I'm the guy in the mask. Enjoy and think of getting Warriors of Chaos with the Oval Box. Would love some advice on where to go with the Chaos Boys. All right. Let's have a look here. Okay. Your roleplay isn't going to be sexual, is it? In fact, I'm going to pre-fucking check this before I ever look at anything. Not you guys fucking... That's all right. Is that RuneScape? Anyway, let's have a look. Is that sexual? I don't know what you guys are like. Let's have a look. Yes. Yay! I'm included. Yay! I don't really care that I'm dead. It's fine. That's brilliant. Fucking Wood Imp and Game Riot. Dagger as the fucking Yeti. Yeah, Space Marines for the win. Who's this? No idea. Space Marines win. Cry, suck the dick. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture, than the same picture. But yeah, you know what? He wasn't actually so bad, Bored, you know. He wasn't too bad. What? Those aren't dogs. Yay, I'm included again. I don't know what this is from, but I'm here. I'm here. I'm participating. Look how. Can we just say, look how fucking photogenic Wood Imp looks there. Jesus, man. Like he actually, like actual Oscar nominating, Oscar worthy fucking acting performance there. He looks like, yeah, I mean, he looks legit. There you go. This is your role-playing thing, is it? Just knocking on the door. It looks like RuneScape, but I don't know. What the fuck is this game? VR chat? I never played it. I don't do VR. I just presumed that everyone said they got VR for Beat Saber, and then they ended up getting it to beat their saber. You know, like I am 99.9999% certain that people just get VR headsets to wank off. That's it, right? That's it. That also happens. That's it, right? It's just like it's as close. It's get that. Get yourself one of those fucking like flashlights. It's like the closest you're gonna get to like having sex, not having sex. Right? You're just there like you try and like grab them, and then it's like you could get like a whole setup. The more I think about this, the more like you could get in, the more you could basically just get into this. So you could have like one of those like fake boobs, like you just in front of you. Like you'd have like a system to in front of you, so you could like, oh yeah, feel that. You know, you could do it. You could basically replace women with it. Pfft, sounds like a good idea. Now I understand why they're so popular. To be fair, you could probably flip that around, you know. VR headset, one of those mechanical arms. Why do you need a man? Why do you need a man? You know, there you go. Why do you need a man? Basically, the human race is going to go extinct because everyone is just too obsessed with VR porn. There you go. Couldn't afford VR, forced to get a girlfriend instead. That is not the cheaper option. Yeah. Ram Ranch VR. Hey, Cosmic, if that's what floats your boat. There you are. There you are. I think the moment that they invent proper sex bots, it's over. Like I'm talking it's properly over. Like around the world, it's over. Fully over. The moment those come, It's over. Yeah. That's when the human race dies out. They'll come out, and then like maybe a couple of decades after they've come out, every government out there will be like banning them, regulating them. At first they'll try and like incentivize people to start having relationships again, and then after that, they'll have to start banning them. I reckon. I think it's gonna get him. Yeah, it's gonna get him. That'll be it. And there'll be like little enclaves of people that do it like the old way, and it'll be like it'll be like going to like the zoo or something. Like people will stare at you. Yeah, goon tax on the robot. Yeah. It's easy. You just put the babe maker in the bot. Yeah, I mean, if we get some sort of like, Rick and Morty situation, like in the first season where all the like the sex bot, basically they impregnate the sex bots and then send them off, kind of thing. Maybe. Just Sophie's tea, I'll pay it. It's worth it. The thing is, doing it artificially is very difficult. Like it is, like obviously for some people it's it's the only option they have. Of course, like we're not disparaging them in any way, shape, or form. Very sympathetic, especially if you really want children. It can be heartbreaking, right? One of my family, for years, they tried, couldn't have kids, went through so many rounds of like IVF, spent every penny they had, because you only get so much. You do get 2 rounds free on the NHS, and they pretty much all but given up on having children, which is very sad, obviously, because they really wanted them. And they had 2 eggs left, and they were the 2 worst quality, and they were like, well, fuck it, we'll put both in, and we'll try and artificially inseminate both. Like it's like IVF, whatever it is. We'll try both. Maybe one will take, and both took, and now they've got twins. So it has a happy ending. The story has a very happy ending, which is nice. And yeah, even though twins is a lot, like they're really happy. Couldn't be happier. Yeah. And we're talking like they've been trying for a long time. So but it's very difficult. IVF was the only option they had, and it's very difficult. So yeah, putting the baby maker in the machine, it's very difficult. Apparently, despite us basically living with technology that's beyond Star Trek in some cases, it turns out that doing it the organic way, shall we say, making the beast with 2 backs, as Shakespeare would say, is still the tried and tested and true way of it working. Yeah. A lot of younger people are getting back into more face-to-face communication, analog hobbies. Yeah, I mean, I think that does need to happen, but I'm not a young person. So it's a very different world today. It's a very, very different world. There's so much available at our fingertips now. I think I'll be honest, right? I'm just gonna say I think I grew up in the best time. Like I do. Like I think the 90s to early 2000s, right before all those dickheads just took out too many bloody mortgages in 2008, right up until then, the Matrix was right. Civilization peaked. Civilization peaked then. So good. So fucking good. Like it was right where technology was becoming just accessible enough and good enough that you could get it and have fun, but it hadn't become completely like corporatized and fucked up and all that kind of stuff. We never knew how good we had it. Yeah, we never ever knew how good we have it. The 90s to 2008, literally the peak of humanity. People who grew up post 2008, which is, there's loads of them now. And when I say grow up, like, obviously there are people that would have been born before them, but who gained sentience, shall we say. So if you were born, probably, let's say, like 2000 to 2003 onwards, you have no idea what you missed. It is unfathomable what you missed. Like, you think that it's not just, oh, it was better in my day. You have no fucking clue. It was so much better. Yeah. Humanity peaked at COD Modern Warfare 4. Totally agree. Yeah. COD 4 and Halo. My God. Yeah. That's what we need to do. If I was given executive power, if I was given emergency powers, I would pledge one thing and one thing only, and that would be, we're going back to the 90s to 2000s. We're going back. That's where we're going. Like, that is where we are going to build and model our society. That's it. We're just dialing it all the way back. We're getting back to 1993 to 2008. That's where we're getting. Yep. That's where we're going. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, that's where we're going. And I will bring the glory of the 90s to early 2000s to the world. And everyone will see how much better it was. And that's it. That's my dynasty set up for life. Yeah, that's it. Quick, rebuild the towers. You're goddamn right. We're putting a third one up. There you go. Proving a point. We're putting a third one up. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. 4 towers. 4 towers, Mordian. That's insane. We're getting more, as many towers as we can, boys. That's what's happening. Yeah, this man forgot Emperor. We're getting. That's it. We're getting more. We're getting as many towers as we can. There we go. There we are. The movies back then were peak. Do you want to know the proof? Do you want to know the proof of why by 1993, well, the 90s to 2008 were perfect? That's everything they remaster. That's everything they try and keep squeezing more juice out of. Every video game they remaster. Every game that comes out that says spiritual successor to XYZ. Every movie where they revive an old franchise. That's it. That's it. That's it. Just get it. That's why. That's the proof. That's all you need to know. In fact, do you know what's funny? So many other people have noticed this as well. It's quite a common thing when you like chatting to people. But other people have noticed, and it's actually now a lot of younger people don't feel like they have their own cultural icon to latch onto, because all of their cultural icons are from generations before. So, like, in my day, my cultural icon is things like Halo. Like Halo, you've no idea how big Halo was. Like Halo was our Star Wars. The generation before us had Star Wars. Generation before them probably had like something else. Someone in chat who's older shit will be able to tell me, right? our generation, we had the Star Wars became before us, and then our generation, it was like Mission Impossible. If you want movies, it's like Mission Impossible, because James Bond was before Mission Impossible, right? So it's like Star Wars and James Bond before them, and then for us, we had like Mission Impossible, and Star Wars kind of came back, I guess, with the prequels at the same time. Star Wars did kind of come back. But then for games, for us, it was, I think our cultural icons are more games than movies, to be honest. And for us, it was Halo. Lord of the Rings, mate. Oh, great point. Lord of the Rings, Matrix. Yeah, great point. Yeah. The Matrix and Lord of the Rings were our movie cultural icons. And our gaming, and we had the extra benefit of gaming icons, which was Halo, Master Chief. And now what do they have? You know, what does anyone have from what does anyone have from maybe Expedition 33 could become it for the new generation? I don't fucking know. Also, we had the Wild Wild West internet. Now there are like 8 websites that 9% of web traffic goes through. Early internet was great. I think that people now could not survive the early internet. I don't think they could. I don't think they could handle it. It was too raw. It was unfiltered. You know? It was great. I'm gonna say it was great. It was awesome. You know? Yeah, there was some horrific, gnarly shit on there, right? But for every like dude you got saw, for every dude that there was, on like Live Leak that you saw get fed into some sort of industrial machine that wasn't blurred out, for every one of those you had like just incredible like video games and like internet forums and just everything. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Eborm's World. I remember Eborm's World. Yeah. Horrific, gnarly shit build character. Yeah, I mean, these days, 2 Girls, 1 Cup wouldn't be horrific. This is the thing. I'm going off on one now. I'm going off. These days, 2 Girls, 1 Cup wouldn't be horrific. It would be championed as something else. Anyway. Yeah. It'd be a trend. You know, people doing TikToks left, right, and center, shitting in cups and eating it. Do you know how I knew it was all over? Okay. Do you want to know do you want to know when I knew it was all over? Our generation got sucked in by like Furbies and shit, right? That's why I don't really care about like Labubu's and whatnot, okay? Our generation got sucked in by like Furbies and whatnot. I knew it was all over when it was just a few years ago, it's like 10 years ago, right? But 10 years ago was 2016, guys, so it was well past the peak. When people were like, bro, do you tide? Yeah, Furcus. That's it. Yeah. Bro, do you even tide, bro? That's when I was like, yep, time to move to the hills. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Do you even tide, bro? Anyway, shall we move on? Do you even tide, bro? Cavic Eagles. I am 20, man. Do not mention 2016. It was a weird year. I don't really remember what happened in 2016. Was 2016 when Trump first got elected? That was probably it. You see, we're very much straying dangerously into the realms of politics. And we don't want to do that because that's not what we do on this channel. But can I just say, and some people are going to find this extremely upsetting, and I'm just going to tell you, okay, like, I don't mean it in like a horrible way. I don't mean it in a crass way, okay? I'm just going to say that, like, from an outsider's point of view, Donald Trump is quite fascinating because he's quite clearly mental, but like sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But he's quite, like, I don't quite know how I would personally handle it if Donald Trump was my leader. I don't know. Maybe I'd be all right. Maybe I wouldn't. I actually just don't know. It's like, it's a question I've never asked myself. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's we're not going to get into it. We're not going to get into his policies because some people obviously hate him and some people obviously love him, right? And we're not talking about that. We're talking from an outsider's perspective of someone who doesn't run my country or anything. So I don't have any skin in the game, right? He's just like, he's a bit crazy, man. You just ignore it? Do you just crack on? Yeah, I guess I'd probably just crack on. Yeah. I guess I'd just probably crack on. You ignore like every... That's a good point. You ignore them. That's probably a good point. It's not like he's going to pop in for tea and crumpets anytime soon, is it? Yeah. There you go. Oh, fuck's sake, girl politics. We're not even... I don't think we're talking anything political, Mad Larkin. British government kind of playing. You guys need a mad king like the old days? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. Yeah. Anyway, let us move on. Let's have a look here. It's me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. Post a stream discussion about $30 each. Nice. My 3 proxy Helens came in today. This is the first one. There looks like a slight issue with track cover on the back, where it goes down too soon and gets angled by the track and breaks if you get too excited and go full send. I'm about to the message about it. They look great though. I'm happy with them. 1 built, 2 more to go. I don't see the issue. You have to send me a picture of the bit that doesn't work, or maybe you have done. Nice. Yeah, why wait for GW to make them, right? Do you mean like this bit? Which bit do you mean? There's an issue with the track cover on the back where it curves down too soon and gets angled by the track and breaks if you get too excited and go full send. I really don't see it. Like this bit here? Is it meant to extend out round the back? Ah, yes. Okay, I see it. Right. So what's happened is, I guess this bit here, obviously it's not meant to be broken off. I guess it depends on how you build it. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, you can't quite just... Oh, is that... Wait, is that track or is that track guard? Because if that's just track, then I guess you just glue it on there, man. Yeah. It curves too soon. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. So it's trying to curve down. Yeah. And then let's have a look at the front. Is it possible that it's not going to over... Is it possible that this bit's meant to be further forward? Like it's not meant to be overhanging the way you've got it? Like, I guess you could... I guess it could shimmy forward slightly, right? Maybe you need to shimmy it all the way forward. So this bit is more like here, but it's not a lot of room. It might make all the difference, but it's not a lot of room. Yeah. Email them and see, like you said, email them and see what they say. They might just give you some advice on how to build them or something. Yeah. What have we got next? Snowpiece, thank you for super chat. So if you keep the politics, I'll have to deal with you. I'm not keeping the politics. No, fuck that. I would not ever. Just everyone's just gonna fall out with each other. That's what I find. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it because I think everyone just falls out. Like sometimes I like to talk about things that are somewhat adjacent to it, but the non-political aspect of it, if that makes sense. Like what we were talking about before, but Not what I'm going to make this channel about anytime soon. Don't worry. Capic Eagle, did I miss your super chat? I haven't got one, man. Oh, no, I did. Did I not come up on this back end? 1 minute.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's a few super chats that I've missed because they didn't come through on the back end. Okay, let's just make sure I've not missed anyone. Capic Eagle, thank you for the super chat, man. Start my Venturelia Noble Army in stream discussion. Hello, sir. Look what show this past weekend: 60 infantry, a command squad, and 3 weapons and special weapons. Got them for a deal. You know I can't pass a deal. Gotta love a good deal, mate. Wait, that's not Capic Eagle. That's Squid Fist. 1 minute. That's what I mean. I was like, wait, that's the wrong guy. There you are. There you go. Scared to come out. Glad to hear you aren't going to arch me, bro. There's no way I'm going to. No. I just don't feel qualified. Firstly, I'm not remotely qualified. Secondly, I'm not remotely informed enough. So it'd be pure vibes. Thirdly, I think it would change the vibe of the channel, and it would be worse because politics just make people upset all the time. And fourthly, there's no way that I would ever tell anyone else like what to believe. That's just not my way. Like, I believe what I believe, other people believe what they believe, and that's as far as it goes. Yeah. There you are. Binface is the only sane choice. Okay, the one person I will comment on is Count Binface, who, if he ran in my area, I would vote for him. Right? It's that simple. Chuddy and Glory. I don't know what a chud is. People keep saying it. I feel like I'm probably not a chud. I feel like chuds are my very vague understanding is chuds that are people that are extremely more base than I am. Yeah, I don't think I'm chud. I don't think I'm base enough to be chud. All right. Yeah. Venturelia Nobles look nice. What did you use for the hats? Are they Empire? Empire Outriders, maybe? They look faintly Empire-esque. Well, not faintly. Very Empire-esque. But I just don't really recognize the kit. Yeah. Can everyone, like, people are saying, like, Outriders and Pistoliers. Pistolier heads with other Empire bits and UK bodies. I tell you this, man. I think the new Cajun bodies work better as Venturelia Nobles than the old ones. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the Venturelia Nobles and I think they're very cool. But the new Cajun bodies, they look just that little bit fancier, don't they? They look just that little bit fancier. The sculpture's that little bit more detailed, and I think they work really, really fucking phenomenally well. Yeah, excellent shit, man. Yeah. I like the basing you've done as well. And the paint job is very clean. The purple is excellent. Properly excellent. How did you do the transfers? Are they transfers or are they like the little paint splodge pens, if you know what I mean? Because they look very good. Yeah. And it's all about the Tuft game, isn't it? It's all about the Tuft game. Just standard Canadian transfers, very interesting, Capikiko. I have to say, it's kind of crazy to see you painting anything other than Scions. But you know, if you're gonna do a guard regiment that wasn't Scions, it kind of makes sense to do the Chilean nobles. Yeah, man. Awesome. What have we got next? Oh yeah, there was some other super chats that came in that I almost missed. We had Marco. Marco, yeah, we've done Marco double super chat for you. It only sent one through to the back, so I'm gonna give you another thank you. Thank you, Marco, for double super chat, mate. Appreciate it. And then we've got Cheese Marine. Cheese Marine, thank you for the super chat. New Empire models is my nightmare. Will go the way of Cities of Sigmar. I don't know. So far, the Old World team has done a very... Like, every single model that's been new for Old World has been excellent. Like, the Cathay models do look excellent, and they look Old World. And the new Chaos Warriors and Marauders, they do look excellent, and they look like they belong in Old World. So I believe they could do... I believe they could do Empire justice. I think they could. The concern with Empire models for me, and I don't like the current state troops. I don't like them. For me, it's a win-win, right? If Games Workshop releases new state troops and they're a bag of shit, or they're really expensive, or they're really like just too complex to build for enough of them, I don't care, because I'll just 3D print the ones that I've got. I'd rather buy the legit ones to support the game, but I'll just 3D print the ones that I like and know. Or I'll just get the Warlord Games Landsknecht ones. Warlord Games Landsknecht is like, hey, do you want the old Empire State Troops? Yes, please. Here you go. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think you have anything to worry about. You can actually get better state troops than what GW makes right now from Warlord Games. And I just recommend them to everyone. Like, I truly just recommend to everyone. Like, just head on over to is it Epic Hail Caesar? I can never remember. It's probably Pike and Shot. You know what? We're just going to type in Landsknecht. I did this last time, didn't I? Head on over to Landsknecht. Oh, it's in US dollars. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter so much, but I care slightly. Landsknecht starter army, and just there you go. There you go. Like, great swords, handgunners, crossbows, state troops with spears. Job done. And the thing with the spears is, like, you could run them as spears, or you could run them as... You could probably convert them to halberds relatively easily. Don't even have... I wonder if there are any Landsknecht with, like, halberds or anything. That's something Warlord should be doing. Yeah. Maybe not, though. There's some things on sale at the moment, which is kind of cool. No, it's... Oh, hang on. Hang on. They do fucking do halberdiers. Shit, man. Where are these? 1 minute. Where the fuck are these motherfuckers? Wait a minute. Do the ones with Zweihanders also make halberdiers? Oh my fucking god, it's literally peak. It's literally peak. It's scale. As you know, these are the same scale. They're 28mm. Oh my god, how did I not know this? It's the final piece of the puzzle. It's the final piece. Do we have pictures of the sprues? Go on, Warlord. No, they don't have pictures of the sprues. That's a shame. Can you build them all with Zweihand? 12 Landsknecht with 200 swords and 12 with halberds. Okay, so you do have to build them separately. Okay. It's okay. It's all right, I suppose. I think the pikemen are... do you know what I would probably do? Like, truth. I would just build the ones with pikes and then just say that they're halberds in a friendly game. Because no one's going to mistake... If you just say... As long as you're equipped universally across the board with the same thing. You just like... Yeah, all my state troops are equipped with halberds. Sure. Cool. Fine. No dramas. Yeah. I think that does make it a little... Yeah, a little better. That's probably what I would do. Or just replace the front row. Yeah, exactly. You've got a few options, haven't you? Italian Wars, Swiss pikemen. How interesting. 1 minute. What's this fucking thing we got going on here? Oh, are they metal? Mm. They look cool, though. Probably wouldn't, though. Not if they're metal. What are these bozos? Are these plastic? What are these? Look at these bozos. They look cool as fuck. Italian Wars, you say? No, that's something else. Pike and Shot. What do we think it is? Do we think it's English Civil War? Probably English Civil War, right? Okay, let's get... Oh, it is. Hello. 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 What's this? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. What is this? This is less than a... This is 94 squid. And I get 80 infantry. 20 cavalry and 10 other infantry. Wait, is that... Okay, these ones are pretty basic, I'm not going to lie. But, hello. Okay, it's quite a lot of handgunners. Probably don't need this many handgunners. I wonder if I can build them however I want. No, 24 with pikes, 40 muskets. That is a lot of handgunners. Probably don't need that many. Almost certainly don't need that many. Almost 100% certain I do not need that many. Montrose Irish. That sounds... Ah, they're metal. What a shame. Yeah, I can't even zoom in on them. Shitty old warlord picture, isn't it? Swedish infantry. Are these all the... I'm getting the distinct feeling that these are all the same, just painted differently. I see your game, warlord. Ah, yeah, padding out the old pike and shot numbers, I see. Hey, do you want to know the best deal? Do you want to know the best deal? All right, come here. I'll show you something. Absolutely insane deal, this. Here you go. Absolutely insane deal. It's out of stock right now. I wonder if it'll ever come back in stock. I think Chris has got them at the Warlord store. This box, £63. Okay, 63. It contains a necromancer and 90 skeleton warriors. 90. I think that's even better than War Games Atlantic. Yeah. I think you can buy the skeleton warriors. They're in stock. How many did you get? No, it's only 24. Nah, see, it's not as good buying them on their own. There you go. First time plastic is cheaper than 3D resin. There you are, man. Old Warlord making it. Just pay it yellow. Yeah, Warlord. I think there's some different heads in there. I think you get some like metal head upgrades, but it is basically same infantry paint, a slightly different color. What have we got next? So Squidfist, thank you for the super chat. Aloha, sir. Hobby update in stream discussion. I will almost read this out before Squidfist. Aloha, sir. Look what showed up this past weekend. 60 infantry, a command squad, 3 weapon teams, and special weapons. Got them for a deal. You know I can't pass up a deal. Arise, wallet, arise. All the price of what GW wanted for a platoon. Also ran orcs in a few games. I love them so far. The war has overtaken me. It's a good pain. Having tons of fun converting up the orcs. They really are a kit basher's dream. Nice. Hey, they look pretty cool. Nice. That's a cool model with the custom power claw. It's upside down, sir. But I can get the gist of it. There's some orcs over here. And what would appear to be some custodies on the other side. That's better. I'm more familiar. That last picture was from Australia, apparently. I know it's an easy joke, but there you are. Yeah, okay, right. Orcs are very good right now because of how undercosted they are. Have you guys seen the new Orc Boys data sheet? Fucking hell. They've given Orc Boys lethal hits. Basically against everything that isn't a vehicle or monster. That's a lot of lethal hits. Someone said, and I don't know if it's true. I'm going to need some people to confirm or deny this. But I heard a rumor that Space Marine bolters were now lethal hits against infantry. Or anything that isn't a vehicle or monster. Oh, are they just making all small arms lethal hits against the relevant targets? Lethal hit lasguns? No, that'll do shit, Mrs. 18 Transports! I love it. Yeah. What have we got next? Noble Memes, thank you for the super chat. When I was a teen, I showed my gran and aunt 2 girls, 1 cup. Yeah. That's where you stopped getting Christmas cards from them, mate. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Cosmic for King also shows the worm. Cosmic, you can be the king, but you're going to be like when they brought Kalis back to the Klingon Empire. More of a figurehead than anything else. I do not share power. There you are. I'll tell you what, you could be Pope. I'm sure that seems like a good fit for you. Emil, thank you for 33 months. Val progress in stream discussion. Well. Is that a Thunderhawk in your pants? Are you pleased to see me? Current state of the Inquisition Thunderhawk. Basically, all that's left is some details on the underside and oils. We'll be doing dot filtering and pin washing. Really looking forward to having this finished. Or will it be finished? Should it have a base? Have you ever seen anyone actually play with one in person, MG? If so, how do they do it? The only Thunderhawk I've ever seen in real life on a board was the crashed Thunderhawk display board. That's the only one I've ever seen in real life. I don't think I've seen anyone actually use one in real life in a game. I think there was one at Thanatos last year, I think, as well. Lord Prayers, I think. Other than that, I've never seen anyone run one. They're so cool, aren't they? Thunderhawk's a cool name, isn't it? Thunderhawk's a cool name. Yeah. It looks excellent. Like, properly excellent. And I mean your paint job, sir. Looks properly good. I think you have definitely been doing this model justice. And I think a little bit of washing and a little bit of shading, as you said. Pin washing, shading, all that kind of stuff. And I think it is going to look... Mwah, and it's look very good. Very, very good indeed. Excellent stuff, mate. Genuinely very, very impressive. All right, what have we got here? Snowbeast T, thank you for the super chat. List in need of help, sir. I need help data minus 11th. I'm still using Grizzle Company. I think I can get with 3 attachment point in my group, but I don't know where to put anti-tank. Commissar, Apium Detail, Lemurus Commander, Quill and I. I probably wouldn't bother with a Quill and Eye. Order's basically, it's basically a dead order now. Now that if you don't have take aim, you're hitting like dog shit, mate. I think it's very rough. 6 Ballgrind, 1 Hellhound, 1 Hellhound. Kazakin. I think this is fine. Fine. I think it's fine. The Exterminate, you probably could save 20 points on a Quill and Eye. I don't know what you spend it on, but you can probably save it. You could probably also save 30 points by trading a Hellhound out for Courtiers. But the truth is, the Hellhound is actually doing damage, so I don't know if that's a good deal. I mean, you'd only end up with like 50 points, which I don't think you can really do anything with. So, I don't think Grizzle Company is good for you. I don't think priority assets is good because you don't have many units, and priority assets requires you to do actions. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units in total. If you have to do an action, that's 16% of your units, assuming you've taken no casualties out of the game for that turn. Priority assets is a fucking terrible one for you, man. I wouldn't take it. No way. No way, Jose. I think you're better off with combined arms. Give your Lemuros commander some fucking lethal hits. Personally, I would strongly consider armored infantry and auxiliaries. Maybe not. I certainly don't think you need a commissar for the Ballgrind at this size. I don't think they need it. I think they can get away without it. And then you don't need a Quill and Eye, and that saves you 70 points. Are you bang on 1,000, or do you have any points spare? 985. Okay. I can play with that. I can work with that. If you drop the Commissar and a Quill and Eye, and you've got 15 points left over, that's 85 points. That could be a Chimera. For the Kazakin. Or... okay, let me work something out.
Jaffa, Cree! Telmakol, Kritak. You heard me. I said Cree.
Let me try again 1 minute. Tanks. Infantry. That. It's probably too much. It's probably too much. Not enough ignore cover is the issue. I don't think the game really works at 1,000 points, I'll say that. But I think the problem is you are trying to do too much at 1,000 points. I think you're trying to take elite infantry and ignores cover and firepower and Bulgren. And I think you need to pick like 2. I would suggest something. I know you got 3D printer, so I know cost is not really a worry for you. Seems okay. Let me try again. 180, 180, 55. 125. 85. 200. 120. 40. That might be a list, bro. Check out these boots for size. 2 Lehman Russ Exterminators, 360 points. A Cadian Castellan and a Chimera. That comes to 500 points bang on. Then you give the Chimera heavy flamers, by the way. It becomes a pseudo Hellhound. Then we take an actual Hellhound and we take a unit of Bulgren. Now that brings us to 825. Now what you could do with that 825 points is it's 175 points you got left over to spend. There's a lot you could do with it. You could get a smaller squad of Bulgren, or you could get a squad of Ogren and a Commissar to lead them, and you'd still have a few points left over. Or you could get like a Hellhound, another Hellhound, and have 50 points left over for something else. But the point is, I think what you want to do is you want to go armored infantry and you want to go abhuman. And I would probably go. It's what I would do. You take 2 Lemurus Exterminators, you take a Castellan, and you put them inside a Chimera. You give the Chimera heavy flamers. The Cadian Castellan can then order people outside of that. He can order the tanks that are outside of that. That makes a nice triple vehicle firebase. 2 Exterminators and a Hellhound. 2 Exterminators and a Chimera. That's really nice. You then have your Hellhound. An extra vehicle. Fantastic. He can ignore cover. And he can strip cover from the enemy, and the Chimera can strip cover from the enemy because you can use the stratagem in armored infantry, combined fire, to strip cover on them. So that's how you get in your second Hellhound for cheap. That is you really utilizing your armored infantry detachment. But we want to go abhuman auxiliaries. Take a Commissar and put him in a squad of 6 Ogren. Then take a squad of 6 Bulgren. Now what you're going to do is your Commissar is going to basically order. The Bulgren are probably going to go first. So the Commissar orders the Bulgren and they move forward. And then you, when the enemy starts pounding on this Bulgren, the Commissar then orders his own unit of Ogren to take aim, and you move forward and you hit them with a counterattack. That's the way you could do it. Now, if you wanted to get 2 squads of Bulgren in there, it would be possible. It would. The way you can get 2 squads of Bulgren in there is if you have courtiers. You wouldn't have a Commissar, though. But if we minus the other squad of Ogren and then we minus the Commissar, and then we minus the Hellhound, and then we add courtiers back in. How much is it for a squad of Bulgren now? Oh, is it 215? It might not work. Nah, it doesn't work. No, I think my original list was the best. 6 Ogren, 6 Bulgren, 1 Commissar, 1 Castellan, 1 Chimera, 1 Hellhound, 2 Exterminators. Boom. That's a damn good 1,000-point army right there. That's what I'd take. All right. What do we got next? We have got It's a Me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. Pictures of my cover up in stream discussion. I think you've done a good job. I think you've done a very good job. Yeah, a little sandbag over there. I mean, you could put a bit of milliput in there, but I think once it's all painted up, you won't notice it. Yeah. If in doubt, bang out the stowage. Also, you could also do some mud on the tracks. Just fucking slop a bunch of extra mud there. That's an option as well. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? The Last Guardsman, thank you for the super chat. Finish Recon Squad in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh my god, these guys look amazing. Yeah. Oh, so cool. Is the Balaclava guy one that comes in the squad? Dude, these are excellent. I have to say, I do really like the short patterned las carbines. I mean, this so obviously should have been a Tanith squad, because that's like the Vergastite las rifles, and these are like the old Tanith Nowd ones, aren't they? Yeah. Cool. 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 Very cool. Very cool indeed. Yeah, yeah. So good, man. So legit. Last guys, I think that you've done an amazing job on those, man. Yeah, I think you've done an amazing job. All right. Okay. Where are we up to? So. I have a little thought-a-roo going through my head. I think I'm gonna Talzan, I can't make a list worth of shit without 18 Bulgans and it not be oops all tanks. I'm losing my cool. Talzan, that's the way it is, baby. Yeah, yeah. That's the way it is. If it ain't 18 Bulgren, it's tank spam. That is the guard at the start of 11th. I don't know if it'll stay that way, though. I'm not coping. Like, I'm just saying I don't know if it'll stay that way. I mean, I doubt it. I mean, I think there is a very strong chance that Games Workshop will correct things. I mean, the game's been out, like, a week. The game's been out a week. When you think about it. You know, there's still...
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
There's still 55 weeks to go. Not 55, 155. It's only been out 1 week. There's still 155 weeks until 12th. So just count them down, boys. Count them down. Let's play Hammer the Emperor list with 2 Dawns and 2 Russes against Tau Battlesuit. Victory for the guard. Nice, Yankee. Good effort. Yeah. You mean the beta has been out a week? Indeed, the beta has been out a week. Snowpiece T, thank you for 7 months, man. Thank you, Sir 07. 11th is melting. My brain, yeah. There's a lot going on. 11th has definitely been written by people who know life the game. Yeah. And I think I was going to say, I think 11th edition has been written with selfish minds. I think it's not been written for the everyman. It's been a bunch of people who know life the game wanted to make the game better for themselves. It sounds harsh. Harsh! That's what I think. Yeah. Yeah. I tried substituting Bulgrim with Cajun, Command Squad, and Bodyguards, and it frees up points, but it's so many tanks, not enough orders. You need to, if you want to have enough tank orders, you got to go down armored infantry, mate. So your infantry officers can order tanks. Yeah. Right, what I'm going to do, guard one with super heavy spam. Yeah, I mean but that's a stat check. So yeah, that is a stat check, which will only last so long. I'm having fun with it, but it's in spite of 11th, not really because I agree, Squid Fist. Like I had fun with my 11th edition game, but it wasn't because it was 11th edition. It was because it was Warhammer with the boys. Oh, shit. Oh, sweet. We're okay. YouTube just sent me a notification, guys, by the way. And it said that some of the membership prices are going up. And I was like, oh, is that going to affect, like, a general thing? But it's not. It's not. It's not like... It's just a currency exchange rate thing. So if you notice your membership's gone up, it's nothing I've done. It's just on YouTube. It's just an exchange rate thing. I don't think there is like any that I don't think there's going to be many people that are affected. Dollars aren't changing, and pounds aren't changing. And they're the two big ones. So, and Australian dollars aren't changing either, and euros aren't changing either. Yeah, I think there's not a lot. So yeah, there you go. Just thought I'd mention it because YouTube brought it up. So there might be one. I think there's like Canada's changing and Poland's changing. They're the only ones I can see that were going to be affected. Yeah, on this channel. So yeah, there you go. I'm not changing my prices though. I'm like old school McDonald's, you know, what was it, 99p for the ice cream? That's the way it's staying, $1.99. Yeah, Canadian dollars is going up slightly, I think, but it didn't look major. Yeah. Yeah, you can, if in doubt, get a VPN. There you go. I mean, who isn't getting their memberships via gifts? That's true. Who even pays for an MG membership, man? We measure in Fredo's and Mordian subs now. The Mordian, I've not increased my price. Like I said, YouTube has increased the price in some areas, but I don't think it's in any of the major ones. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a drink and I'm going to grab a snack. And then we've got some things I want to talk about. I am a little concerned that a lot of topics I want to talk about are kind of negative. But I'm not going to. No, I think we've covered the main negative ones. I had 3 more topics I wanted to do, but they don't have to be all today. I want to do a bit of a summary of the yellow energy thing. I want to do a little bit of a bit on how people need to get comfortable with confrontation, especially if you're new to Warhammer, for example. And I did want to talk a little bit about the new about the stats, the guard, you know, the general meta stats. So, but I think I'm a little hungry, and when I'm hungry, I get bitchy. So I'm gonna grab a snack. I was gonna bring it up here. You're gonna have to deal with a mukbang streamer, right? I'm gonna grab a snack, and I'm going to grab a drink, and then I'm gonna do one of those bits. Yeah. No beef. We do have some sugar daddies who frequent the MG chat. We do, but we love them very much. Towson, price. Thank you for 6 months. Exclusivity. Price Gals list is dream discussion. I hate it. I hate 11th in theory. Caden Castellan, Caden Command Squad, Lord Marshal Trier, Ogun Bodyguard, Ogun. I hate it already. Chimera, Death Riders, Hellhound, Hippogriff, Lemus Battle Tank, Lemus Exterminator, Scout Sentinels. How many Bulgrin do you have? You have no Bulgrin. What's going on here? No. I don't know what you're trying to do with these command squads come ogre and bodyguard bollocks, but no. If you want to take armored infantry, you don't need Bulgrin. If you want to take, well, you can take Bulgrin if you decide to go down take and hold. Yeah. If you're going to go take and hold, you might as well go combined arms. That's the thing. I think Talzun, as much as you hate it, if you're going to build, you're basically taking Bulgrin spam, but shitter. So you might as well take. You might as well take it properly. Is my thoughts. Now, if you want to take infantry inside chimeras, or if you want to take sort of mechanized elements, I should say. I was trying to figure out something punchy that was cheaper, but literally everything sucks. It does that. You know what? That I'm gonna do a positive bit, a more positive bit anyway. But I'm gonna grab a drink and a snack first. Boo! Boo! Talzun, you're spiraling is my bit. I'll do it in a bit more fleshed out later, but you're spiraling. Just pick a list and play. Just pick a list and play. You're tearing the list up before you're picking holes and tearing the lists apart before you've even actually the rubbers hit the road. You are not incorrect in your analysis, but there is an element of saying fuck it and just going for it. Stop overthinking it. That's my advice. You're inside your own head. You're overthinking it. Take a bunch of Bulgrin. Take a bunch of, take a bunch of shit and see what happens. Yeah. But I'll get into it a bit more when I get back. Ugh. I will just say, I will say this. Once again, I was right. Talzin, I know why he did it. I know why you disagreed with me in the lead up to 11th. I'm trying to make it as vile as possible. I know why you did. You wanted to be excited for the new edition. You wanted to expect that it was going to bring everything and more that you could possibly have hoped for. I do not blame you. I understand. Hope is addicting. It is intoxicating. But you should know there is no hope. Mordian, when are we going to get to the bit that makes me happy again? No, I'm only joking. It is I will say there are quite a few people who are starting to, I've noticed in the chat, quite a few people who were, so some people will say, well, it's just the audience you cultivate, Mordian. Definitely. But on a serious note, I have noticed a lot of people who were very pro 11th and looking forward to it in the chat have, I mean, all of them have come around now. All of the guard players have come around. Not all the guard players have. Swords and Smith, he's still very happy with 11th, but he's happy with it because he's running Khorne Demons, so I don't really blame him at all, right? But even he's like, he's a good guy. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, but I've never met him personally. But through the medium of chat, even he's always pretty fair-minded. And even he has said they need to do something about this fucking shooting malarkey. It's bollocks. So, yeah. This Mars, guys, I'm just gonna say I'm going very informal now. I'm not no, fucking hell. What am I like if I'm not informal? Well, no, I like to ham it up a little bit. I'm always honest, but sometimes I'm a little bit more hammy than I intend to be. But I'm just gonna say it to you right now. Like this is kind of, it's just me just chatting shit. This fucking Mars want to hit thing with the cover, awful. What, like honestly, addition ruining change. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. It's too defining. That's the problem with it. It's too all or nothing. It horrifically impacts factions disproportionately. Like, because the idea of it, if you don't think about it for longer than a second, the idea sounds good in theory. So the idea being, well, instead of having, it's a simple change. Hey, guys, instead of having, like, cover affect the end of the shooting process, why not have it affect the beginning of the shooting process? Brilliant. Well, the answer's obvious. It's very obvious, the answer, why you wouldn't do that. If you put something at the start of the process, it affects everything downstream from it. It's fucking... The moment you think about it for longer than a second, you go, wait, no, it's not as simple as just putting it from the end to the beginning. Job done. If you put it at the beginning, it affects everything downstream from it. If you put it at the end, it just affects... It's just something you take into account as a natural step in the process. So there's that. And secondly, you know, not every faction has got the same ballistic skill. It's a lot easier to affect someone's, like... It's a lot easier to affect someone's weapon stats than to affect someone's ballistic skill. And it not start feeling fucked, right? Because if you decide to make a big shooter have extra AP, that's fine. That's easy. That's just they've made the gun more powerful. But if you start having orcs like hitting on 4s to try and counter the balance, it's fucked for a number of reasons. Firstly, it just breaks the immersion. It just breaks the immersion instantly. Because you know it's been done to massage the cover rules. It's not been done because orcs have suddenly got better at shooting. And then what happens when the enemy doesn't have cover? Well, now orcs are shooting too well. And the other reason it's fucked is because because of the fixed to hit value system, there's only so far you can go. There's only so many numbers you can change. There's no limit on the AP system. You want to have an AP 12 gun, you fucking go for it. It doesn't matter, right? But this is the problem they have with the hit values. This is why fixed to hit values keep getting so fucked up. It's why we end up with so many rerolls. Because if you have a fixed to hit value, you've only got 6 numbers. You've got 5 numbers you can pick from because you can't pick a 1. So you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's it. That's all the numbers you've got. So putting it at the beginning fucks the entire process because not only is it effective in downstream, if it ends up being too powerful, you've got so much less room to maneuver. If you start making people's ballistic skill better, you're going to have space marines that are hitting as good as custodies. Okay, well, how do we make custodies differentiate? Okay, give them rerolls. Well, look where we are. You know? Yeah, it's bollocks, mate. It's bollocks. Them putting... I'll say it once. So it becomes so impactful. Mindful ballistic skill becomes so impactful. And I've said this before, that you basically have to try and rip it out of the game. As a player, you have to basically rip it out of the game. You have to be like... As a guard player, if I ever encounter the benefit of cover, I've built my list wrong, or it's the end and I've already been smashed the fuck out of. That's it. So the entire of 11th edition, you as a guard player should never interact with the cover rule. How fucked is that? How fucked is that? The entire edition, you are incentivized for there to be no cover in the game. Obviously, there's line of sight blocking, not no terrain. Obviously, terrain's different to cover, right? But you're basically incentivized to have no cover. 40k, okay. 40k is okay. How many rules can I invalidate? The systems are okay. How do I play with these rules? Exactly. Master Pep. Yes, the granularity of the D6 is strangling the rule. It should move to D10 or D12. No. Strong disagree. And I can explain why. All you do by moving to a different dice is you kick the can down the road, but you will inevitably end up with the same problem. It's not the number of D6s on the dice. It's fixed to hit values. It's fixed to hit values. That's the problem. GW has got a fixed to hit value system where they keep increasing the numbers because they can't help themselves, because they've got to keep turning the numbers up, because they're making the numbers bigger makes the model seem more powerful. If the model seems more powerful, people want to buy more of it. Cosmic Drew making an excellent point. And if everyone's taking stuff to a strip cover away, what's the point of even being in cover in the first place? Exactly. Exactly. The biggest fuck up of this edition, which they cannot balance out. The only thing they can do is patch it out and put a different rule in the game. That's and they can do that. Will they do it? Is a very big question. But they can't. The -1 to ballistic skill is a fucking big flaw in the game. Huge flaw. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And if you just thought about it, if you played one game, you would pick up on it straight away. There's a lot of things I like. And here's the thing, right? And this is the controversial statement. I can see myself like, if that cover rule didn't exist, I can see myself liking 11th edition a lot. I can see, you know, there's always going to be balance issues, right? But I can see myself trying different dispositions out. I can, you know, points go up and down, missions change, right? Like all of that stuff is fine. I'm totally okay with it. Like, yeah, the decisions are going to be fucked for a while. It's fine. Like it's Warhammer. It's not balanced. I don't really, you know, I do hold GW to a different standard because they ask more money off me as a player, right? It's that simple. But it's not something that I lose any sleep over. And I have actually been enjoying building Warhammer lists again. Yeah, I've been having some issues, but I've been enjoying it. Like I've been sat there on the shitter with new recruit out, building some fucking lists. I've been, I've been loving it. Right. So don't get me wrong. I've got a lot that I'm feeling a lot more positive about 11th edition. And this will bring us on to the bit that I want to do in a moment. But that cover rule is giga-fucked. Beyond, it's unfixably fucked. You have to you can't fix it. You have to take it out and put something else in. It's that simple. It's that simple. Yeah. Mass Effect, no, the D6 too rigid. We have rules of a real ones and mass on to wound. If the strength is higher than toughness, these are artifacts of data that's GP values. It's honestly not. That is all because of the fixed to hit value. So the reason why you have reroll ones, I know what you're saying. And I don't disagree. Let me add, I sort of brushed past it before. Let me add a bit more meat to the bone for what I was saying earlier, okay? It's not that you're wrong. Obviously, moving to a D10 or D12 system would add further granularity to the game. Of course. And it very well may be that it's not a case of one or the other. It maybe we go away from fixed hit values and we bring the dice in. I could be open to that. Okay, so don't think I'm saying you're wrong. Okay, what I'm saying is I don't think that just merely flipping to a higher value, higher sided dice fixes the problem. Because all that will happen is Games Workshop will kick the can down the road, and in 3 years' time, we'll be exactly back where we were. Because right now, the reason why, I mean, right now, how do you differentiate between a Custodes and a Space Marine Captain? You can't. Space Marine Captain hits on twos, the Custodes hits on twos. The only way you differentiate is basically with the Custodes getting rerolls. You know, how do you hit better than a 2 with a reroll? So obviously what you would say is, well, in my system, the Space Marine Captain would hit on a 4 and the Custodian could hit on a 2 again. Yes, you are right. But what happens when GW brings out super special fuck you, Marnius Calgar in bullshit armor, and then he hits on a 2? We're back to where we are. You see what I mean, right? So the issue is that what you want is a system of comparing numbers, not a system of fixed numbers. So that's why I believe you move away from a fixed to hit value system and you bring in, as we've mentioned before, weapon skill versus weapon skill, ballistic skill versus evasion, that kind of thing. And that way there's an almost infinite scale of numbers that you can compare against each other. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Bundy, wow. Is it possible there's too many factions to balance? I feel like they're forced into fixed hit values because individually balancing every unit against every unit is astronomical. Dude, it's they for 30 years the game had weapon skill versus weapon skill. For 30 years it had it. And it was fine. It worked. No one, here's the fun thing, right? No one complained about weapon skill versus weapon skill. No one complained about it. What people complained about was initiative. And I do think that initiative did have its problems. I think initiative, the way Games Workshop did initiative, it had problems. The way that you could bring initiative back and learn from the lessons of the past, you could fix it for sure. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like, but just going back to it, this cover milestone ballistic skill thing, boys. I'm telling you, until that's out of the game, there will be until that's out of the game, you are going to see day in, day out, week in, week out, people joining the game and going and asking the same fucking questions like, hey, how come my shooting doesn't do anything? Hey, I'm getting rolled because of reason X, Y, Z. It's like the fucking elephant's foot at the bottom of Chernobyl, right? Until it's going to be there. It's going to fuck the edition up. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to fuck the edition up. Because because people are already working it out. People are already working it out. And if this is one of these moments, it's one of these moments where I say clip it, put it in the bank. I'm going to say I called it first. I called it first. Everything else can be fixed, but that can't be fixed. That has to be replaced. And it could be. I'm not saying it won't get resolved at some point in 11th edition, but that has to be resolved. Otherwise, it's going to be a long 3 years. It's going to be a long 3 years of every guard player putting 2 Hellhounds and co-chairs in the list first thing. For the first 350 points of your list are spoken for. Until that changes. And the biggest problem is that you are so reliant on removing cover. You're so reliant on removing cover as a guard player that if Games Workshop puts the price up on Hellhounds and puts the price up on like Cotiers because they are fucking stupid and they see that everyone's taking those units and they don't go, oh, why is everyone taking those units? They just go, well, those are taken too often. Nerf them 10%. Without thinking, okay, but why are people taking them? If they do something like that, it's an Achilles heel. Right now, the cover, the utter insatiable desire for us as a faction and other factions as well, but especially Guard, that in the insatiable need to remove cover to work as a faction is such a massive Achilles heel that if they don't do an intelligent change, it's GG. It's GG no re. Yeah. Yeah, it's such an invasive need. Yeah. But that's my take. That's my no bullshit, no coke, no salt, no beef, nothing take. I've been really balanced on that. I've said everything else could be fixed. I'm looking forward to everything else. But that's the one thing that is... It's the Achilles heel of the entire edition. Not just the guard, it's the Achilles heel of the entire edition. It will influence everything. It will influence the meta. It will influence which faction's on top. It will influence which detachments are good, which detachments are bad. It will, you know how people look now and they go, oh, it's not got an invulnerable save, it's a bag of shit kind of thing. You know, for certain types of units, is that an elite unit that hasn't got an invulnerable save? Bag of shit, right? It'll be, do you not have ignores cover? Bag of shit. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. It's too defining. Far too defining in my opinion. Yeah. Anyway. I feel like I should have done a bit on that. Maybe I will. Kind of starts off with me eating a yogurt and a fucking milky fucking mini roll though, doesn't it? Yeah. But I think it's a good bit. Yeah. I'll go back and watch it. If it's good enough, I'll do it. Yeah. Well, I can always do it again at some point. You know, do it offline. You know, I'll make a note. Honestly, one of your most balanced takes. I can't even be mad at you. I appreciate that, Cosmic. My asshole still hasn't recovered from all those pineapples you put up there. Yeah. Okay. Now let's do something more positive. I don't think that was necessarily negative. It was objective, which I always try and be. Let's be more let's have some cope. Have a bit of cope. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything here.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet.
I want to make sure I've not missed anyone.
Every formation of parade. I love the Corps.
James Homer, thank you for super chat. Hi, Morden. Just got my tax rebate and think of starting guard. I've posted a list in stream discussion. Lord Soliantus, Catchan Command Squad, Lemurus Tank Commander, Tep Priest, Catchan Heavy Weapons Squad, Ogren, Hellhammer, Hellhound, Hydra, Stormlord. All infantry are sitting in the Stormlord. Okay, so firstly, you need to think about your detachment and your disposition. There's no such thing as a speculative list anymore. You have to be specializing. Now, I would recommend, considering you've taken 2 super heavies, I'd recommend Steel Hammer. Now, if you're going to take Steel Hammer, you then don't really need Lord Solar Leontus. Because Lord Solar Leontus is there to order the super heavies, but in Steel Hammer, for 30 points, you're saving 100 points over Leontus. For 30 points, you can take one of your super heavies and turn them into a command Baneblade, and he can order Titanic units. So it saves you 100 points. It's a no-brainer. So that would mean that the Hell Hammer and the Stormlord were working together. 2 Tepris working together. Now what I would do, mate, is I wouldn't bother having a bunch of shooting inside that Stormlord. Is it on the outflanking Baneblade as well? It is. I wouldn't bother with any shooting inside that Stormlord, mate. Firstly, if you ever want to take a Stormlord and try and make it good at shooting, don't bother. Just take a super heavy that's good at shooting. Rather than putting a bunch of Ogrins and bollocks inside a Stormlord, why not just take a super heavy that does good shooting, like a Bane Sword or Storm Sword, right? So there's that. But that doesn't mean don't take the Stormlord. Just take all that shit, like Catch and Command squads and heavy weapon squads and Ogre and all that. swap it out for some Bulgrin. And then pay for the upgrade on the Stormlord called Assault Hatches, which lets you move forward, get the Bulgrin out, and the Bulgrin still charge afterwards. Turns you like into a Land Raider with assault ramps. It's very good. Other than that, you're fine. Yeah. If you find some with a few points left over, because you've got Catachan Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad, that's 60, 120 points. Plus the Ogrin is 180. Plus the Captain Weapon Squad is 65. So you're what on 2, 4, 5. Swap that out for 6 Bulgrin and a Commissar. Steel Hammer is only 2 detachment points. You want to take the Abhuman Auxiliary Detachment. That's 1 detachment point. So that's all 3 at 2k used up. And for 10 points, you can have a Commissar lead the Bulgrin. It's not in the detachment, it's in the app, but it does work. So it's not on the PDF, it's in the app, right? So that's a straight swap. Now for the 100 points on Leontus, well, the tank commander's ordering a couple of Hellhounds around, which I guess is fine. You could just swap the not Hellhounds, Hydras. You could just swap the Hydras out for an Exterminator. It's a straight swap, and it means that everyone's getting an order. So that's an idea. And Exterminator's pretty good. I'd probably spend the last 100 points on a couple of Scout Sentinels, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Scout Sentinels are quite decent now. They're cheap as fuck, mate, the 100 points. Yeah. That's what I would do. And I think you'll end up with a tighter list. And then run it in Purge the Foe detachment. And I think I have a very tight, very capable list. Yeah. But having said all of that, James H., I wouldn't buy fucking nothing for the next 3 months. The next 3 months, it's going to be pure fucking chaos, pure fucking turbulence. Get that tax return, sit on it. Don't look at it. Don't fucking be tempted to spend any of it. Just sit on it. Obviously, I'm talking about on models. If you need to spend on something more important, that's fine. But don't buy nothing for the next 3 months. The game is good. GW has said the game is turbulent right now. That's their speak for it's going to be getting fucking all sorts of balance levers wrenched all over the place. So yeah, don't buy anything right now. Yes, Southern Bear. Yeah. Okay. Let's end on a somewhat positive note. Gentlemen, ladies, small fruit creatures from Alpha Centauri, I want to say something positive. I know. I swear I'm not being puppeted. There's no strings. I swear that I haven't received any phone calls from GW or the Pinkertons. I swear that I am not a skinwalker. All right? I'm not a skinwalker. I just want to say something I think that's very important. I've had a lot of people come to me over the last few days. Last week streaming and this week as well. And it's a lot of guard players, but not just guard players. It's a lot of players in general who are feeling quite down on 11th edition. And it's understandable. The edition has definitely launched in a state. It's not that it doesn't have potential. It's got some potential shining through, but it's launched in a bit of a state. And specifically, it's around the points. Probably one of the biggest things I get on the channel right now. In fact, we had Talzun earlier here talking about this. is people just saying, like, I just can't build a fun list. I just can't get the list the way I want it. I'm wrestling and I'm grappling and I'm wrestling and grappling. And I just can't get it the way I want. And that's very understandable. Right now, so the first thing I want to say is you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not going crazy. Other people out there might tell you to like shut up, stop like moaning or anything like that. You're not wrong. You're not crazy. You are right. Building guard lists right now is a pain in the ass. It just is. We're basically relegated to 18 Bulgrin, 3 Hellhounds and going from there, or basically relegated to just tank spam. Whatever kind of tank we can get our hands on. It really feels like we're kind of being railroaded down these two kind of play styles. And for a lot of people, that's just not what they want. It's just not what they want. They want to be able to take a little bit of infantry. They want to take a guard army that looks like an army. Some infantry, some tanks, some artillery. And that's what they want. And right now they can't. Or, not they can't. There's no one putting a gun to their head and stopping them. But they feel like they're getting halfway through a list and they can already see the vision that they're trying to create isn't manifesting at the end. Isn't going to manifest at the end of they're only halfway through. I will say this. Before I played my first few games of 11th, I was feeling very similar. I was. And to a certain extent, I'm still feeling that way now. I've sort of accepted this is the state of the guard right now. But there's a couple of things I'm going to tell you. Firstly, what you're going through right now is the equivalent of it's the list building equivalent of somebody getting halfway through a painted model and going, I don't like it, and starting again. And it's kind of well known that models always look a bit shit halfway through. And you have to have that sort of courage and that perseverance to keep going. You can't to see it to the end, okay? There's a little bit of that, I would say, going on with list building as well. Don't get halfway through the list and then give up. Try and see it out to the end and see, what the end result looks like. And if you end up being a few points over, tweak it. My advice is, rather than trying to build it from the ground up, take everything you want in the list, see how many points over you are, if you are over, and then start doing some substitutions. Let's say you're taking Liam Russ battle tanks. And you end up being, let's say you got like 3 of them. And you end up being like 10 points over. Okay. Swap one of those out for an exterminator. See if, or 2 of them out for exterminators. See what I mean? Now that's only a very, very minor example. I know some people are going to be like, no more, that's not really what I'm getting at. I know. Okay. But just try building the list out and making adjustments at the end rather than, try building the entire list and making adjustments at the end rather than building it brick by brick. Okay. That might help a little bit. The other thing that I want to say about this, though, is that we are very much in a state of flux and the points will probably change. I know us as veteran guard players have kind of got used to the points only going up. In fact, I can't remember the last time there was a guard, the data slate, and the guard didn't get some sort of points nerf. It seems it's been a long time. I think maybe there was a 5-point cut somewhere around Crystal Company, but I might be wrong. So, but the idea is that the thing is, everyone knows we're not doing very well at the moment. Like, we're really not doing very well. The last couple of metadatas that have come out, we are looking at well below 40% and decreasing. And GW will be aware of the general chatter and they will be aware of that data because that data makes them look bad. And they don't want to look bad. They want the game to look good. They want the game to be talked about positively so people will, basically sell it for them, right? So I think even if you're despairing right now, kind of just remember that the points do change. For better or for worse, the points do change. And so if you're struggling right now to get everything in, just chill. Okay, like just chill. The points will change, and there will be at some point there will be a big break. Okay, so there's that. The other, but all of this is the sideshow. That's not the main point that I think is important. I think the number one thing to do is get out there and play some games. Like I said, I was feeling pretty negative about list building. I was getting halfway through, giving up, halfway through, giving up, halfway through, giving up. And then what forced my hand was I had to play a game of 11th. And I had to go down there to the club and play a game. I had to do it. And so I did. And because I had to come up with a list, I did come up with a list. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I got my list, and it was, it was all right. I wasn't completely satisfied with it, but it was all right. If you want to know what it was a couple of Hellhounds, 5 Chimeras, some officers inside, some Lehman Russes. Right? It was Met Guard, but with Ogryns rather than infantry squads, right? And I took the list, and I played it, and I had fun. And I think that's probably where a few of us need to go. We need to get out of our heads. We're in our own heads right now. We're in the vortex of doom. We're loading ourselves up with shit bullets. And what we need to do is just rip the Band-Aid off and play some games. Now, I appreciate, and I do appreciate this, that I am in a privileged position where I have quite an extensive collection of models because I've been collecting the same faction non-stop for about 22 years. And I'm in a position where I don't need to buy a single thing for 11th edition. It's a first time this has ever happened to me. From 9th to 10th, I had to buy shit. From 10th to 11th, I don't need to buy anything. I've completed it. My guard army is now complete. Like I've got 3 Rogal Dawns. I've got I've got all my Volgrin sorted. I don't need to buy anything. So I appreciate I'm in a very unique position. And so for me, I can basically pivot and then play and still get some enjoyment out of it. I also have a very competitive brain. So whilst I get frustrated with the lack of infantry in the guard, I can flick that switch on and go, okay, yes, I'm now running a mechanized infantry list with only 22 infantry models in it. I should be really fucked off about this, but it's working, so I'm not as upset about it as I should be, right? So I recognize those things. And you might be not in that position. You might have an army that you absolutely love playing the way it plays and it doesn't feel like it works that way. And you might not have an extensive collection, so pivoting for you might be a bit harder. And you might feel very resentful on buying new stuff because, to try and make it work, because you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have to, right? And you're right, you shouldn't have to. All I would say is, even in that sort of dire situation, still get out there and play some games. You'll probably find that your list, you might find you're fucked, okay? You might. But it's better to go out there and find out you're fucked rather than being sat at home wanking, eating expensive German biscuits inside your own fucking head, saying this list fucked, this list fucked, this list fucked, but never actually trying it out. You don't know it's completely fucked until you've been fucked, okay? And I think for a lot of people, some people will find, yep, they're on a one-way ticket to Pound Town and they're having a bad time, okay? Right? I get it, definitely. But I think there'll be a lot of people out there that will go, oh, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. I'm not as bad as I thought I was. Sometimes, I think if you are struggling inside your own fucking head, perfection is the enemy of good enough. If you can't get your list absolutely perfect, and I know this is going to upset all of us because we're all riddled with ADHD, but just get a list that's good enough and then take it and then play it. And then once you started playing it, you can start identifying where the problems are, and then decide if you need to make any changes. Or you might be like, you know what, it's good enough. It's okay. It's fine. And I will say there's one other thing. I do think that there is this slight obsession in the guard community of every weapon must be perfectly optimized every single time. Every unit must be perfectly optimized at every single moment. I definitely have this obsession. But interestingly, a year or so ago, I was forced to break this obsession because of going to Adepticon. Everybody knows that you never take multi-lasers on chimeras. Everybody knows it. You only take the multi-laser because it looks cool, but it's a terrible, terrible weapon. If you ever put a multi-laser on a chimera, know that you're going to be running it as a heavy bolter in the not too distant future. You'll be proxying it, right? Now, I went to Adepticon, and I had to take over 2 1,000-point armies that could merge into a 2,000-point army, because I was entering the doubles event, and one of the people I was entering with wanted to use 1,000 points of guard, and I was entering the singles event. So I have my green guard and I have my tan guard. So I built a list which was 1,000 points tan guard, 1,000 points green guard, or the way around, you know what I mean? But I wanted the list to be compatible at 2K. So I took a mechanized guard army. Now normally when I run my mech guard army, I was going to run, I'd run all my Steel Legion tan chimeras because they've all got the double heavy bolter loadout. But I had to run half of my chimeras as in green, and my Mordian chimeras are all very old. They're all old and they've been refurbished, and I mean some of them have been with me, for 22 years, and I've still got them. And so many of them have got multi-lasers. Because you didn't worry back in the day. You built the multi-laser because the multi-laser looked cool. And actually, a lot of them were from the time when you could only build them with multi-lasers because the box only came with the multi-laser. And the turret, right? It's the heady, halcyon days. So I took, and many of them, we also all know that you take heavy stubbers, you never take storm bolters, right? We all know this. Storm bolters are just worse than heavy stubbers. But many of my green ones, in fact all of them, apart from one, have got storm bolters. So the point I'm trying to make here is I was forced to take these other weapon systems, and I was really annoyed about it because I was like, they're just not going to do as well. I played in 9 games with these multi-laser storm bolter chimeras. And do you want to know something? I never noticed the difference between them and heavy bolters. Like, it just never came up. It just didn't. And the point I'm trying to make here is that sometimes we can agonize over things not being perfect, when actually, if you just take it and it's good enough and you use it, you'll probably find the actual impact on the tabletop is a lot less than you thought it was. This is a very small example. I appreciate that. So to sum all of this up, yes, guardless building is fucked at the moment. I won't deny it. But I think a lot of us are getting a little bit too much in our own heads, and we actually just need to get out there and get some games. Games will help us gain perspective. Perspective will stop us from spiraling and will allow us to move forward in an informed position, whether it's needing more units or whether it's adapting our lists or whether just finding out things that aren't as bad as we thought they were. Okay. I know I will say this. I'm doing this because I'm seeing a lot of my fellow guard commanders being a bit despondent, and I want to just give them a bit of a pick-me-up. Okay, it's a bit of a pep talk, but I've also hope you guys can see I'm not coping, I'm not hoping, I'm not shilling for 40k, I'm not shilling for Warhammer or anything like that, or Games Workshop or anything like that. I'm just trying to pass on a little bit of wisdom that I've picked up over the years from the tabletop. And I hope that it can, for some of you that are on a bit of a doom spiral, it can hopefully give you a little bit of a balancing moment and realize, actually, you know what? I just need to get out there and play a game. Get out there and play a game, and then we can work out what kind of list we want. All right? Just meant to be a bit of a nice thing for my fellow Guard players. But also non-Guard players. If you're watching this and this sounds eminently relatable and you don't play Guard, get out there and play some games. At the very least, if you go out there and you play, if you're looking at online, reading all the shit about 11th, and you think, this is dog shit, it's not for me. Go out there and play a couple of games. One, you might find it's not as bad as you thought. But two, if you do find that it's bad, and you're like, this is just fucked, and like, I don't want to play this anymore. That's fine, by the way. It's okay to not play Warhammer. I'm not a very good content creator. I should be telling you, no, play 40k all the time. Sign up to my course. I don't do that shit, okay? I tell people, well, I try and be honest with people, right? It's okay if you decide that you need to take a break from Warhammer. I would say there are other game systems out there which you can try. And I know a lot of people who have crashed out the hobby for a few years, and then they've been tempted back in by another game system, by their friends saying, you know, like, come on, it's fine, come on, play this new thing, it's fine. And they're, no, I fucking hate tabletop war games. And then they've come back in and they've tried it and they've gone, this is amazing, and they've refound their love. And I would say those people missed out on a couple of good years of wargaming when they didn't need to. Okay, so it's okay to take your Warhammer models, put them in a shoebox, put them in the attic, and not worry about them for 3 to 6 months or longer, maybe even permanently, and just go and find a new game system. Warhammer is not the only wargaming hobby. And I'll tell you what, having outlets from sometimes what can be the stress of Warhammer, I play a few of the games now. You can see them on this channel. I'm not going to plug them right now because I don't want people to think that's the whole point of me doing this. It's not. I've just thought this at the end. Like, sometimes I go and play another game and I love it, and it actually reinvigorates my love for 40k at the same time. It's called a palate cleanser. That's what I call it anyway. Have a bit of palate cleanser. And if you come back and it still tastes like shit over in 40k world, well, guess what? Your palate cleanser's there to become your main game if it wants to be. Sometimes it's your side piece. Sometimes it's your main piece. A few people have, I know in the MG community, really been struggled with the end of 10th, beginning of 11th. And they've gone and found some other games. They've stayed part of the community. And they've been like, this is excellent. I love wargaming again. So, there's always options. There's always options. There's never any reason to be super, super despondent, although it's always good to get it out of your system. And at the end of the day, I think we should finish with a Babylon 5 quote, because that's how old I am. Mr. Garibaldi. It can't be that bad. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you think. Have you been struggling with your list building? Let me know what you think. You know what? If you want to get it all out of your system, full salt tirade, do it in that comment section. It's a free place to scream into the void as much as you want. And if you are someone who disagrees with what I've said, scream into the void down there as well. That's fine. But if you're someone that has a different perspective and says, hey, try this out. Oh, hey, I found this might work. Get it down there. Because right now, us Guard players, we need to come together and we need to be sharing our wisdom, whether it's like pick me ups like this, or whether it's list building wisdom, like, hey guys, I found that Cadian's actually worked in chimeras, for example. So anything like that, right? Get it down there. Let's get the salt out. Let's get the beef out, and then let's start seeing if we can come up with some solutions, even if those solutions are just a bit of a pep talk. All right. Aldeus, it's okay to play other games. When Warhammer goes sideways, 10th got me tired after coming back to the hobby. I found more historical war games in Flames of War and by action. It opened my eyes. Yeah. So it's It is incredible how many people will try a non-40k system and it just completely like... There you are. Yeah. It's like getting a pep talk from dad, but your dad is your CO and you're a new private. Yeah, just build a list you like and use it to learn the dispositions and new rules until the next balance update. Very true, Keith from Pure Soul. Very true. Yeah. It's easy to get despondent, but you'll notice how I've been relatively more positive when I stopped just spiraling and just went and played a game. I wish I was playing tomorrow, you know. I put it this way. I'm sad I'm not playing 40k tomorrow. 11th edition. Think about that for a moment. Think about that hot take. All right. All right, what have we got here? Let's have a look. So we've got some super chats. And there was a couple of other bits I want to talk about, but it's fine. Points and rules change. Mods are forever. Exactly. I got table with my Marines in 2 games. We're playing 2 more before Sunday. There you go, Halen Jedi. Exactly. And Halen Jedi, like, here's the thing. If you get tabled like 4 games in a fucking row, bro, and you start feeling a bit despondent, like it's, you know, and it keeps happening and happening and happening and happening and happening and happening. Like, firstly, you don't have to crash out and play another game system. I bet you've got shit in your pile of shame that needs sorting out. Paint for a bit. Paint for a bit. Wait for the first balance patch comes along. See if that fixes stuff. If it doesn't, paint a bit more. If it does, get back out on the table. Yeah. Codrew, I do not like how 11th is going. That being said, I am looking to attend the 11th ITT as soon as possible. There you go. Exactly. And guys, like, can I just say something? All right. If in 6 months' time, it's still fucked, like properly fucked, and Warhammer looks like it's going down the shitter, which it very well may do. It probably won't. Like 95% chance it won't. 5% I think it will. If it goes completely fucked, we're fine. I don't mean like we, as in just me and you guys. I mean everyone in wargaming is absolutely fine because there's so many war games out there. There's so many. It's literally just... No, back in the day, if Warhammer went under, there's nothing else to play. You're fucked. Now, if Warhammer goes under, might be in the news for a week. And then after that, people will just move to different game systems. You'll just see people pick up like StarCraft. You'll see people pick up Bolt Action, K-47, Old World. Right? Yeah, we're spoiled for choice, guys. So there really is just nothing to worry about. There's nothing to... And even like, but what about all the models that might get invalidated? Firstly, you can just go back and play older editions with your mates, with your game groups, right? I think if that... I tell you what, right? If 40k blows up tomorrow, by the end of the week, there'll be a fan edition out. There you go. Yeah. Do you know how I know? 9th Age. Warhammer Fantasy blew up, and what did people do? Half that went back to 6th edition Fantasy, half that went to 9th Age. Simple as. You think people are going to stop playing 40k because GWs fucks it up and drives the fucking product into the ground? Nah. Half the people will go back to 4th edition. Half the people will play Warhammer the Scouring Fan Edition. Right? And it'll be totally fine. Like, it'll actually be totally fine. Yeah. So there's just nothing to worry about. And that didn't used to be the way, but that's the way it is now. Like, if Necromunda goes tits up, what do you think people are going to do? Half of them are just going to go and play fucking the old edition. Yeah. Is Midhammer getting patched when it's over from Nuke? It is, exactly. Right? We've never had a less risky... There's never been less of a problem if GW goes belly up than there is today. There's never been. I'm telling you, people, it'll just go back to 4th or 5th edition. It just would. It just would. And something like the ITC would come into existence. Someone make a business out, GW's gone belly up. Someone will make a business out of it, making community balance patches and stuff. It'll be totally fine. Yeah. Think about it. Think of how dog shit Call of Duty's gone. Did those people stop playing shooter games? No. Think of how dog shit Halo's gone. Did those people stop playing Halo? No. Did they stop playing video games? No. It's a miracle that basically our industry has been dominated by one player for so long. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Yeah. Isn't that just 30k? I mean, people might go to 30k, but I think people would. I think if people go to 30k, you're looking at version 1, not fucking version 3. Yeah, maybe V2, but yeah. So yeah, it's just ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing but a thing. All right. Macon, I'm already here collecting books and building lists for Horse Heresy 1 to 3, 40k 4th to 7th edition. GD ain't making the game I want, but they used to. Exactly. Look, I'm not saying it's going to go that way. I'm just saying it's just not anything to worry about. It's just not. It's just not. All right. I think we've got some super chats here. Or maybe a super chat from Cosmic. Yes, Cosmic. Thank you for super chat, man. Good speech. Now tell them about the Rift and K47. Well, if 40k does go tits up, I will be like Moses, and I will lead you to the promised land of the Rift. And all of the 40k meta chasers will be chasing us, and I will part the Sea of Claws in the old world, the old sea, and I will bring us across, and as the meta chasers try and chase us, I will close, and they'll all get swept away. And then we'll all go and we'll say hello to the burning bush, which I imagine in this analogy is probably bolt action, because the burning bush was like helpful. And then we'll go over to K47 and we'll be all right. And we'll be all right. I'm not wandering in the desert for like 30 years there. Like I got places to be, we're cracking on. Yeah. No, I see how it is, yours, and now I have to be the Pope and explain to everyone how you did your part. What kind of testament are we writing? Obviously the Rift Testament. You've wandered around London for 30 years. That's worse fucking hell. I couldn't imagine anything worse than living in London for 30 years. I've only ever visited London for business. And I would not want to live there. Yeah. It's too busy. I'm a quaint kind of guy. There's no AC in place. That's true. I could do with some AC. That's true. All right. But yeah, if fucking 40k went under, 40k goes under, Warlord gains just like money. Yeah, there you are. I don't know. I think they'd love it, but I think they'd be like, oh God, why is everything out of stock on the website? Why are they buying? They're buying everything. Do you want to see? Yeah, like, why are they buying the black powder? They're putting it on round bases. It would be good. It It would be good. Anyway. And on that note, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Huge factory complex, just a couple of blocks for Warlord's growth. That's very true, isn't it? Warlord buying up GW production, pennies on the dollar. How much do you want this plastic injection involved machine? It's too much. I give you 350. They'll be like super hands in Peep Show going along, a man in a van, just being like, great time for the vanners. There you go. See, chowing down on the JLB corpse. There you are. Anyway, on that note, let's wrap up. Gentlemen, ladies, everyone, thank you so much for joining today's stream. It's been a funny old stream today, but it's been a good stream. And I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys have had as well. There's a couple of other bits that I, might cover in in tomorrow's stream, but otherwise, we covered most of the big topics today, which is awesome. One thing I will say, tomorrow's stream will be disrupted. I'm going to a concert with Mrs. Mordian, and it might mean that I do a daytime stream, but I'm also kind of lazy and tired, mostly lazy. So it might be that I don't stream tomorrow, but I would like to. So I might do a daytime stream tomorrow. Okay. If you don't, I'll let you know in the Discord. Either I go live or about 9 o'clock, I'll go, oh shit, I forgot to tell everyone, and I'll say there's no stream. All right. Standard procedure. All right. All right. But on that note, hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, one second. I want to check something. I think we need the Killzone speech to see us out. So, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, Commander Nigel! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you, the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And on that note, I'll see you guys next time.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, this much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if there are those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish.
A spokesman for ISA High Command had this to say on Visari's latest outburst.
The dictator Visari plays a martyr while threatening the peace of the universe.
Listen to this shit makes me want to break something.
Ever the diplomat, Rico.
Yeah.
Colonel Templar.
I'm off the field this time. So I'm looking to you and Sev to get it done.
You know we're on it.
Good luck, Sergeant.
Sir.
The ISA also confirmed that the second wave of the invasion fleet is due to launch imminently. They will arrive in orbit over the Helgen capital in approximately 2 weeks, by which time Fleet Commander Templar expects the first wave of the assault force to have dealt decisive blows against Visari's forces. I'm sure we all wish our brave men and women good luck and Godspeed.
Diplomacy has passed. The Helghast do not reason. They started this war when they invaded Vecta, and it's up to us to conclude it.
The enemy may shatter our bodies, but they cannot break our spirit. Even now, they advance on our homeworld to seize by force what they cannot claim by right. They cannot imagine what awaits them. We will smite the invaders from our skies! Though they sweep over our lands like the sands of winter, never again will we bow before them. Never again endure their oppression. Never again endure their tyranny. We will strike without warning and without mercy, fighting as one hand, one heart, one soul. We will shatter their dreams and haunt their nightmares, drenching our ancestors' graves with their blood. And as our last breath tears at their lungs, as we rise again from the ruins of our cities, they will know Helgen belongs to the Helgas.